Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. Today we're locking in. We're gonna be real fast today. We have so much shit to do, and we have a limited time because I have things to do in like 8 hours. So we're locking in. We're going. We're immediately teleporting to Solution 9. We're logging in this hard. We have goals today. We have an optional dungeon today. We have 2 sets of role quests that we want to do today. I think we were planning on doing range and tank because I won't unlock dice for any gear that I actually want for those. So I won't spend half an hour trying to show them off on stream. We have 2 crafting role quests that we're going to try and do today because if we had to do the gatherer ones, it would take longer because of having to walk around and everything like that. And we're going to also see if we can do the Aether quest in Shaloni. We have a lot of fucking things to do. Look, it's Solution 9, and it's currently not in a state of being completely and utterly exploded. Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? Holy shit. It's also like the one part of Solution 9 that I actually like, because it has any form of fucking color to it. Nostalgia! Nostalgia's hanging out here. She's going to give us an optional dungeon. Something stray in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Gangbusters! Nostalgia breathes a sigh of relief at the sight of you. Manifest! I've been looking all over for you. Apologies for the lack of pleasantries, but there's precious little time to spare. A curious anomaly has wormed its way into living memory, and we fear it could pose a terrible threat if left alone. Please, you must help us. What's happening in living memory? Wonderful! Oblivion is lucky to count you among its allies. Let's reconvene at the Gate of Remembrance then. I can explain more there. Oh, but fair warning, you may not be able to recognize me at first glance. Gate of Remembrance, so we're just going straight to... Wait, where is it? Wait, where is it? Oh yeah, it is the thing at the start, yeah. Laid known memo. Hey, this isn't the weekend. I have several days off, Spark. I have this and the next several days off. We're doing 3 days in a row of Final Fantasy XIV. It's gonna be a lot. Also, I haven't actually been back to Living Memory since we beat the story. I explicitly haven't gone into Living Memory until something in the game prompted us to. Because we saw what it looked like in the ending cutscene, but I haven't seen what that looks like in-game yet, like actually walking around. So I was explicitly waiting until something in the story would bring it up for a reason to come back here, because... yeah, that is... like, it was turned off a lot when we went through, but this is a whole other level. Just like the gold in the air. The gold in the distance. Everything's done now. Like, this is now what the zone is. Like, this is what the fucking zone is. The zone is just gray with some plant life. Like, holy fuck. Fucking hell. There is now actually music in the turned off spots, though. Because before, when you went through and turned it off, that area lost all of its music. But I guess the idea is now that everything is off. And now collectively has this. Again, it's once everything is off, it's very much it's now they've been put to rest. They can finally rest, kind of thing. But holy shit. Here's your colorful Disneyland. Beat the story. It is this. Ah, there you are, Manifest. Ah, okay. You're piloting robots in it. It's me, Nostalgia. Surprised? With Zaralja gone, Oblivion's been allocating its resources to an investigation of living memory. Utilizing Kafkiwa's technology, we developed remote-controlled sentries operable from the back room, so our surveys are both safe and efficient. To think that this all once lay at Everkeep Summit. You want to go back, you can't, except for New Game Plus, but as the thing is, like, I find that the fact that the way to go back is to do New Game Plus is, like, actually shockingly good metaphorically. The only way to see Living Memory as it was is to put your save file in a state where it can't move on. And that works metaphorically, oh, so exquisitely. Yeah, so all of this was at the top of Everkeep. Because people used to visit it. I can't help but wonder if a shade of my father ever resided in this grand city of the Endless. I mean, I do know what happened to Ambrose, but maybe he was put into here after we did our eugenics, I'm not sure. Forgive me. I did say I'd explain the circumstances behind all this. During an earlier survey of the area, I encountered one of the Endless. He claimed to be one of the city's caretakers and offered me a guided tour. I accepted, thinking I could conduct my observations at the same time. But that's when we discovered an anomaly. A rift in the very fabric of living memory. When you say rift. I'm sure you'd rather see it yourself to believe it, though. Let's make for the Esperance wheels. Constancy, the Endless who guide me, that is, should still be on duty. Questions. Also, it has to be noted. We're on the other shard at this stage. Living Memory is still within the original Alexandria shard, which we're just calling the 9th out of ease of just assuming that, you know, Final Fantasy IX reference, so it's Final Fantasy IX. There's no lightning, by the way. The lightning's gone. Unless the idea is that this is so high up. Top of Everkeep was also above the lightning. Yeah. The idea is that I guess it's like so high up that the lightning. Oh, I forgot. Okay, so when you say rift, you do mean a rift, huh? Well, I just have to wonder, because they said they created the dome to protect themselves from the lightning. Sup, everyone? Purple butthole. Sup, crafts? They said they created the dome. They said they created the dome to protect themselves from the lightning. What on earth is happening over here? Did it just turn out that, like, they created the dome, it protected them from the lightning, but then the dome just absorbed a shitload of the lightning, and now they're just lightning themselves because the dome is now just supercharged with lightning, and outside of it, it's actually now fine? Constancy here knows everything there is to know about Yesterland, including the new anomaly, I'd wager. Constancy, hello. A warm Yesterland welcome to you, my friend. Or should I say, welcome back? I had not expected you to return as our anomaly slaying volunteer. I do hope I was make your first visit to the Gate of Remembrance a special one. Your associate here informed me of what occurred afterwards, namely Her Majesty's regrettable demise. We'll mostly turn off the dome house when we get our unobtainium. You needn't fret, I harbor no ill will against you. I, for one, would not wish to remain endless at the cost of such a terrible sacrifice to worlds beyond. Though your efforts saw the city's terminals deactivated, I somehow remain. Still, I am grateful for my survival, as allowed me to discover this peculiar phenomenon. A lost district of living memory lies beyond this rift, you see. Did Sven's trans-dimensional fusion shit accidentally send some of living memory to the void? I mean, to be fair, this is a portal. This is like, because this was a similar rift that we saw in the sky above Everkeep, and that just led to here, not the void. This is any trans rift stuff, but it still looks like the void. Previously informed you that our beautiful city was comprised of 4 areas, but this is not always the case. Numerous others once thrived, until one day our reality was irrecoverably altered in an attempt to bridge our world to others, and several districts were consumed in the process. Oh, no, okay, so this isn't what Sven just tried to do. Oh, oh, okay. So, like, Everkeep and the surrounding area of Alexandria got teleported to the source, but other things just end up displaced somewhere else? Among the areas lost was a splendid amusement district known as Dreamborough. This rift, however, allows us access through its streets once more. Let's go through again at the place for ourselves, since we're curious to know what became of it. Yeah, okay, yes, it is in the void! Yes, it's in the void. Those are void set. There's nothing amusing about it. Quite the opposite, actually. We're probably chased out by a horde of angry ghosts. Whether I have loaded my coffee maker or not. Of decades disconnected from living memories' atheist supply, we must assume that the endless who resided there are no more. The once idyllic atmosphere has been marred by a dismal shroud. I dare say our poor Dreamborough has warped itself into a place of nightmares. It has returned to us as a lost soul world, longing for connection. The beings within have come to call it the Strayborough Deadwalk. Now that it's reconnected with living memory, its presence is a risk to the city. So I'd like you to brave the Deadwalk and shed some light on this mystery. The Deadwalk! You have my thanks. Know that I cannot give you a tour of the place myself, but know that I shall be with you in spirit. The Strayborough Deadwalk. That's a cool dungeon name. Disneyland, but in the 13th. This is, it's gonna be the Haunted Castle Disneyland shit. Let's fucking go. Who wants to go? Well, currently we don't have enough for a full party, so. Service here sucks. I've been waiting for a ticket for this Ferris wheel for an hour. Oh, sorry. Sorry, we do all subs. Hi, sup. Hey. You didn't disappear. You didn't. So I may have turned. Wait. Lore-wise, what's happening here? 9th. I was about to say, lore-wise, what's happening here? Are you an endless that didn't get turned off when I did everything, like constancy, or you're the shot that we found in Alexandria, moved to Toral, and now you're joining us here. Okay. No, he's dead. Okay. Well, we've only got 3 people here. First in, best dressed. It's lock-in day. We're rushing. We're rushing super fast. I'm still making coffee. I'll be there momentarily. I do already have 3 people though. But there are 3 people here. Don't forget the minimum level jazz. I don't know, however will I go on. In universe, I don't know about my soul self yet. Oh, okay. That's understandable. That's understandable. If I thought we're in a state where it's like the source version of Syriac is gone, but the reflection one is still here, you've become Cryo, where like you're living in the source and that. Ghost Retainer. So it looks like I'll never unlock this dungeon after all. Oh bother. The ghost in Deadwalk gave Constantine and I quite a fright, but there was something almost comical about them. Perhaps they're warped versions of Dreamborough's old attractions, or could they be? Though I know not why, the Dreamboroughs returned to us as the Stray Borough Deadwalk. A gaggle of ghostly fiends and other horrors likely await within. Have Garen there, and you may your investigation yield truth to Deadwalk's transformation. No, we're not on Tsukiyomi's pain. We're not on Tsukiyomi's pain. No, not unrestricted. There we go. Stray Borough Deadwalk. Dreamborough. A district of living memory long thought lost to interdimensional fusion. Rises from the rift after decades of disconnection. Yet what lies beyond its gates is not the dazzling paradise of Constantine's memory, but a land marred by shadow and haunted by vestiges of the endless who once called it home. You must venture into the twisted grounds and call the lost soul's agony once and for all. But the phantoms within do not take kindly to the living. So we're now in a story situation where if we just go anywhere from this point forward, we can just find chunks of living memory in different shards. Because in the process of interdimensional fusion for the entirety of Alexandria, some bits got so lost they ended up in the void. That's really funny. Oh, I don't think I've done off my FC chat. Music time? Yeah. We are. Again, this is how you know it's like a rift gate that's like not as stitched together, because we have to go through this crossing. Going from the source to the 9th through the Golden City Gate was like a perfect weave, where everything else that is a rift that's more torn requires going through this. So now we're properly on, yeah. But there's a rift cutscene for this one. That's very explicit. We are going to another reflection then, yeah. Oh, yeah. Spooky, scary skeletons! Let's go! Unlost world. Well, no, we're not in the Unlost world anymore. We are in a different... We aren't... Golbez Zero, where are you? Oh, we found this Ferris wheel, so we're gonna go hang out on it. Hell yeah. Welcome one and all to the land of waking dreams and nightmares. Please form a single line as you enter. A word to our guests, Stray Borough is open for all eternity. Answer your heart's every desire and dream your days or your life away. Stray Borough welcomes you. Pleasant dreams. They're gonna hang out here and have fun. We've finally brought some entertainment amusement parks. To the void. The Borough Fair. I heard there's a gift shop. Man, if it's not staying in line. Well, I've got small people behind me. I need to make sure that they can still see. If I stand in front of you, you're not going to be able to see the ghosts. There's a little... Look at the little costumes they're in. Adorable. Apparently Scribbles doesn't trust Artesia as a healer. When do we not full pull? Look, the ghosts everywhere. Ah, biggie ghosts. We'll frolic and play until our dying day. Oh, what fun. Look at the roller coasters, yeah! Hell yeah. Oh, I got reawakening. Reawakening. I mean, I'm not tanking, so like, you know. There is also that, but also, as a DPS, I'm more effective the bigger pulls you do. Oh, this is so fucking cool. This is so sick. Lovely ironworks on that gate. Are you not entertained? You could almost say there's a heart on it. You could almost say that there's a heart shape on there. Oh, what fun. Bam, go. Kingdom Hearts is ghosts! Ah! Whee! I love how many buttons I get to mash at level 100 now. Actually being at full level. Oh, I love how many buttons I get to mash in combat now. I get to press so much fucking shit. Oh. But I definitely fuck up my rotation, even with Viper. You ever see a player your friend and go, who the hell is that? I see a lot of people on my friend list. I'm confused where I came from. Hear ye, His Royal Highness Lenog one graces us with his presence. Bow down and join us. His Royal Highness Lenog one. Bow down to my flawless noggin, your king decrees it. Malicious mist. Join us and be crowned in splendor. Falling nightmare. Oh. Heads above us. Behold, your noggin is made anew. For him by now. 'Tis our duty to seize the nogginless. They started moving closer. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus! Okay. Oh, good, they're coming back! Oh, God, those X's at the same time! Oh, Jesus, okay. Okay, X's at the same time, that's terrifying. Oh, dear God, okay. Oh, little lords and ladies, your king has need of you. How do you dodge the chaser mechanic at the same time? How? We need to all be on side. Oh, God. We all very much need to be, like, away from each other and have enough space to do that. Alright, I'll get the fuck away from you. I see you there over there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. What is the patterning of how the little ones move? What is the determinant factor of how they move? Is it nothing? I feel like I'm just having to, I feel like, oh my God. No, they dropped their head on me at the same time. Okay. Oh, you are so slow. I can't, and you can't attack. You're slow and you can't attack. Okay. That's how I'm not resisting. There are limits to my patience. Please just let me kill you. Let me kill you. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck off. That's the hardest dungeon boss in the entire game. That's the hardest dungeon dungeon boss in this entire game. We teleport. The world around us appeared. They roughly target player locations. Okay, so you need to bait them. You need to have the party bait them then. Okay. Running around randomly is not gonna work. You need to bait them. Okay. I noticed the heal with DPS goes against heads. This is my experience at launch. The boss now exists as a mount for some reason. Lost souls of every age. The frolicking grounds is your whimsical stage. Do be careful not to lose yourself to phantasmical attractions. And merrily we shall go. Whee! Aww. Oh, but now the horsies come off. Yeah. That's straight nightmare. Because they're horses. Nightmare was the horse mount. Yeah, I'll be honest, doing that where everyone, like, is running just wherever seems like it's kind of impossible to do that boss properly. Because if, like, it feels like you have to have the little ones baited properly. Otherwise, it's impossible to dodge the little ones and other mechanics at the same time. Which feels like a lot to ask for, like, dungeon parties. Oh my god, the rides! Oh my god, the rides! Oh my god, look at him go! The rides are going! I want off Mr. Bones Wild Ride! I mean, this is kind of the exact opposite of Mr. Bones Wild Ride. Oh my god. Oh my god, they've got the animals. Boss would be amazing for trial or solid for a dungeon. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta throw up. Oh Jesus, the Ferris wheel. Oh my god. Oh my god, no! I got fucking latent, no! Where'd Scathic's hands come from? Where did they appear? Jesus. Oh my god. Feels weird seeing a completely regular lion, tiger, and elephant. Attention all dreamers! You're going to invite to Jack in the Pot's Enchanted Tea Party. Jack in the Pot. Besides, goes beyond that one boss dungeon rules and doing that in DF fighting makes this the most targeted dodge dungeon on record for me. Greetings, goodly guest. Your tea awaits. It feels like you need to have like a proper plan to take on that boss, which is awesome. It's just, you know, forgetting random dungeon balls is gonna be a nightmare. Tia whirl. Okay. Oh, and then we're gonna spinning teacups. Ah, I see. I see. I've lost track. I believe it's that one. There, I got it right at least. Yay. Cheers! A prideful toast to you and yours. No? No? Not a fucking clue. How the fuck did you are fucking you fuckers are fucking cheating. Fuck off, you saw that. You fucking liars. You're fucking lying, you fucking cheating fucks. You fucking fuckers, you fucking lied. You did not see that. You're lying. You were lying. Oh dear God. Chuckles, we're dead. Oh, they disappeared. Okay, they disappeared. Okay. Fucking poltergeist coming over here. I can't do a rotation. Okay. Well, they're gonna be opposite each other. Okay. Okay, so you don't need to watch both at once. You need to be aware of they are in relation to each other, and then you can watch one. That's the trick. Okay. You don't need to watch both and see whether they all move together in a... Okay. That makes it much more reasonable. And then we wait for this. Oh, no, no. Okay. Okay, because the moment there was two, I'm just like, yeah, I can't watch two at once. But yeah, if you know whether they're either going to be next to each other or like across from each other, that tells you, you only need to know where one is and you'll automatically know one. Yeah, yeah. Triggers for healers here, I need to push one button while watching them. Whee! This shit's fucking awesome. Seeing like the broken electrip everywhere is cool too. Like the parts where like the place shattered in the move or just over time. So it's kind of falling apart a bit. Now we're in the proper spooky mansion. Now we're in the proper spooky mansion. Oh my god, Kakabrina dolls are back. Kakabrina dolls are back. I thought taking a nap before stream would be a good idea, but my now body full of melatonin, so I'm incredibly groggy. It'll be fine, possibly, maybe. It'll be fine. Sorry, you only need to stay awake for like 20 more minutes, and then the interesting part of the stream will be done, and it'll be roll quest for the rest of the day, and then you can go to sleep. You're a formidable slayer of ghosts, but have you the strength to best their master? But do you have the faith to fulfill his legacy? It's that chimera that we saw from one of those quest lines. The fucking, I'm thinking of pixies. I'm thinking of pixies. Looking at Labyrinth of the Ancients. Since Mogtome started, I've been consistently getting, actual, Evilist stuff, which is nice. Poltergeist! Oh no, we get touched by Poltergeist. Oh, they're doing the head bash shit again, aren't they? Oh no. Oh, okay, the outside, I think. I'm about to single target. And by single target, I mean I'm going to do the big enemy attack. My friends Kaka and Brian! Me when I'm listening to people tell me their opinions about Final Fantasy XIV about why Dawntrail's bad. Behold, this hole lies Traumarai, Lord of Nightmares. I already see the spooky mouth. Heed my words, and together we shall end his reign of terror. I love this dungeon. I do love this dungeon. This dungeon doesn't look good. Oh my god! Hades is back, but as a ghost! Yo! Daylit Nightmare, Tsunamurai! Our hopes, our dreams, what will become of it all? No, no, no! I will not let it be all for naught! This will be the best Halloween ever! Yesterday is gone, yet tomorrow never comes. So sleep, child, and drown in nightmares everlasting! My best friend Bozo smell. Whoa. Bit of regret. Up. Yup, similar attack notices as well. In 5 years you wish, it will not wake you from this. Is Kingdom Hearts boss is this? What is, okay. I'm an off my 8! Step into the lights and become ghosts to pass through things or... Oh, that's cool as hell. From my magic tree, sensei, you return to my beacons and your mortal flesh shall be restored. A ghost duster. Oh! And so now it hurts ghost. That's cool. Okay. There's so many ways that could get real fucked. Oh, I'm so curious how they're going to twist that in this fight. Spirits of eternal reverie, return to me. Bokosete. Yeah, different ones there. And then you go there. And then you have your out ones. Then you have Hot Wing. Flesh Buster! I love the little ghost debuff that we have. Poltergeist! Aha! And then I automatically can get back in range. Let's go! Ghost Duster, Ghost Duster. Yeah! Oh, Jesus! Oh! Let's go to hard! Oh, Jesus. That's just in range. Holding in spirits. Go back. The stack there is so mean. Where you can all be in different spots, then you get the stack. Oh. Well, we just survived it as 2 DPS. Fucking barely. March. I thought I had enough time. I did not. I very much did not. Oh! Did that happen before? I just never noticed it. Did that happen last time where there was also ghosts on one side. Cool, boss. Top tier dungeon. I need to like look up ideas. Big Red as Lane, so don't be on that side. I didn't see that the second time that it did the like that it was doing that, but maybe because I was on the side where it just didn't happen. Quick, get the white aura sight! Yeah, incredible dungeon. Incredible dungeon. I need to look up things of how to handle that first boss, though. I need to work out how to do that first boss. You can get a ghost decal as the furniture. That's adorable. Walker was a horrible frontline map. This is what I've been saying! Triumph is the worst frontline map they've introduced into the game, and I fucking hate it. I love the mountain of trash. With lag avoid running in front of them because they'll step on your snapshot. Well, it's more so about like how should the party bait it? Because I feel like the easiest, like if those are player baited to like run at the people, it feels like it'd be much simpler if like there was a plan of where everyone should stand, either together so they all run to the same spot, or everyone runs into corners and has like stands in one spot in their corner and then like moves to another spot in their corner. But also like combining dodging those things running with like a chasing exploding AoE is fucked. Because chasing exploding AoEs are already something that at my ping are hard to dodge. Just because there's so much ping that even me like moving at full speed without sprints may be enough to get me caught by like the chasing AoEs. That's gotten better over time. Chasing AoEs have definitely slowed down compared to some previous expansions. So that isn't as much of an issue, but still trying to do that, because I basically can't stop moving to dodge that. Having to do that at the same time as dodging the little ones, yeah. That's gonna be a... I've never thought it for a dungeon boss, but it's like... Well, looking up what is this mechanic I've had to do for some dungeon bosses, because I just look at it and I just can't tell. But like, looking up an actual strat for a dungeon mechanic, I've not had to do before. I think I'll need to do it for that one. A warm welcome back to you. The Rift to the Dead Walk vanished upon your return, as if it knew the monsters within were vanquished. You're back! Was the Dead Walk as haunted as we expected? Very fucking haunted. Let me get this straight. You managed to go to Mascot, attended a Twisted Tea Party, were assaulted by a sky wheel and a merry-go-round, then fought for your life in a haunted house? The Endless House, to be precise. And with that, my suspicions are confirmed. In the days when Dreambury yet flourished, the Endless House often held plays with volunteers from the audience. These volunteers would be cast as the story's heroes and tasked with rescuing a captive princess from Traumarai, Lord of Nightmares. That sounds awfully similar to my Nefis experience. Precisely. Thus, I believe that Deadwalk's monstrous residents were given life by the lingering memories of the Endless who once called it home. Corrupted into voidment because of the endless darkness there. As its name once implied, the district was built for those Endless who love to dream. The theme park itself likely gained a mind of its own. Over the years, perhaps it too harbored the hope that a hero would grant its former citizens final desperate wish for freedom. And for home. So as I understand it, when Queen's Fiend and Zaralshah first attempted interdimensional fusion, a few areas within living memory suddenly vanished into the rifts, including Dreamland. And as the endless souls within began to fade, their memories and desires fused with the very essence of their home to turn the Deadwalk into what it is now. Considering the timing, we have to assume the district's reconnection is due to Her Majesty's last attempt at interdimensional fusion. So that may have been what caused the rift to reopen. That makes sense. But with Traumarai gone, those lost souls should finally be able to rest in peace. Not entirely certain, but the rift did close upon Minefist's return. Currently, if your hypothesis is true, unfortunately the wheel is still in effect there. The Wheel of Undeath, so... And their role in that hollow performance is concluded. Unless it's endless, they wouldn't reform in general. As has mine, I suspect. Long have I served as a guide, eager to bring joy to every visitor who passed through living memory's golden gates. But I see now why I remained. I was meant to perform this final act of guidance. To lead you both to those lost dreamers. I do not wish to dampen the mood, of course, so I shall take my leave. But I could not be prouder to serve my fellow citizens, and could not be happier that you are my final guests. Farewell, my friends, and thank you. Truly. I pity him. But I think it's best to let him go. We should return to Solution 9. Your good deed still needs a good reward after all. I'll meet you back there. As my real self this time. I didn't get any princess. I feel ripped off. Don't Endless not have souls? How would they become void sent? Well, again, what Endless are they like? Are they living? Are they not? Are they people? Are they not? All of those things. All of that's like, you know, part of the questions of that living memory presents, and I believe they don't set any of it in stone because it's a bit. Wait, you know what? Maybe I don't want to ride the Ferris wheels anymore. But yeah, the exact nature of it and everything like that is, you know, deliberately left in the air. At a bare minimum, they are made of aether, though. At a bare minimum, the Endless are made of aether. It's the aether, specifically soul aether, that empowers them. Like, that's literally their fuel. So at a bare minimum, they are made of aether. The darkness is so overwhelming on the 13th that all aether that enters the 13th that doesn't have a blessing of light or a dragon scale to talisman will shift towards darkness. So I imagine that's more so what it is. The aether that comprises the Endless shifts towards darkness undergoes something akin to Void Sent. A job well done, Manifest. With the dead walker normally taken care of, Oblivion can return to its regular service of living memory. We'll have to decide carefully how best to handle the former haven of the Endless, but I do know one thing for sure. It's our duty to uncover the mysteries at the heart of living memory. What it was made for and what horrors kept it running, so that we never repeat those mistakes. I'd like to think that's what the lost souls there would have wanted as well. And that's what'll drive me forward. Thank you again for your help, and safe travels out there. 22-minute wait time for a roulette. I'm never trying to level a DPS again. Wait times for roulettes have gotten really bad lately. They're real fucking bad at the moment. They're like real rough. It's kind of worrying. Where am I going? Forward cabins. Worst part is living memory because it's technically an SDR tell. It's more expensive to teleport from Shaktaral. Yeah. Because the go there, you're going through the Golden City, yeah. But fortunately, I did what was recommended. I spent all of my Centuria seals on Aetherite tickets because I didn't realize that was a thing you could do. So my Aetherite tickets are now 9,999, and if I search, I do have another 600 in a retainer, so I'm doing okay in that regard. Anyways, roll quest time. To avoid wasting time showing off, oh my god, I did the roll quest and now look at me dye my Viper shirt. To avoid those happening again, we're explicitly doing 2 today that, well, I can dye jump gear for it. It's not any jump gear that I'm personally using. So we're doing tank and range DPS today. We're going back to warrior. Yeah, the warrior glam comes back. The warrior glam comes back, baby. Where's Iniqui? The narwhal beckons. It's gonna be the Futurama movie. The young woman gazes into the horizon with a troubled expression. Thought you were locking in, we gotta go fast. For fuck's sakes! Immediately! Immediately! Frame fucking one! Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must either be the traveler from across the seas. But I suppose Brooke Avu has enlisted you to our aid. Aren't you wearing a Moonwood top? What have I rocked up also wearing that? Could never escape machinations. That you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave Narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We're ever grateful for its vigilance. Did it cause the storm, or did it make the storm not kill me? My name is Iniqui, and I hail from the northern reaches of Shaktaral, where even our breath freezes when caught in chilling winds. Our people revere a Taral Vidral of the Narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Through fathomless depths it swam without rest, protecting its home from any who would do it harm. Legends tell that the Narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus it was able to maintain its vigil night and day. So too can any who possess the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. That's a very different power to what we had last time. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Tantoa, tasked with crossing the ocean and returning that which is most sacred to us. I'd have joined him, but I feared I'd only be a burden. So I remained here that I might find someone to send to his aid. Tantawa has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. But if there's anything I can do to help him, even a little, then I must. Brooke Avu has done well to send you to me. I can tell you're just the woman to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. As luck would have it, a letter from Tantawa arrived shortly before you did. It seems he discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. Well, I don't doubt his prowess. Even Tantawa would be rendered helpless before the Narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? Ishgard's like a second home to me. Thank you, Minifist. I knew the Narwhal would give a brave protector to our side. Tantawa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he doubtless spent time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. See, if we were to run down the list of places that feel like a second home to Minifist, though, would be here, like... Ishgard feels like a second home, but that's also tied for, like, so many places. Tantawa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he doubtless spent time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. I do own property, man. If Ishgard has a place like this one, where people gather to drink and talk, you might go there first. As for a swordsman, blue hair and attire like mine, I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Well, Limsa would be the first. I do own property in Limsa. The tower has traveled to Ishgard. It's likely gathering information as it happens. No, that. I could have gotten that for free! So the Forgotten Knight. Hey, Avero. What's up? Spare XP, ma'am. I gotta do this. Oh no, I already did do that. Never mind. I did do that. I was appropriate last night. Yeah, trying to do these weekly. One of these is like 20 tickets. One of these is like 20 a piece. Like 20 authorized tickets. You can get like 40 a week. It's pretty awesome. Sorry, we're just giving you, this is just true Ishgardian hospitality. This is just true, this is just what real Ishgardian hospitality would be like when they find poor homeless souls on the street. Thank you, everyone. If it is a manifest, what'll it be? A lad from the Western continent. Well, I can't be going around gossiping about the comings and goings of my customers, now can I? That's a quick way to an empty tavern. But I suppose, since you're you, I can make an exception just this once. Not much like the one you described walked through my door not long ago. Well, asking anyone whose ear could bend, he could bend about some stolen narwhal or some such he was after. Usually buy someone a drink before interrogating them, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined. Asked where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. So I told him to do the Jeweled Crozier. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You'll know when you see him. Trust me. They said, I jumped down the stairs, I slapped Zed's ass, and I call it a day. None of the things are super important, but if we're in Ishgard flexing our savior of Ishgard status, might as well be warrior. Yeah, I was warrior during my time in Ishgard. You know, since you are the savior of Ishgard, I'm gonna assume you won't use this information for untoward means. Hot-blooded youth. Fates in an hour. Cool, it'd be really hard to do your normally like weekly custom deliveries there without listening to very awkward music. See, this is Ishgardian hospitality at work here. Bunch of useless. But then I also only think manners keep people warm for how desperately these people cling to them. And here I'm trying to rid their city of a thief. Welcome to Ishgard. Yes. Seems you know me, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. You stand out. Was it Nick I sent you? Even across oceans, she can sense when I'm in trouble. I was right by the back end so I can get to the start of Fates immediately. Well, I want to deny a helping hand. Special one with a blessing. I'm having no luck getting information from these people. Seems there are unwritten rules regarding favors and no one's bothered to tell me. Don't worry, I kind of like stopped them having a war. So they owe me a couple at this point. I know the thief traveled here, but that's what the treasure hunt's called. I thought it'd be a matter of time until they use the crate to commit some misdeed or another. But it seems something's amiss within or without Ishgard's walls. What if they put just one random person to sleep and they're just staying awake and just, that's it? What if the whole villainy thing, they were just like kind of chilling? It's just like, nah, if I could stay awake forever though, I could finally catch up on all my anime. I only have a description to go on, although it's found me nothing so far. A woman of a race known in this land as Ellison. She has striking red hair and eyes the color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead and a mole rests upon her lips. Sounds hot. She came to my village posing as a scholar with an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie, just like everything else that's spewed from her mouth. Sounds like 80% of Alice. The bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruit she offered was worth its weight in gold to us. After the cold snap we suffered last year, we couldn't afford to turn her away. But looking back, I realized how brazen her deception was. Although she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the poise of a predator. I marked her as a fearsome warrior the moment I laid eyes upon her. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel so far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. My first misstep of many. That's all I know. So much, but you see the smallest scrap of a clue in there. That'd be damn sight better than what I currently have. She scrolls in Ishgard without passing through the Ashlochcom. Feels even unsecured. She seeks penance in St. Roman's Cathedral. Skilled sword will be known among the knights of congregation. Faking a scholar, also scholastic ed. Ounce of guilt, villainy. Skilled sword would be known among the knights of congregation. Knights, was it? Suppose that's what you call these deadly looking fellows clad in steel. Yes, maybe onto something there. But where would we find one willing to speak? At their barracks near the tavern. I know the way. I'll meet you there. If she feels an ounce of guilt, I don't know. I don't know, that conversation that they were having in the bar, they sounded like cartoon villains. I don't think the ounce of guilt one's gonna work. Oh, we get to talk to Thermal Bert, hell yeah. This is it, right? Let's not waste any time. Got a very firm Bert for you here. What mission is in Blackburn? What brings you to the congregation? We're looking for an Ellison. This Passage of the Unbound is not a name I've heard before. But if one of the number has brought an artifact to Great Power to Ishgard, we would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. Would you like to know this information at once? There's all that would threaten the peace and it's our duty to root it out. You can reserve that to the congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out, truly. Now, is there anything about the description? We should ring a bell. An Ellison with red hair and eyes the color of rust. Wait, you said she wore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole? No, it could not be. You know who she is? Oh, well, such information is usually probably only to those within our order. Pray understand my hesitation. What? Weren't you listening to anything we told you? She's too dangerous to be left alone. This isn't the time for secrecy. I know I'm a stranger to your city, but I can't stand by while innocent lives might be at risk. If you can't trust Centaur, then trust me. I ended a fucking war. Let me flex. Let me flex. You're right, of course. If the hero who ended the Dragon Song war is not worthy of our trust, then who is? Very well. Master Centaur, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be Ishgardian, you desire to keep its people safe as plain to see. We shall place our trust in you, as Mistress Usumblevin has. I'm glad we can see eye to eye. Now then, what do you know of this thief? The description calls back some old memories. Memories of a knight's name, Leofine. Merely recalling her story makes me ill at ease, for the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts since she was expelled from the congregation. I thought living with the shame of her deeds would be punishment enough, but she now consorts with villains that threaten the very foundation of order, then 'tis clear we can suffer her freedom no longer. I shall inform my superiors of this development and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track down Leofine and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? It's more than we could have asked. So as we ought to consider what we're doing in the meantime. Okay, join me over there, Manifest. I'll stretch my fingers. Left hand's stiffening up. Shall bring my spirits in at once. Why not? We shall shift forward plans and everything that we can live, find to heal. Oh, you're over here, okay. I see also the green on here for the leave quest that I haven't handed in, so map's a little there. Oh, my entire body's been getting real stiff the last couple of days. That's been very unpleasant. I think I'm sleeping like something to do when I'm sleeping, and I'm like fucking up my body. So we have a name, Leofine, a former knight of Ishgard. That means she knows how to hide herself in the city well. Grasping at straws won't get us anywhere. My own unfamiliarity has little to help our chances. We made no choice but to wait until the night discover a lead. None of us intend to spend every waking moment learning more about the city and its workings. As for you, I only ask you to be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. It's a moment's notice, Manifest! Sleepless in Ishgard. Centaur is eyeing each passing Ishgardian with curiosity. There you are, Manifest. Been walking Ishgard streets whenever I've been able, and I've been taking this searching for any sleeping people. You see, the Land room isn't much warmer than this. People know not to tempt fate by dozing off in the open air. Even those blind with drink manage to find their way home somehow. I feel the only force powerful enough to overcome that instinct for self-preservation would be the cradle. So we find a sleeper exposed to the elements, so maybe we'll discover Leofine nearby. Can't imagine she brought all this way just to remain idle. It's a tedious prospect, but we need to scour every back alley and shattered walkway before anyone catches something much worse than a cold. body stiff. Oh, Jesus, ow. Oh, my neck. My neck hurts, my left hand hurts. Ugh. Mr. Blowin, Master the Tower, I bring good tidings. Demonite's wasting no time distributing handbills across each galaxy and find subscription. His efforts have already borne fruits. We recently received a report of someone matching our features being sighted. Really? Where? She was sighted near Camp Dragonhead by a patrolling sentry. He described the woman with red hair and a single scar on her forehead. Outposts can be reached by passing through the gates of Judgment and heading east. Once I speak with Eugenal for the full report. I knew she'd show herself. Latari manifest. What would be an explanation for joints and neck stiffening a lot? Other than sleeping in a position where I'm fucking up my body, because that's also very, very likely what has happened, because I do that a lot. This must be him! Well, don't dally. Ah, I was informed that you were on your way. There's a concern report about one of our sentries, yes? You cited a woman matching a description in the handbill sent by the congregation. She was heading south on the footpath, but that's all we know. Being 30? Shut up. Yeah, probably. Yes, this is yours now. What? Hold fast, I shall send aid at once. What happened? Shipment of supplies was laid waste by monstrous beasts. The contingent of temple knights should have been protecting her, but something is amiss. They need our help! We've been in your debt. Shipment was attacked on the road west of the observatorium. I shall muster more knights. Please, go find my men before any lives are lost. I can't talk to you because you got a quest. Sure, I guess this is my warrior mount. Why is this my warrior mount? Why is this my warrior mount? Why'd I put the pig on my warrior? It's something I have been meaning to do to give different jobs different mounts. Because all of my mounts are on my third hotbar. Which is unique per job because I put some things over there. So I've been meaning to do that of just giving every job its own unique like quick access mount. But I thought I hadn't done that yet and they still had mostly the chocobo and I don't so I'm not sure why the pig had why the pig is here. They should be close, right? I'll search the other side of the river. Mind if first you search further down the road. Keep your weapon at the ready. Pig, come to me. Or would it be anything else, really? I'm just surprised it's not my chocobo. House for Tom Knight. No! Die! Oh, yeah! Hell yeah. So there we go, research facility. I have to make sure my party doesn't disband when the boss reaches phase 2. Hey, Aetherochemical has become such a fucking sprout killer. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's one of the dungeons they reworked and it's so much better now because of the way it absolutely murders sprouts. You saved us! We were almost. Oh, crocodiles! Oh, the chocobos are asleep. You won't be feasting today! Well, they'll feast on your sword, cut open their mouths. Not a moment too soon. Okay, so you are also a tank. The white eye watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. We were too late. No, they're not. Ah, look, they're just asleep is all. Good. Good. I don't show you where something became unsore on their feet, and the wagon toppled onto the side of the road. There was nothing for it but to fix the damage on the spot. The temple knights went to secure the area, but before I knew it, each one of them had fallen asleep when they were standing. When the beast attacked. It was just me before those snarling fangs. Time to wake up! Sleep any longer and the cold will have you. Ugh, what happened? I love that they just took off the helmet and slapped the shit out of him. We fell asleep. But we were patrolling. So if while someone else is asleep, you can stay awake. The fact that power can just be undone by someone else just waking up the person. I guess we were able to undo the mimic magic by throwing dust at them, so. You must be mistaken. A temple knight would never shirk his duty, sir. He would provoke the duty of anything. You call me a liar? I saw you fall over in your ass with my own eyes. If not for so usual swift response and bravery of these warriors, would all be food for the vultures by now. Congregation will hear this dereliction of duty, you can be sure. Aww. Now hold on a moment. They aren't the ones to blame. A sacred relic of my people was stolen and... now isn't the time. Sorry, forget I said anything. No, it's time, otherwise I'll get in trouble. Whatever dizziness overtook the chocobo seems to have passed, so I'll resume my journey once carriage is repaired. Assuming my guards are quite refreshed, I believe we can make it our own. Please, return to Camp Dragonhead and warm yourselves. No coincidence, giant birds and two guards took leave of their senses around the same time. This is the work of the Cradle. We didn't believe Fine was here, she is no longer. We'll return to the city and consider our next steps. So the knights of Camp Dragonhead on their way, yes? Shall we have ample direction for the remainder of our journey? So what? What's the grand plan? I send a couple of people to sleep? And then what? Question mark, then profit? What's up? My neck hurts a lot. The Levi may have escaped us, but his reporters give us a clue to follow. Like the narwhal for guiding us swiftly to the heights. We have received a report of the incident near Camp Dragonhead. Two of our own sleeping on duty by the fury. If you reached them even a moment later, day would have been much darker. Although it pains me to say it. But soon shall we punish as befits the magnitude of their negligence. If I may, I don't believe the blame rests entirely on their shoulders. The cradle of the sleepless was used against them, I'm certain. Yes, you said it possessed the power to lull others into a deep sleep. I admit that would explain these exceptional circumstances. Regardless, they were still bested by their enemy, and their charge was almost killed as a result. Punishment is the only recourse. I see. A harsh stance, maybe, but I can respect that you don't treat your duty lightly. Well, if you learn anything else of Leo Fine's plots, please let us please let us know at once. Even though we didn't find her. I'm glad we were able to save those soldiers. Thank you for coming to us. Nay, it is the double night to owe you thanks. We shall continue our search and rest assured you shall be the first to know of any developments. Manifest. There's more I do about the cradle. Things I should have told you sooner. I'll tell you about the cradle. Join me over there and I'll do my best to fix my mistakes. We don't know where enemy escape will often must plan accordingly. We're assured we shall not rest until Leah finds its shackles. Aren't you all glad to be back in Ishgard? Aren't you glad we're back in Ishgard? Now you've seen with your own eyes what I've only been able to describe. The Narwhal's lullaby that can put even hardened warriors into a restful slumber. We can still wake them up out of it. I mean, like, yeah, still, someone fall asleep could still be a major problem, but, like, I was kind of expecting that you wouldn't be able to wake them up without, like, getting the cradle back. Kind of what I was expecting. I may as well be defenseless as a newborn babe. But even with such power, my people have never used it to attack our enemies. So our purpose has always been to keep a single person awake. An eternal guardian who would never sleep, never rest. The wide eye. Me. For 10 years I've been awake, training day and night to gain the strength I have now. The strength to shield my people. Yeah, so you have one person who just uses it to just become, like, super powerful because they just train for shitloads of time because they never have to sleep. Of course, another must receive the wariness I cast aside. The Shut-Eye. You've met her, in fact. Loza Nikwe. As I've been awake these 10 years, she spent the better part of her days in a deep slumber. Her brief periods of wakefulness spent exercising and eating so her body doesn't waste away. And so we've barely spoken despite how much I depend on her. When we were young, we'd spend our days exploring the mountain paths, but that time was long past. Surely you can, like, split the role between different people. Surely it doesn't have to be one person the entire time. I'm telling you all this now. I realize how very little of my life has been dedicated to my own pursuits. Loza Nikwe and I have both devoted ourselves entirely to the protection of our village. Don't you miss Loza Nikwe? How day training could you really get in if you just never have to sleep or rest? I mean, you sleep like 6 to 8 hours a day. Presume you do all of that training. You go to quite a bit. I do. I see her only when I have to use the cradle, and even then she is sleeping. I barely remember what her smile looks like. A life unencumbered by sleep might seem like a life of freedom, but if those you care for the most aren't there to share it with you, it can feel like a prison. But we don't have the luxury to dwell on regrets. I see now that although my people never used the cradle for ill, wicked hearts can twist anything toward evil. And that's something I can't tolerate. The very thought that this might happen again makes the bile churn in my gullets. Must bring Leah finds schemes to an end. Ninja PvP is facts. I feel tank feels so good. I'm not good enough at PvP to be able to, like, consistently backstab someone. Early into the stream, which is frustrating, I need to go to the bathroom, which is extra frustrating because going to the bathroom was one of the last things that I did before stream as well. I go to the bathroom. I'll also grab an energy drink on the way back. My sarsaparilla is now out. I shall return for more sleeping. Yay. So Tantawa, you just need an energy drink. You don't need a cradle. You just need to get down a can of Monster. Silly. Just have one of these. Look, just have one of these. This will keep you awake just as good as any cradle will. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I shall return. And we are back. We've got mentors dying in to dual star and aetherochemical. Speaking of mentor, do you realize that I can unlock mentor literally tomorrow? The final thing I need to do to unlock mentor is do a DPS tank and healer role quest. We're doing healer tomorrow. Part of tomorrow's stream is going to be unlocking mentor. So I too can die to mechanics in front of everyone. Also, when I was in the shops yesterday, I'm buying energy drinks. I had to buy an energy drink that was the closest to damn that I could. I couldn't find any with beavers on it, but I got rainbow sherbet. I figured being very rainbow, it made this the most similar to damn as an energy drink. Also, there was only like 3 flavors that were actually available in 4 packs, so it was like normal mother, rainbow sherbet mother, or like specifically like white boomer monster. Sandawa! between sleep and death. And Zawa has a worried expression on his face. Just about someone to see. I'd like to ask your advice on a certain matter if you don't mind. It's been a while since my last letter to Lozaniqui. I wanted to wait until I discovered something worth sharing to write about. But we're still completely in the dark. I don't want to worry, but I don't know what to tell her. Till you're in good spirits, that'll suffice. She was just worried about you. You might be right. Silence might make her think that something terrible has happened. Alright, I'll start right away. I mean, I have much time left. I don't understand. It's not something so grave as that. It's just... the last time I used the crater was just before it was stolen. Look, I'm still as alert as I've ever been, but it won't be long until I must dream like any other. That'll give Leofine free reign while I'm helpless in bed. There is no quarry more dangerous than one who doesn't sleep. We have to see this through before that happens. Got killed by the stupidest snapshot maybe ever. Me when I died to the first boss in Strayburrow Deadwalk. Mr. Susan Blightwood, Master Tentoa. We have received reports that several groups of Temple Knights have fallen afoul of what can only be your stolen artifact. Several? I mean, yes, all guarding someone else. You'd be correct. It's the duty of a knight to protect those who cannot protect themselves. If we fail at even that most basic function, then our honor means nothing. As if the incident near Camp Dragonhead was not shameful enough, the knights in these most recent acts were left in quite compromising positions. I thought we were going to cut to them being, like, folded over on top. Well, okay, that one. Okay. I go around putting people to sleep and posing them in funny positions. Look, I made these two Temple Knights cuddle in the middle of the street with their pants off. I was full 3 minutes out and the animation took a full second to take effect. Yet the weight of embarrassment was a trifle compared to the guilt we would bear if any incident came to harm. The Fury was merciful in that respect, but we'd rather not see these incidents repeat. Is this like... is this Leofine's entire goal? Not to actually, like, harm anyone, but to just make everyone not take the Temple Knights seriously anymore, so the Temple Knights, like, lose favor in Ishgard? Is that their entire plan? Still, well, Temple Knights are supposed to repair their reputation in the days ahead. There's a far cry from bringing Ishgard crumbling to its knees. Truth be told, the methods of this passage jump out and leave me mystified. But Leofine was cunning if nothing else. So we can discern her true motivations, we have little recourse but to wait until she makes a mistake. The worst crime, embarrassing the police. Perhaps she gets her jollies in seeing people humiliated. Many among the knights have suggested the same. Leofine may be part of this esoteric order, but she has never been one to put her own interests first and foremost. This cradle is a tool of peace! Yet Leofine uses it for childish pranks! She makes a mocker of its sacred power. We have to get it out of her clutches! And so that we have to start asking the right questions. This new information makes me wonder. Why has she focused her attention on the Temple Knights? It can create so many peas. And that's the true villainy, because peas are disgusting. I've pondered the same. Posted to Camp Dragonhead are knights from many houses of repute, including House Fortom. Being a former Temple Knight herself, Leofine doubtless knows their habits and training. So it makes it easy for her to exploit their weaknesses. Then if we follow the knights, we may pick up a trail. It's not ideal, but it's best we have to go on. Well, large Khadida knights have but recently been dispatched to Kurthus. You remember Gorgane Mills, yes? There's land abandoned ever since the heretics were driven from it. If there's ever the risk that unsavory elements might infest it once again. Don't call the first one I ever loved unsavory elements. Thus, if the Temple Knights plan to join controls of its premises with other contingents. We speak with Sir Redwald at Falcon's Nest. I'm certain you'd be glad to have you along. Create a tool of smack bomb, pet wet, pay wet. What? Did you fall asleep on your keyboard during that sentence? Have you been hit by the cradle crafts? Shit. You know what a wing kebab is? I know what a kebab is. I know what a kebab is. Rotisserie style meat in a wrap, usually filled with hummus and tabbouleh and salads. Sometimes cheese. Sauce. It's delicious. Start with the machinations. So how much is this apartment I see? Of course, you have a welcome in Park Assistance. Yet I believe I do not know your companion here. Indeed, Whispered Temple Knight's humiliations have reached us even here. Falling asleep while on duty, I dare not believe the stories. But it seems there was truth in them after all. They fell asleep, true, but it wasn't their fault. We suspect they fell victim to an enemy wielding a powerful artifact. Now, rumors failed to mention anything like that. If we can lull even trained warriors to sleep, then we must treat it as a serious threat. Nevertheless, as one night falls, another's always ready at the ready to take their place. As long as this artifact cannot put an entire regiment under its spell, I believe we are well positioned to combat it. Interesting. The idea of your allies falling in battle doesn't seem to disturb you at all. Where I hail from, a single warrior is responsible for the safety of his entire village. Make no mistake, we do not doubt our allies' mettle, and we mourn every loss. Yet each man and woman here knows that if they must quit the battle, another sword just as fierce will take their place. To know that an ally is at your back will allow you to fight with abandon. Maybe having one person to protect the village forever is silly. Imagine a sandwich, there's nothing in it. The only thing inside the sandwich is water from cooking peas. And winging is as good as gravy. There's no peas, it's just wet. I feel like this has to be like some form of like, you know how Tumblr tried to trick the world into thinking that like there was like a new Scorsese movie or something that existed? That's what this feels like. Now, you believe this Leofy might take interest in activities at Gorgate Mills, yes? Party's already left, accompanied by a group of Temple Knights. If suspicions are correct, they are at risk. I'd ask that you follow them in their tracks until they've not fallen victim to foul play. It did become a meme on Tumblr, but it is real. Now, I know there's a lot of like food that exists because of poverty throughout history, but like, surely. Bills can be found to the north just across the Black Iron Bridge. Party should be arriving there soon, conditions permitting. We have to reach him before Leofy does. You'll find a video of it on your Discord, so if you look up, we can compare. It sounds, I don't know if I want to look it up, it sounds horrifying. I mean, I also hate peas, like, peas are disgusting. So the idea of just, here's a sandwich that's nothing but wet pea water. Rest in peace, level 1. You will be missed. You will be missed, level 1. And likely referenced at some point in the game in the future. You will look at British food and you'll enjoy it. Yeah, it'll probably be referenced in Beastmaster. That when you go to actually catch a Steinbock in Beastmaster, there'll probably be some reference to it. See, the thing is, I can't shit on British food. I can't shit on British food. Because I live in Australia. I can't take England to task for having some like absurd and silly national dishes. Because even if a lot of them aren't great, at least they have national dishes. Australia doesn't, so we're too late. They're fast asleep. Robot gave the impression they were more. Sounds must have been lookouts. We should awaken them, but keep your eyes peeled for Leofy. Arouse these ones. Manifest, you search that building over yonder. Oh, awesome. It's the building where Manifest fell in love with Isel. Lovely. Who the hell's are you? How'd you get past the guards? How's doing their scout? I'm bound. Ah! I did. Every culture has weird mod food for kids. The English get mad at people calling it whack though, which is why it's fun. Australia doesn't. We just don't have food here. Well, we have food, but like we don't have national food here. It's you. Thought the fury you arrived when you did. Those thugs struck when our backs were turned. I assumed the temple knights were protecting the entrance, so I wasn't as cautious as I should have been. Were they killed? No, everyone's just asleep. Enough Air Force One. I've had enough Air Force One. We decided to progress past the need for Air Force One, but they just added a new stage. Sleeping. I've heard the stories, of course, but I didn't think they were true. Whoever's behind this, I'm glad they didn't count on you showing up. Sure, they didn't count on you showing up. But now I should attend to our wounds and finish our inspection here. Introduce some love, and I'll set you during the nights outside and wait until we're finished. So this member of the Unbound actually has people working for them. You could have been way hotter based on the descriptions that I heard about you. Based on the descriptions that I heard about you, you could have been way hotter. I am now disappointed. His pants are so stylish. At least he is dressed for the weather. Ah, as I thought. Just when I was becoming bored, I sighted a familiar face among these slumbering knights. Suddenly had to come and make sure it was you. You finally found the courage to show yourself. Hand over the cradle now and I won't kill you. I swear the model just levitated up into the air. The scar could have been way sexier. And also, I was told red hair. I was told red hair, not black hair with red highlights. What'd they call you again? The Wide Eye? Must have quite a journey to come this far. Careful, Manifest. This is our quarry. The thief who stole the cradle of the sleepless. This is Leofine. Probably more red in the past. Give me Ellism with full red hair. This is bullshit. I'm also make red hair with this character creator. Believe me, I've tried. Give me Ellism with actual red hair. Not black hair, red highlights. I'm the one with red highlights. That is your ally? More muscle than brains. Yet even they may seek your artifacts for themselves. I'm the Dawn Servant's friend. No. It matters not, I suppose. Before you both throw your lives away, I suggest you think for a moment. Is this the cause you fight for worth the sacrifice? So few of us have no true freedom. The result you would grasp with your own hands. Do so before they wither in your eyes shut for the last time. The codes and rules that would bind men are mere illusions. Open your eyes, truly open them, and you shall see a path all your own. Only a fool would waste their life in the struggle of another. Quit spouting nonsense! Nonsense? Perhaps. I'm here because of another, after all. The Pyaki, who came to me at the height of my debauchery and welcomed me into a devious brotherhood. She guided me to great power, yes, and now I lead others upon the unbound path. Yet truth be told, I have little interest in seeing where it ends. To tear down the world's nations, Ishgard among them, and usher the world into, well, What does it matter? Yet I do derive great pleasure in showing the Temple Knights and seeing the snickers and jeers deflate their pompous stride as they walk down the streets. This artifact can hasten their fall from grace. I believe I shall keep it. Power up time! I know the path I walk, one that leads to your downfall! And I won't abandon it. I'll take the cradle back. He did take the energy drink. And then I'll... Oh, I'm gonna sleep now. No, I'm... 99. Oh dear, you seem to lose your train of thought. I know you cannot hear me, but if you want your artifacts back, I might suggest stealing it from me while I'm asleep. But considering the burden I've just passed to you, the opportunity may not come for some time yet. I feel absolutely transcendent to think the shackles of fatigue weighed so heavily. Alas, it appears the artifact needs its own repose of sorts. No matter. I have learned more than enough to take my next step. See to it that's low disposed of. This is the least you can do for the freedom I have given you. Really? Like, really? No, I didn't get the big axe. Oh, I didn't get the big axe. Dawntrail, wake up! Grab up a little me up. There's the that shade away. Try as he might to rouse Dawntrail. He's even completely detached from the waking world. Okay, so we can't wake him up. He was hit with a much more powerful version of this, it seems. So I'm falling asleep. Even if it's just an energy drink, goddamn. Looks like you've seen this twice today. Thank you. But what of him? Fast asleep, just as we were. Could this be what Sir Felmbert warned us of in his report? I see. Then these stories are more than just wicked rumors. Suppose there is some small comfort in the fact that our enemy tipped their hand without causing loss of life. While the drowsiness made my eyes heavy, my ears could not mistake Leofine's arrogant voice. She did not scruple to attack former comrades in arms, and she has fallen farther than I dared imagine. Yet we bear the blame for allowing her to get the upper hand, and in so doing put innocent lives in danger. Another black mark on our order. It was only thanks to you and your companions' efforts that the snow was not stained red this day. Verily, it's last to carry him to the congregation. Our work here is done, so we shall accompany them as far as Falcon's Nests. Manifest pray to return to Ishgard and look after your friend. They're talking about sleep a lot, and now I'm being hit with a tired spell IRL. Because they keep talking about the concept of sleep. The power of suggestivity. How dare they? Yeah. I'm trying not to be tired. Fucked up hand, fucked up neck. Getting tired like less than 2 hours into a stream. Maybe I did sleep really poorly last night without realizing it. Full glad that I said away you see you well, Mr. Susan Blackwood. I said you come fresh from an encounter with none other than Leofine. Master Tower now rests on the second floor. We shall stand vigil by his side every moment till he wakes open his eyes again. We shall not long to wait, but if you wish to check in on him, please do so at your own leisure. me. There's another matter we should discuss. Just before your departure to Gorgon Mills, it seems there was another incident. A group of criminals were released from their cells. Their guards found in a deep sleep. Doubtlessly, your farm was behind this. Doubtless, the ruffians you clashed with are these self-same criminals. They find gathering those who bear a grudge against Temple Knights to their side and using this animosity to our advantage. Ah! We now know for certain that Lee finds a mastermind of these attacks. That our aim is to strip away the very foundation of the Temple Knights. Our honor. Oh, I thought you meant foundation. When I shared these revelations with my superiors, it was like that none would speak publicly of the artifact and its powers. Perhaps the young man seeks to overthrow the nations of the world. One obvious method to achieve this goal would be to soak the flames of unrest among the common folk, thus sinking Ishgard into a mire of chaos and distrust. Not unlike the blasphemies of the final days. A little unlike the blasphemies of the final... A little bit. A little unlike the blasphemies of the final days. Like, at least a little different. Unlike. As long as these failures are placed squarely on the shoulders of the Temple Knights, would avoid fomenting a more abiding mistrust in the nations of our core. For Ishgard's peace, I would gladly suffer any disgrace. The question remains as to whether we can apprehend Leofheim before she has a reputation of tatters. Our Centaur slumbers if also to our search for clues that might point towards his whereabouts. Much guys on started playing for the Mega Maliki once they met Thanker, they deleted their character and made a male Miko. And then they met Graha. I was wondering if Centaur would actually be in here somewhere. They said he was resting inside, we could visit him if we wanted to. But he's not here. They lied. Beacon in the darkness. Foambird's eyes light up when he sees you. Leofheim remains as aloof as ever. She's only with Ishgard's more unsavory elements. She could be hidden anywhere. We have only her cryptic statements to guide us. Seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been but a prelude to its climax. We know, but the Centaur awakens while she emerges again. An explainable male urge to make their custom character look like Dante takes yet another victim. At least I had my character look like Nero, while also being a woman. Manifest, there you are. Hey, listen, Nick, you came all the way over. I'm so glad I found you. So I think I was in the wrong city, but the narwhal guided me true. Mirabella is a beautiful woman to me. Well, you must be the maiden Centaur mentioned. You are from the same village, yes? I am Firmalbert of the Temple Knights. It is an honor to meet you. Ah, Centaur wrote about you in his letters. I'm Lizanikwe, and the honor is all mine. Is Centaur with you? I haven't received a letter from him for some time, so I came here to check on him myself. Oh yeah, he was writing that, and then we got called in, and then he fell asleep. Right, that did happen. I'm really concerned that we're like this early into the stream. And I'm like already kind of drifting off. And I've already had to like go to the bathroom. And I'm already tired. It's a bit worrying considering how early it is today. You insufferable fool! What have I always told you about rushing ahead without thinking? Now you even have the gall to be sleeping when I arrive! You promised you'd write to me. What was I supposed to do when the letter stopped coming? Play the slap sound effects again. I was so worried. Feels like there's some small comfort that he appears, otherwise unarmed. I take it you're the thing for that manifest? You told me you were the Shadow. Yes, that's right. For 10 years I bore his fatigue, and it's thought my body is more fragile than most. But since arriving into Leolol, my life has become normal. As I've walked city streets and eaten my fill of its food, I felt my strength grow. I can now even stay awake for a full day now. Bitch, I can't do that. I can't do that. You're a fucking superhero at this point. Do you know why Tower sleeps so soundly? Reports about the incidents indicate that those affected awoke in a matter of moments. Yet Tower shows no signs of stirring. Well, that... Sorry, I can't say for certain. But I do know the stories of those who came before me. More than one shot, I had fallen into a deep sleep much like this. Once I sleep, they became deaf to the outside world. No means to sustain their bodies, they would waste away if left alone. So people found a mixture of herbs and other materials that help usher the Shut-Eye back to the waking world. Would possibly be strong enough to bring someone back from this. We call it Spring Dew, and the secrets of its making are passed down through generations. Each drop acts as a ray of sunshine in the darkness of sleep, a beacon for the dreamer to follow. I guess some ingredients on my person, but others must be gathered fresh. Won't be an easy task, but I am certain it will save Tower. I know they are Ozian name, but one of the flowers blooms a striking yellow, and grows only where mountain peaks soar above the clouds. Being so close to the heavens, it drinks in the sunlight, and its petals cleanse the body and promote wakefulness. In the churning mist blooms the yellow flower called a dandelion. No other place in Eorzea can one ever be closer to touching the sun. Glad. Good. Next we'll need the saliva of a beast we call Morbles, and the thicker it is, the better. Pungent odor could wake the dead. Just make sure they be careful to extract it properly, because otherwise they get hit with like 6 billion debuffs, all stacking on their body that they can't move because they get hit by bad breath and then they blow up and die. I know them all. What was on come inside the Drawing Hinterlands? Mature specimen should possess the saliva with the desired effect. The gathering, however, is an unenable task. Hello, how's things goes? Did we enjoy getting noggled earlier? Trash, I died twice. What the fuck is that, boss? Trash, what the fuck? I didn't think I'd get a dungeon where I legitimately will have to look up DF strats of where everyone should stand to bait the chasers, so it's possible for everyone to dodge it while dodging everything else, because fucking hell. Once you have those two ingredients, mixing them with the rest should be a simple matter. You can get a peculiar manifest. Oh, your confidence is reassuring. Since the Morble Saliva must be the fresher of the two, I'll set you first climb to the heavens and pick dandelions for Tower. Level 100 dungeons are just built different. How am I already tired? This way. Oh, my brain was thinking, no, I saw it on the map, and I'm like, oh, I'll get over to here. Ugh. I'm falling asleep. It's meant to be a day of locking in. Dandelions! There we go. Look at that. Look at how huge these dandelions are. Day of rest, but not for you! Sometimes dandelions shine almost golden yellow. They have a much more gruesome task. Bend Ravanian hinterlands and collect saliva from the mouth of a full-grown Morble. Now for a much more gruesome task, going to the Dravanian hinterlands and having to stomach and not complain about the fact that it still doesn't have a fucking aetheryte. I'm referencing the call an ambulance, but not for me. Bang. That's what I'm doing. Are you referencing a Bibble? Heavens, an 8th placement so arse. It's shockingly how terrible it is. I swear to God. I swear to God. You know how, like, yawning is, like, contagious? Like, when one creature sees another creature yawn, it makes their body want to yawn. And how that works, like, even across animals. You yawn in front of a cat or a dog and the chances of them also yawning are quite high and shit like that. I swear to God, the game mentioning the concept of sleep because of this questline is making me tired. I swear the fact that the questline keeps talking about sleep is making me, like, almost fall asleep. I'm, like, running into walls and shit because I can't stay awake. Giant axe! Yeah. Giant axe, let's go. Bam. Well, the game is mentioning sleeping, so I'm getting tired. Some bullshit. I'm on the bullshit, bitch. I'm on some bullshit. Lozanique! Raise up mixing ingredients once. Those of course, assuming you've brought them. Found blooming among the floating isles above Eosia. Pales as dandelion grow almost as brilliant as slum which nourishes them. Not what I meant. So punch is not even a sealed vodka container setting completely. A single with this saliva could wrench even the deepest slumber back into the waking world. These are difficult to acquire at the best of times, so I thank you for gathering them so quickly. I'll get started immediately. Done all we can. Let's wait for Tentawa to open his eyes. Oh my God. Awfully close there. Oh. Where am I? Where you fuck? I hope you enjoyed sleeping the days away, Tentawa. And I'm glad you're finally awake. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border to Gorgain Mills. Lozanique, what are you doing here? Wake the fuck up, Paladin. We got a Ellison to burn. I see. So Leofine wheeled the cradle against me. And while I was stuck soundly in bed, Lozanique came all this way. Curse my weakness! Just when I had her. Just when I was needed the most, I failed. For 10 years, I endured countless trials, and when the time came, I couldn't even swing my damn weapon. Time to get woke, samurai. It's not your fault, Tentawa. If anyone's to blame for what happened, it's me. No, I won't hear it. See, now you know how the Temple Knights feel in terms of just being like, oh, well, you got caught by the enemy. The punishment is death. As you may know, Leofine won our trust by posing as a scholar traveling the widths and breadth of Dawntrail. She expressed great interest in the cradle and our customs. I was so excited to meet an outsider that I answered her every question. So the White-Eye keeps the cradle with him at all times. And then she hatched a plan. She took me hostage to ride out Tentawa. While Lozanique was sleeping, Leofine snuck into a chamber and held a blade to her throat. I had no choice but to give her what she wanted. The cradle of the sleepless. I put Lozanique's life before the future of our people. It was at that moment I became unfit to be their guardian. So, it didn't get stolen. You gave it up because villainy. What if Cyberpunk 2077 was really about making a call-out Google Doc? I hear people talk about Cyberpunk 2077 just being like, it's really good now, you should play it. And I'm just like, wasn't there like so many things that happened at launch of that game in terms of just like some people working on the game saying awful shit, like the transphobia about it? Did those like go away? Or did the buggy mess go away and people forgot about the rest? Zanique is one of your people. Protecting her was your duty. Thank you, Manifest. You know just what to say. That was the only way to see a future where none of my people come to harm. Especially Zanique. And without Gretel, you're still a guardian. My guardian. We'll find a way through this together. Yeah. Seeing you in such high spirits lifts my own. Oh, and before I forget, you trounced Leofine's thugs while I was dreaming in the snow, didn't you? Oh, you were dead, I won't soon forget. And I wager that debt will grow larger before we pry the treasure from Leofine's clutches. Whatever it takes, I won't stop until she's answered for her crimes. Cyberpunk's great if you ignore the story and they discount the world building and all the bugs that are still there. And do people just enjoy running around a cyberpunk city and having like cool guns? Is that what it is? Do people just enjoy playing like cyberpunk Grand Theft Auto? Is that's it, isn't it? That's yeah, that's the entire thing. I'm embarrassed to admit that it was the first time I ever created the mixture. I'm glad it worked as intended. You know, while I was sleeping, I dreamed. I saw Lozanique and I's children. Nothing particularly interesting happening. We just, well, the days away without a care in the world. Forgot what it was like to dream. It was pleasant. I can remember wanting to stay there to never open my eyes again. But of course, the moment I gave form to that thought, I opened them and Lozanique was there. Even if we get the cradle back, things will return to the way they were. Will you go back to spending your life in dreams? I suppose so. It's my duty as the Shut-Eye, after all. Your duty. And it was your duty, too, that compelled you to come all the way to here to Ishgard. But no more. What are you saying? I tried so hard to convince myself that you were glad spending so much time asleep. But being on the other side made me realize I was lying to myself all along. I don't want to return to a life where you and I are bound together but always so far apart. I want to go back to those happy days when we were by each other's sides. I guess what I'm saying is, there's a different path for us, so I want to find it. And I want to walk it with you. But not yet. First we reclaim the cradle, and when we have, we'll take the first step towards that new future. I promise. I must confess, I haven't felt the same since I woke up. I know I was in that bed for a while, but instead of feeling refreshed, my body feels weaker somehow. That's how sleeping works. Welcome to being 30, motherfucker. You go to sleep, you wake up, and your body hurts more and you feel less rested than when you went to sleep. Welcome to being 30, asshole. It's almost as if my very strength was sapped when the treasure was turned on me. I can't even grip my weapon properly. Welcome to being the... If I didn't mark that you felt invigorated, maybe check your vitality for herself. Then does that mean the cradle has powers we don't know about? Not exactly. This means the cradle works differently than we thought. Its water might not pass on their fatigue, rather, they absorb another's vigor. The end effect would be the same. Cradle wielder can go on without sleep and its victim lose strength to even keep their eyes open. You never took more than you needed to, so my slumber was always light enough to awaken from. But if the treasure was used without restraint, I had this realization it won't be long until Leofine does too. And then it will be too late. We have to root her out. But I mustn't rush ahead blindly. So as an equine never tires telling me. I feel nearly weak as a child right now. I'll spend what a precious time we have training to regain what strength Leofine stole from me. You have my word, I won't rest until I'm in top form again. I suggest you do the same, if for no other reason than to give me some stiff competition. Some time has passed! Enough greens make spring dew again. I'll have to deal with Leofine until the cradle's power returns. Awakened, not stirred. The Dawa appears healthier, but there's still a hint of weariness in his expression. I'll give you a stiff competition. I'll give you a stiff drink to deal with the fact that they're playing machinations every three. What's the name of the thing? Quests. Very questing. I only get near it when I take. I don't know how to take. Looking stronger, Manifest. Well, I'm not my old self yet. I'm feeling better by the day. It's been a couple seconds. Still, there's much work to be done. Need to be even better than I was before we have any chance like Ash and Leofine. I wonder what she's plotting with the rest of her cohorts. We know they're aimed at double nations around the world, but this is not a way to go about it, don't you think? Why haven't I misdeeds in Ishgard extend any family other than Temple Knights? We've pondered that same question. My best guess was that as a former Temple Knight herself, she chose them because she knows how to exploit their weaknesses. She's using her knowledge as a weapon, and we need to equip ourselves likewise. We can learn more about her. We won't be able to anticipate her next move. Good plan, but I admit I have no idea where to start. Should we ask for a bit? I already have. He said that while he never knew her personally, the Knights in an old squadron might be able to shed light onto her past. Some even now patrol the city, and Foundboat was a great help at telling me where they might be. I didn't mean to press skip. Why does skip default to fucking... Yes, it's so annoying. Yeah, this is what happens when I get tired. I go to pick up the controller and I press the wrong fucking button. I mean, busy, isn't it? Well, I can't remember the last time I was awake this long. I don't want to sit around until I got tired again. We're all better for it. Since I gather the information, it's only fine. I should be fitting. I should do legwork. There's somewhere where these knights are, and I'll speak with them. Gladly, but Ishkai is still not a familiar city for both of us, right? Though Foundboat told me where to go, the name of these places means nothing to me. Like, we have Manifest to guide you. You can go to 10 Tower, won't you? I knew we could count on you. Alright, take note of these locations. Wake the fuck up, you stupid, horny slut. Oh my god. That means up on that side, they don't film, but would know all of them. I can barely imagine the city's fucking huge. We've also worked with someone like Leofine instead of Fate, I would envy. Curious to hear what these knights have to say about her. Hope they provide insight to help us forward. Time's the essence, Manifest. Let's get going. Straight into the essence. This way. Through the cold water. It's faster that way. Now this is a rare privilege. I'll be as good a savior of Ishgard as I have with a humble knight. You want to know about Leofine? Well, many Temple Knights come from a common stock, but she was different. Despite what she became, Leofine was born of noble blood. Even so, she often made mock of Ishgard's customs and responsibilities that bound the conduct of noble families. Doubtless she yearned for freedom all her life. Or her idea of it, anyways. Although her deeds caused her to be expelled from the Temple Knights in some relationship to her title, she may actually have desired that outcome. She hated it so much here, all she had to do was leave. And she did leave. For a time, at least. Now she's in a legal group that aims to plunge the world into chaos. If a selfish heart like Leofine was sought out aid in this plot, I showed too much how wicked their leader is. Okay, let's go. But I say, wait a minute, we've got an accompanying thing. Where are any... There's one. The optional dialogue boxes. That's what I'm trying to say. In my concerningly tight state. To require aid, I must keep watch. Forgive me if I don't engage in our chit-chat. Well, you're fine, but I can spare a moment. I don't suppose you know why she was expelled from the Temple Knights, do you? Well, fewer eagle her eagle and swordplay and fewer still handled their mounts such grace. She often spent her nights carousing in the gambling halls. It was after just such a night that she fell asleep while on duty. Some make a little cruel to us to fate, but dragons attacked her charges while she slept, and they were left defenseless. In her negligence, she was deemed to have aided our ancestral foe, and thus was stripped of her knighthood and noble title both. Knights falling asleep on duty, a story that's become all too familiar! Give what? But no doubt she came to fear sleep, and now she has conquered that weakness. And she wielded it as a weapon against us. She may even believe herself to be beyond the reach of mortal danger. Yet she's only deluding herself. At times she would be made to answer for her deeds. We have a bunch of people... It seems the whole thing for the Unbound is we have a whole bunch of people... Like, where the group together is collectively meant to be, oh, we want to be revolutionaries, like the Warrior of Light and stuff like that, where we go around and, like, take down all the governments and, like, take down all of the things around everywhere else. But like, so far, they've just also been dumbasses and also selfish idiots. She's like, I'm gonna tear down Ishgard because I hate the structures of society, because they got me fired for not doing my job and getting people killed. And it's just like... There are bigger issues with Ishgard than you got sacked because you didn't do your fucking job properly. I've heard that the people of Ishgard revere a warrior god. Here a statue of flesh and blood and knights. I've never seen such a thing. My people make their figures or depictions of our departed, fearing that such objects will keep them from finding their way to the next world. The only idol we keep is the cradle of the sleepless. And thanks to its blessings, the White Eye has always watched over us. So reverence devoted solely to the narwhal. It's enough that it guides our people to safety the next sunrise. All is quiet, even so I must remain vigilant. If I know. Name spoken of in hush whispered now, but many have forgotten her tragic genius. She has a single talent for achieving victory by battle by whatever means necessary. Genius. But we're just too dense to see how our actions would cause Ishgard to collapse. Given that our group seems relatively few in number, and a settlement on Ishgard is unlikely. Rather, I think I aim to chip away people's trust in Ishgard's foundations, and my absence of a few vital bricks bring the whole nation tumbling down. A lot of it gives me worry. Even now, representatives from Ishgard are praying to visit Oxundu in the Sea of Clouds. If anything were to go wrong, would be a grievous blow to Ishgard's reputation. I saw Falcon's Nest, certain elements that oppose our nation seek friendly gestures as a chance to spark conflict. Given recent developments, so Handaloo has been debating whether the visit is a wise choice. Well, we have a general understanding of what drives our adversary. Stories that paint a picture of a rotten, conniving soul. We know enough to guess the next move. Talk Sunday. You're right. Whatever her ultimate goal may be, it's because she has an almost blinding focus on shaming Temple Knights. What do you call it? A delegation? May provide an irresistible opportunity. Finally, we have the knowledge to use against our enemy. We all work together, we might be able to trap her. We haven't much time. Let's join the congregation and tell this Handaloo what we know. I'm so tired. It's not fair to be tired. Andalou! Oh yeah, Lucia's gone, and because she's over in Garlet with Maxima now. I forgot about that. You are welcome to the Congregation Manifest. Well apprised of Leofine's wicked deeds, and your efforts to flush it out have been much appreciated. This must be Master Tantawa, who crossed the ocean from Tyrell. I hope you've recovered from your ordeal. Better than ever! Apologies for taking up one of your beds for so long. Please, no apologies are necessary. On the contrary, Temple Knights yet owe you a debt for all you have done. Which brings me to the purpose of this visit. You have something to discuss with me? I see you and I have the same doubts. Delegation Oxunda would be an obvious target for Leofine. I was recently debating the wisdom of moving forward with our plans. As you know, all of us falls under protection of Temple Knights. As such, it is only me that we maintain and strengthen our friendly relations with our neighbors. Delegation in question is tasked with deepening mutual understanding of each other and unique cultures. Son of Anu, Chief of Zundu, was most eager to host. Yet, so long as the specter of Leofine hangs over our order, I fear I fear visits abroad are unwise. Should any of the Vana come to harm, our relations could be damaged irreparably. As we've no way of knowing Leofine has caught wind of our plans, I am of the mind of present delegation may be the most prudent course of action for the safety of all. It'll also be a perfect chance to draw her out. That's right. Manifest and I won't let anyone come to harm. As long as you and the Vanavano advance, I shouldn't hold actions of heroic against you. They're truly your allies. I'll seek the wisdom in your judgment. Please, send the delegation as planned. Be your best chance to capture Leofine. Yes, your words have merit. Thank you for the sage counsel. You are right. The Zundu will not stand idly by while we suffer a Leofine's hand. In fact, fellowship between two people's forged when a go to sell their home was wrought low by a great hero. Minor first. It wasn't a whale, but it was a sky. It wasn't a sea narwhale, but it was a sky whale. It's a little similar. Tell us she is keeping watch over our proceedings, and I am certain all that shall be quelled. Then you'll proceed. Nay, time has come for we Devil Knights to reclaim our honor and go on the counter-offensive. Shall bring the suggestion to a joint operation against Leofine and Lord Cohen as soon as possible. Thank you. Together we'll put a stop to their scheme. We must first discuss matters with the others involved before we present a plan to Lord Commander. Well, the time is of the essence. I ask that you wait until our course is settled. So hard to stay awake. I know someone all involved in the Penn Delegation Congregation at once. Wait to reach a final decision. Have you got your tits out in the snow? Farimbe, they're gonna freeze off if you do that. Trying so hard to not fall asleep during this, and it's really hard. Tantawa told me what you learned to Leofine. To be honest, I didn't empathize somewhat with her desire to be free of the bonds of sleep, but that's where my sympathy ends. So, because we must sleep, that every waking moment is precious. A life awake is meaningless if we can't spend it with those we care about. Cradle's been castle on you. I swear to God, them talking about it constantly is what's make like. You see me when I do these long-ass 14 streams. Me, like, getting tired and sleepy is nothing new. But it's just... Bum, bum, bum. It's just, it's so early in the stream for it to be happening this badly, and it's really irritating. Like, I'm tired enough that it physically hurts. That's, like, the level of tired I'm operating at currently, is that it physically hurts. I realize now that I agreed to defend a people I know next to nothing about. Some of these Zindu will soon be visiting. They're birds. They're like the Hana with even more of a punch-on for metaphor. Really? Two groups of such people are so far apart. Well, it really is full of surprises. Even a single city is enough for a lifetime. Every day I hear something about something that gives me food for thought. I imagine a whole world like that. A world where there'd be no need for protectors. The wide-eyed watchers not only the monsters in the wilderness, but our neighbors as well. We've really even considered sending delegations outside our village's gates. And the cold snap only made things worse. With everyone struggling to survive, our every thought goes towards defending our scarce sacrifices. But if we only look outward with wariness, no hope for the future of change. No hope to build trust. There's a way to bridge the difference between us. The great tomorrow, hand in hand. Either way, it's beautiful. Oh. Glad you think so. Hold that future in mind as I get back to training. So mind first. Get some rest. If you fall asleep when I need you most, I'll wake you up with another knock to the head. Can I go to sleep now? Can I go to sleep now? Can I just do this for like 10 minutes? Can I just nod off for a bit? I'm sure sleeping like this, with the fact that my neck already hurts, will definitely improve how good my neck feels. I'm positive it will do that. How long can I afford to sleep? How long can I afford to sleep? Lloyd and Nikki was asleep for like, what, a couple decades? I got about that long I can sleep for, right? It's already hurting my neck. It's already hurting my neck to be back like this. Dreams of a new day. Tantawa is eager to set a trap for Leofan. My eyes. Sahandalu still hasn't sent a word. I guess the others might not be so enthusiastic about our plan. To them, the cradle of sleepless is naturally still something to be feared. No matter how much faith they have in your strength, you'd be Leofan's mercy if she put you to sleep. Also, I don't blame them. Never I imagine our treasure could be used for such evil. In Leofan's hands is no more than an indiscriminate weapon. But that means when we get it back, we can turn it into something else! Something no one ever thought of before. We can find a way to use it without forcing someone to spend their life in slumber. Of course, I agree with you, Tantawa, but we have more pressing matters. Namely, a rogue knight to capture and a treasure to recover. Right, sorry. Gotta have myself. Why are you keeping me waiting so long? Some of the knights finally reached a decision concerning the delegation to the Sea of Clouds. What have you decided? Somebody said there's a new agreed to join forces with us. Together we shall drive back Leofine should she attack. If her shadow darkens even an ilm of their homeland, our peaceful delegation shall turn to a fighting force at a moment's notice. We shall restore the Temple Knight's reputation and recover your artifacts in one fell swoop. Thank you, Handaloo. Promise to do our part of Leofine shows herself. She won't get away this time. We are but to hammer out the finer details. Once we're ready to depart, the first group of knights shall leave by airship. I'll ask you both to make your way to Oxundu as soon as possible so you may help plan our strategy. It is fun to get like BGM of like old expansion stuff. That is a machination. I'm coming too. I can heal your wounds, and if it comes to it, my staff can bruise as well as a club. Glad to have you with us. I'm done taking on the whole world alone. I need you, Liz and Nikri. And Minifus too. We're stronger together than we can never be apart. Great will never install if I realized that from the beginning. And I want you to be my side to ensure I don't forget it. Oh, they got fuck. Just send out a word of advice, make sure she's awake when you do it. Well then, we better be off. Gonna meet the chief son of Anu. It's just extra frustrating that like I'm falling asleep so quickly. I got an actual fucking savage diagram for how to do Strayberry Deadbook Boss 1. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sent an actual fucking strategy guide. It tells you where to stand based on your rolls. Jesus Christ. Hey, pig. This is why it's the pig, because the pig has to do with dreams, so that's what they're sleeping on. Son of Anu! Hello. Honored Netherling, you return to Oxundu as welcome as a rival of spring. Sona knows where you come. We get heartsick to bring chaos to our home. So the Zundu shall rise into defense if needed. As the sun's rays chase away the shadows of night, the Sundrop Ends shall keep the tendrils of sleep at bay. Chief Son of Anu, it's an honor to meet you. Anton Tower. If the sun not dance invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself. The Zundu shall dance before Ishgard's warriors upon their arrival. Braveton Tower is welcome to join the proceedings. We do the dance and just stops us from falling asleep. That was your original intent, right? I see. Where draw Lear find out? It makes sense to pretend like nothing is amiss. Zundu warriors unify their strength through the Sundrop dance. Size so fierce and that many choose to flee rather than fight. Neverling warriors may learn from such an approach. Breaking the enemy's spirit avoids needless bloodshed. They all dance to us when the seals full of wild animals first. Sundrop dance does not fail them at their most crucial moments. So that reason for that reason our dancers await in the outskirts of Oxundu for the Nidling's arrival. When the performance begins, we shall draw the attention of all like a roiling cloud come over the horizon. Watch carefully for any who will take advantage of that moment. Our dance is finished. Nidlings will present with the Zundu with Chief Sono, Nidling ship appears in the sky like a sun shower hurtling toward Earth. Swiftly descends crashing down his Zundu dancers. Ship marks into the Guardian. They put the fucking driver to sleep. This is why you shouldn't be flying an episode, plane on this episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Zundu and Herbert wounded Netherling's port from vessel. A lightning bolt in the night, Leopine strikes. Temple Knights come by airship, right? All Leofan had to do was lull the pilot to sleep. She saw right through us, and now we're on the back foot. No Sundrop dance. Great winds can alter even a raging river's course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward. And now we must offer aid to Netherlings who come as guests. Right, let's go. We've been bamboozled. Leg itchy. Fortunately, I find the outskirts settlement to an horrible plan. And the crash shipped over Uxunda or even Ishgard. This is the work of the cradle. Leofine can't be far. Must send her to the window or I won't let her escape again. Said today one way or another. We're gonna find her. We're gonna get her. Squad roll out! There you are, Leofine. You came all this way just to greet me. Oh, I am honored. I only hope my gift was satisfactory. It's a shame you'll not see Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about my feet, trying to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans. Filthy rats! Sickness must be purged. At least you bear witness to the dying breath of the Temple Knight's flagging honor. We would sooner see that wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. You could almost say, and now the final curtain. It's even I did not foresee that Zunda would be in the ship's path. The fury favors me, for who would now trust a nation so careless as to put their neighbors at risk? Everyone knows you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily. Oh, I didn't see you there. The shut-eye, wide awake. Doubly honored I am that you came all this way just to meet your ends. Enough! We're taking the cradle back. We won't let your evil continue any longer. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's powers. All at the cost of someone's waking life. Your life. Pray do not misunderstand me. That was not meant to be a denouncement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We are bound by our very nature. No matter how mighty we become, we are slaves to the whims of sleep. Here's artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielders stronger and their enemies weak. A perfect weapon if you ask me. I can't say whether using the cradle is right or wrong. I only know that a life lived at the cost of another is no life at all. You're right about us one thing. We are bound by our nature. But that doesn't shackle us, it brings us together. And whether I'm asleep or awake, as long as Liz and Equate's by my side, that's the life I want. We'll take the cradle back. Together! We go together! She's exhausted the cradle's power of the Temple Knights. This is our chance! Is that been more generic bad guy coded to me? I don't know. I mean, like, because the last one was just like, no, I'm doing shit because, like, haha, it's funny. Like, I'm doing this because fuck you guys. And this one's like, I'm gonna humiliate you until your nation crumbles, and it's just like, eh. No plan was added wrinkles, I suppose. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. By hiring random people to help. Unbound. Leofine the Unchivalrous! I haven't played any goofy music this quest line. No, we got goofy music near the beginning. When we went to the Chocobo carriage and they were asleep and we thought they were dead. They played some goofy music there. The boom, ba ba boom, bam. So it's been like since the second quest, but still. You had an opportunity to live a quiet life, but I will not give it again. This time I shall send you into a slumber from which you will never wake. See, what we haven't had here is the animation stuff. We've not had any of the animation stuff. What we haven't had is any of the silly animation, like, shenanigans. Like, that Hildebrand energy of the way characters just, like, do silly faces or, like, exaggerated, like, body body language. There was quite a bit of that throughout like most of the quest line before. We've had literally none of it here. The reason I find this to be the weakest of the quest lines is it takes itself a bit too seriously. So like for me, it's the I feel like the order that I'm doing it in makes it feel a bit different. Getting to the end, if I get to the end of them all, and this one is the most standout out of all of them, then that's gonna be a bit odd. But like doing this second, it's just like there was one silly, and this one's like a bit less silly. Because there is that mismatch of just like, the whole plan is just putting the knights to sleep. And like, oh look, I shoved their legs in the fountain because I put them in compromising positions. And like, so far her current plan is to punk the nation of Ishgard into collapsing. But they haven't done a ton to like, give her that energy of she's pranking a nation to death. She carries herself like she's an ultra villain who's gonna like ruthlessly cut us down because we're stepping in her way. But like none of the temple knights that she's put to sleep who are then completely helpless have actually died. The real crime is eroding trust in civil authority. Protect the Temple Knights! Give back the cradle or we'll take it back. Oh, bless her as usual. Take it if you dare. Protect the Netherling warriors! The Sundu with them by our side, Leopold might stand a chance. Why must you resist? Succumb to the burden of sleep. Ishgard will crumble for the unbound. Where did all the helpers come from? Where'd they all come from? Okay, I can't gather up all of them. I was wondering if I could gather them all up. No, I can't. It's just like the last guy had like no one there helping. There was no one helping the last guy. Now wash away the darkness of sleep with Sundrop Dance! Yeah! Yeah! Sundrop Dance! Let's go! Yeah! Defend our allies over there. Oh, that side? Okay. I get him. I just pulled them all, actually. Because I can. Get them all. Okay, I have bloodwetting. I literally can't die. Right, I should be using any form of mitigation. I have bloodwetting. I cannot die. Witness the Sundrop Dance! Netherling warriors, awaken! Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Yeah! Sundrop Dance! We were attacked? Everyone's awake! Let's go! Mighty Sundu protect Netherling warriors. Keep cautious, like Gaelic out in the stormy skies. You are now all alone. This ends now, Leofine! Why am I cursed with incompetence? Very well. Dance with me, wide-eye. You're gonna dance with me, and I'm gonna absolutely fucking rip you to shreds. Giant axe! I think I can hold such immense power. Ha 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 ha! Oh, explosions into explosions. Oh, so scary. Oh, scary. Fell cleave! Boom! Inner chaos! The Null's blessing is only for those with the heart of a defender. Quick, shake it off! Damnation! Hell yeah. Barely even take any fucking damage. Let's go. Thank you both. Healing's on the way. Excuse me, I'm a warrior. I don't need it. What are you doing? You're wasting your time. I am a warrior. You literally don't even need to. Oh, shit. The artifact swells with power. It begs to be released. Now shut your eyes for the final time. Take a last glimpse of the waking world. Who's she gonna aim to try and put to sleep with this? Brace yourself against the power of the artifact. Passage of arms! Wide-eyed! Oh shit! He went to sleep. Alright, what about Tatawa? He's a little asleep. Z. You got the bubbles. You think this piece of wood is for protection? Such a cloying sentiment. Cursed insects. You lot, finish them off. Earn your freedom. Sundrop dance. Arouse leveling. Protect the sleeper. Time for us to protect the tower. We'll get through this together. We shall. Oh shit. Tank busters. Damnation. Oh, I did barely any damage. I did barely anything. You are forgetting I'm a warrior. I just don't care about damage. Like at all. Oh shit, there's more of them now. Oh shit. I was slightly off to the side. Wait, sorry, give me a second. I gotta, there you go, there we go, nascent flash, there you are, get fine now. No, stop it, take it. I gotta stand in a very specific spot to make sure I actually take this. But I stand in a very specific spot, it won't work. Die! Ah, daggers! Oh no! On your feet then, tower! It's your duty as the wide-eye! Yeah! Sundrop dance, let's go! I do appreciate that the Sundrop dance of all things has come back. If you didn't do your Vanu questline, it'd be a little confusing, but doing that, seeing Sundrop dance come back is awesome. I was on to go to help allies. May Zephyr winds guide you to victory. No, sleep is inexorable. How are they doing this? We're awesome. I am far from finished. You'll not withstand this. Yeah, we will. It's actually not even that hard to withstand. Look. Did you not see the dungeon I did earlier? Like, Jesus. Oh, okay, sorry. Right, I guess I'm on this side. I guess I'm on this side then. Okay, sorry, my bad. Sorry, I'm worried I can still fully heal. Other than just tools to you, is that your idea of freedom? I will be bound to no one! Oh shit, stack marker, quick, shake it off! Reprisal. Oh, the Reprisal wasn't quite range. Damn. I was hoping Reprisal was in range. It was not quite. Poison daggers. Oh my god, an interrupt. I had to do an interrupt. Oh my god. Giant axe. Yeah! We did it! We did it! They made me do an interrupt. You stubborn! You may have won today, but this is not over! It's level 100 quest, yes it is. And this is where you've been training the whole time with the bow and arrow, and you got the glasses, and you'll be able to get the griffin out of the air. Wait, that was the last one. Oh no! I'm asleep now. I was half expecting the echo to like protect us from sleep or something, because it like turns out it's like a tempering thing. Damned fool! No! Ah, you dropped it. Oh, that actually hit. Oh, that actually. I thought you missed, and she just dropped it trying to dodge. It is blue like the tempering thing. We did it! We saved the day. Say goodnight, Leofine. Say goodnight to the shadows. You. Oh, she's fucking dead. Oh, she actually is dying. The wide-eye watch is eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. And this is how you can stay awake forever without hurting anyone. She's just asleep forever now instead. Yay! We finally stopped her. Yes, but we have someone else to worry about. Cast them into the abyss. Ah, she gets sacrificed to become a dragon later, I see. One of us wake up, you alright? I'm just fucking laid out asleep here. Finally, I can have an actual nap. Only she would smile at a time like this. Do you know how long it's been since I've had an actual fucking sleep? Jesus. I need it. Yeah! Sundrop dance to wake me back up. See, they were talking about sleep the whole time, and I was getting tired. And then they started doing the Sundrop dance, and now I'm more alert and awake again. Yay! Yeah. Why are we yelling about Alexander? Too easy to grind. Oh, Aura Mail's not in Mogtomes this time? That's surprising. Neverling looks hairless warrior in their prime. Good. Our wicked foe fled from Sundrop Dance like twilight before dawn. My eyes closed in under 3 minutes. Yeah, you can still do Alexander, which like people are just gonna spam A1N. It's good to see you awake. Don't worry, you won't sleep for long. And judging by your fierce expression, the greater didn't stab any of your trademark vigor. Your work is done, Manifest. You did a commendable job as our shield, and now you can lay down your burden. Well, thanks to your bravery that I was able to deal the final blow to Leofine. And with the Greater back in our possession, I think we can consider this expedition across the sea to be a success. Sundu have helped us gather the wounded and see them safely off the Ishgard. Couldn't have done it without you. Helping protect allies as fiercely as Gaelic cat protecting kittens. Sundu are moved by your might. You were equally as impressive. I showed the Sundrop dance myself. Oh, I won't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. I know how to do it. Sundu seem to have everything well in hand, and Handeliv is likely to get to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. And return to Ishgard. Now, in a cruel twist of fate, In a cruel twist of fate, it's so annoying that I can't wear the Bohemian jacket. I do agree with that. I was falling asleep in this quest, but I'm feeling better. Maybe it was a micro nap. In what is a cruel twist of fate in a day where I need to really rush to get everything done? Clearly there's something wrong with my stomach. I need to go to the bathroom again. So I'm gonna quickly do that, and we will come back to finish off the quest. I had ham and cheese sandwiches for breakfast this morning. Maybe that was a bad idea, apparently. I shall return. And we are back. Let's go turn in the quest. Let's go turn in the quest. And then another an hour and a half, I will have to go back to the bathroom again. What's up, Ghana? I mean, to be fair, we did a dungeon and we're about to finish off this quest line in, I think, the same amount of time it took us to do just the Fizz DPS quest last week. So we are definitely going fast. We are locking in and going faster. Even with me having 2 breaks already. We are definitely going faster. I think the Fizz DPS with Viper quest last week, I think that was 3.5 hours. The heroes of the day have returned. Thanks to your valor, the threat Leofine poses is no more. Once more, not a single life was lost. She wanted to tear down the entire system of Ishgard by putting the knights to sleep and didn't kill a single one of them. On behalf of the Temple Knights, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to you all. You don't know me anythings. After all, it was my fault the Cradle was stolen in the first place. Ultimately, my fault that your delegation to Oxundu turned into a melee. Where would you have visit to see a gods was far from peaceful, but the one between the Zundu and Temple Knights has only been deepened through overcoming mutual adversity. Blessings often take inscrutable forms. And while we know we know not whether Leofine yet lives, we do know that she can no longer reach the source of her ill-gotten power, so we have little more to fear from her. With the crisis behind us, the common folk no longer have aught to fear. We can learn the story of Leofine's schemes and the hero who worked to foil them, and in time hope that trust in our order will be restored. Temple Knights shall continue to build relations with our neighbors for years to come. Relations which shall form the foundations for Ishgard's future. We would be honored if we could count you among our allies in this endeavor. Anything you need, simply call upon us. We'll be there, no questions asked. And with that, it's time we returned home. It's been an honor. We mustn't do till you allow on our way back, Manifest. We have business in those sorts. But let's speak with the Ishbali FTA before setting off. See you soon, hopefully. My neck still is really stiff. For 10 years, he alone defended his people without rest or sleep. Understanding the importance of tradition, but Master Tentawa seems to be more suited for walking a path of his own making. He needs but to know his own heart, and I believe these recent events have given him such knowledge. He is bound for greatness, regardless of how he chooses to live. I think I've been sleeping in a position where I just wake up and I fuck up my neck because I'm sleeping wrong. I know I've not really been able to get to sleep in my normal sleeping position lately. So I have been like moving to try and like find a spot where I can finally get to sleep each time for the last like week or so. And I guess whatever I end up doing means that over the course of the night my neck is in a bad position and just ends up getting very, very stiff. The neck doesn't hurt if I keep it like straight and everything like that, but like the moment I go to like turn it too much to the side, or especially if I try to crack my neck and I go to like tilt it to the side, that's when it's like, ooh, neck doesn't like that. I'm going to back to the Dawntrail manifest. I've been Ishgard for so long, I almost forgotten what it's like to sweat. But I remember now, you can be sure. It's disgusting. I've forgotten what it's like to sweat too, because I have an air conditioner now. Which I'm worried about how long that thing is going to fucking last, considering how much I use it. Manifest, there you are! I was afraid we wouldn't see you before we left. We arrived not long ago in a prize book heavy with everything that happened. This is the longest I've spent away from our village, but even though Talia and Ishgard were like entirely different worlds to me, I was only ever treated with kindness. Same thing the matter, Tentawa. Back from Women of Woman Heaven, chill with Agris. Nothing, it's just Something I've been thinking about. Our people have always been self-sufficient. The Guardians in the Zundu show that looking to your neighbor can reveal a way through the harshest difficulties. You heard Handaloo. The bond between Ishgard and Zundu was only made deeper through their shared ordeal. To trust another to such a degree, well, I think it's a goal we should all strive toward. We have at least one friend like that, don't we? She who bent her ears to every note of the narwhal's lullaby without a shade of fear in her eyes. Thank you, Manifest. For believing in us. Believing that no matter the outcome, your actions would not be in vain. In so doing, you taught me the worth of fighting alongside allies you can trust. Here is the Horshfont reference for Dawntrail. I don't think we've actually had one yet. I don't think Horshafont's actually been mentioned in the entirety of Dawntrail yet. But we were dealing with Ishgard and House Full Tom and tanking stuff, so here it is. Here's the Horshfont reference for Dawntrail. Even if your shield breaks, that is not the end. You're right. It's our faith in our allies, and their faith in us, that gives us the courage to protect each other. But approaching someone with open arms doesn't mean they'll accept you. The relations between our people and our neighbors have been strained by generations of mistrust. We must take care to mend them properly. We can do that, and learn to look toward the future hand in hand. Then we know you used to use the cradle ever again. People can sleep and dream untroubled and awaken with bright eyes. I want to see those days come to pass. Yeah. Me too. Then you and I can finally spend more time together. Right. Of course. Obligatory answers. Well, answers is everywhere. We've got answers way more, like, that's our first Horshfont reference. That's like our 50th, and by 50th I mean 500th, reference to answers in Dawntrail. We're gonna see this future, then we should get back to our village. Let me overjoyed to see the cradle returned. Thank you for everything, Manifest. Next time we meet, may we both have good news to share. Be careful of the cheese sandwich. Apparently cheese sandwiches mean you need to go to the bathroom repeatedly. It's every like hour and a half. Be careful. Be careful. It's apparently what cheese sandwiches are designed to do to you. No sleep till Tulia lol. No sleep till Tulia. Alright, these don't give titles, do they? Forgot those ones don't give titles. Get out of my chat log. Alright, we are now doing Fizz DPS because I don't have anything that I want to die for Fizz DPS for job yet. Did we have a job? I said machinist because I wanted to be like Kona. But what do we say here? Machinist! Like, oh! I just wanted to be like Kona. I just want to be like Kona and be like, yeah. Also, not really use machinist much since I swapped to the code. This is one of the few things where I'm using another job. This is the scouting version of this code because it has the longer ruffles there. Please, Yoshi P, make sure the Crystarium gear gets double dye soon. The aiming version of this, the undershirt is white, and I want to make the undershirt of this one white as well. It looks a lot better with the brown to have the undershirt be white. It stands out a lot more and looks cooler. But I want to use this version of the coat that has the longer, like, coat appearance to it rather than the short jacket appearance that the other one has. Yoshi P, please. Obligatory Rip Cowboy Syriac. I'm doing this in order review. Doing this in order review. Also, it means we get to what the fuck is a kilometer during this. To steal a steel hog. Rahul Jha's eyes are full of expectation. Or is it dust? Do we have like an estimated time frame on when all gear will have double dye? Because they've been like introducing it slowly as time goes on of previous gears getting double dye. But it's basically mainly been like really important stuff. Like the very, very notable stuff in terms of like job gear, glam gear, you know, random like, well, no, well, dungeon gear, a lot of it can't be dyed anyway, but like random leveling gear, random like tome gear, and hunt gear. None of that's really started. Because I really want this to be able to be double dyed at some point. Greetings. So you have decided to aid my people in retrieving our treasure, yes? They'll be glad to know my long and arduous journey from our homeland in the distant south of Dawntrail was not in vain. As for the treasure we would have you recover, it contains the undying essence of an armadillo vidral. These steel hogs, as we call them, rely on their tough hide to protect themselves from predators. The legends speak of one that lived to an extraordinary age, perhaps due to its natural suit of armor, and became to be known as Lord of the Forest. At the end of its long life, our ancestors enshrined the Vidral's soul within the steel hog vessel. It's Sonic the Hedgehog built like Metal Sonic. For generations since, the divine blessings it bestows have been a great boon to my people. So with like level 1 glam stuff, then job armors and relics and stuff, yeah. Well, some level 1 job gear, like some level 1 glam stuff didn't get it immediately and got it later, but most of the level 1 stuff got it before. But like, I haven't seen any tome gear get it yet. Those under its protection need not fear wild beasts, for Fang and Claw cannot harm them. This allows us to hunt in the forest without risking our lives. Again, to be fair, if this person is using one of these, if someone's using a vessel where it's just like, I can't be hurt, how do we stop them? This treasure, so crucial to our people, was stolen by a tall, slender merchant, or rather a man imposing as one. He came bearing exotic wares from foreign lands and served alcohol freely, toasting often new friendships. My people became caught up in the celebration, and in the morning the merchant was gone, along with the steelhog vessel. With that, we cannot bestow its blessing afresh upon our hunters. The effect wanes over time, and one by one we are losing our protection against the savage predators that stalk our lands. As my grandfather Seator Jar still possessed the treasure's blessing, we've been tasked with getting the steelhog vessel and returning it to the village. The tribe led us here to Dully-Alal, where we believe the perpetrator boarded a ship and made good his escape. The journey here has already pushed this scrapper body of mine beyond its natural limits, and a lengthy voyage by sea would likely be my end. Although I urged Seator Jar not to make the crossing alone, she was determined to give chase. Given that you hail from across the ocean, your knowledge of those lands would prove invaluable to her. Not only that, but our quarry may use the steelhog vessel to his own ends. Only a skilled warrior can stand against such a foe, and Seator Jar is no warrior. You'll have your treasure and 2 shakes of an armadillo's tail. I'll just shoot in between the gaps in the armor. I'm truly grateful. My granddaughter's first port of call is a place called Alamigo. You see, as a thief took all of his wares with him, the only clue I find was an empty boil of whatever grog he was serving. After asking the sailors here, seems it was produced in Alamigo. With no other leads, Seator Jar set forth. Once you arrive, she should not be difficult to find. These days, only a handful of Mumble Jar attempt the journey, most of them brutish mercenaries. Seator Jar is a far daintier creature, and is sure to have made favourable impression on the locals. May the steelhog watch over you. As Seator Jar is asking as travel to Alamigo, perhaps you should start your search by asking around Ralga's Reach, because Alamigo isn't a city. It's a dungeon. I like how they have to give you the pop-up for that one, just being like, yeah, Alamigo's not a city, so it's got a Ralga's Reach, actually. In regards to listening to my granddaughter, such a capable ally. Of course, retrieving the artifact is not most important, but it's Seator Jar's safety that concerns me most. I dread to think what dangers await her across the ocean. We have to specify Ralga's Reach. I wonder if it's something over time that they've regretted. Like, if over time they're just like, we fucked up by, like, not having Alamigo be a city. But again, I still think you could have made that work with, like, the current map. You just make the Alamigan Quarter function like Ralga's Reach, but we can't have that. Apparently, we can't recreate Moderna. We've lost the technology. Yes, I met the Mumble Jar girl you're after. She was looking for a tall, thin man. Some sort of thief, apparently. Something like the leader of a gang of bandits looks around Virjala. So I told her as much. Chances are that's where she's headed. Hope she stays out of trouble. Dealer. A Mumble Jar, you say? As it happened, she came over while cleaning the cannons. Showed me an empty arak bottle and said she was looking for the bloke it had belonged to. Thing is that brand's found all over Alamigo, so it wasn't able to help narrow down a search. Iraq. I do enjoy Iraq. Yes, I saw him on Mujara on my patrols, but he carried an enormous axe. Not at all like the person you describe. Well, we found out the correct one on the immediate first person we spoke to, so we should be okay. Could we have done Bud for Alamigo like we did Warrior for Ishgard? Sure, but I feel like we're not really there as a liberator of Alamigo, and you wanted to be a cowboy. We're not trying to flex, like, we actively flex our role as the savior of Ishgard, for that quest line. See, the problem is that, like, wanting to be a cowboy, yeehaw, I've already finished my sarsaparilla. I already finished, I mean, to be fair, at this point, I've also finished my energy drink, but that's, like, beside the point. I've already finished my sarsaparilla. Do I have another bottle of sarsaparilla in the fridge? Yes. But I'm also streaming tomorrow and the day after. What if I want sarsaparilla for that, for them? I only have 2 bottles left. What if I go super intense with it? What if I go ultra instinct cowboy mode with it? What if we get the sarsaparilla and then we mix it with whiskey? What if we have a sarsaparilla and whiskey cocktail? Ew. Here, let me apply some of this ointment. It's a common remedy where I come from. Oh, a healing hand. This poor soul's tapped by a highwayman. I could use help tending to his wounds. Don't worry about me, it's my escort is in trouble. He's in pursuit of the thieves and I fear he's bitten off more than he can chew. Please, will you help him? Oh, chocobos, you're so adorable. Ba 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 ba. You thieving bastards! What? But how? Oh no, he's cunty! He is wearing a combination of Arena Skater and Lunar Envoy. Behold! Ah! Nothing like a bit of divine intervention to tip the scales in my favor. With this artifact in my hands, I'm invincible! Another one, eh? Not that it matters. Kakuja! It's time you earned your coin! Ah, this is the axon that they were talking about. Appreciate assistance, but he wasn't joking about divine intervention. Some strange force pushing me away. I can't even get near them. Stealing vessel, return her at once! And the stolen goods! Oh ho ho! You followed me all the way here from your backwater village. Alas, your journey has been for naught. The vessel is mine! I shelter fight! Shelter? Shelter fight! We'll make it better, we'll maybe, fucking no. We'll make better use of the artifact than you and your ill gamer could. By the might bestowed upon me, I will become savior of the oppressed and destitute. In light of your migraine ambitions, the vessel's power would be wasted on the likes of you. If you're not hunt without it, I suggest a change of diet. I hear the acorns are delicious at this time of year. Run away! Again, they're all posing themselves as being like, we're gonna overthrow the system! Yeah! And they're all like idiots and dumbasses and assholes about it. Damn it all, I was so close. But now it's not time for regrets. These two are in need of a healer. I'll see them safe to Raga's reach. Would you mind meeting us there? Once the injuries have been treated, we'll be able to tell the resistance soldiers what happened. We did notice one thing there. We did notice one thing during that interaction, though. Killer Queen can only have one bomb active at any time. In order to be able to change the location of the bomb from one spot to another, or to move Killer Queen from one location to another, Killer Queen did need to be recalled. So we do have that. Thought I could handle whatever ruffians in the desert might throw at us. So that's what I turned out to be. Losing all our stock's a bitter pill to swallow. We're lucky they didn't take our lives as well. No, you'll summon the Steel Ball Run fanatics. It's alright, you'll get the second episode sometime this year. I'm glad we made it safe without any more trouble. Those bandits wouldn't dare step foot in this place. However, they're invincible. Why wouldn't they? How rude of me. I never asked your name. Or how you chanced to cross us, for that matter. Yeah, your grandfather sent me here. Came all the way from Taliel at my grandfather's behest? I can't tell you how grateful I am. As for the highwaymen, they possess the Steelhog vessel. They possess the Steel Ball Run, a treasure from my village. Not only does it grant protection from harm, it also produces a potent spin when the barrier is dispelled. As long as our enemies have the vessel, attacks close quarters will be extremely risky. You're doing the opposite of Cryo. Although, as we say in my village, cracks form in even the mightiest of shields. Knowing this, we are careful not to rely too heavily on its power. But now that the Steelhog vessel has been stolen, the self-same power has been turned against innocent people such as yourselves. I only hope you can forgive me for allowing this to happen. There's nothing to forgive. If anything, we should thank you for coming to our aid. That shelter fighter and his lackeys have a lot to answer for. Indeed. We got the resistance our testimony, so with any luck, the information will go somewhere to clap on those bastards in irons. I'll go with you. Soldiers here need to be warned about the vessel. No, leave that to us. We'll relay what you've told us word for word. After all, you'll need to move quickly to have any chance of getting your artifacts back. When you catch those robbers, give them one from me. Oh, that's so cute. Is this I forget which one's Supergo and which one's Bunoa. I forget which one's which. But these ones with like the bit like this one Hubigo. Yeah, because the Bunoa have got the chameleon eyes. I really like how again I love that variety of just you've got the ones that have like the big chameleon eyes, and then you've got the ones that have the like the big round orb eye, like pupil eyes. Having a manifest, hoping count you to be there for whatever else comes. Like the variety in the Mamoja. And the lighter blue ones are Doppler. Doppler or a palette swap. I sense you're eager to get started, but I need time to plan our next move. Bandits aren't known for being found easily. I was surprised to see a fellow Mamoja among them. I don't imagine why that Kakucha would work for shelter fights of all people. Yeah, Doppler wear cool feather hats. They're like the mage class. Unfortunately, there's little no diversity among the same species. Yeah, yeah, you don't get that, unfortunately, but yeah. But I do like the difference, at least in the others. I need to go to the bathroom again. Of course it's the day that I have to rush. Of course it's the day where we have like a massive time limit on to do everything. Is the day that like my body is betraying me. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. I shall be back. And we are back. See, told ya. Let's learn how to shoot in the gaps and the holes in the armor. Bandits about. The host is not the easiest face to read. See, told Jar's expression suggests he has vital information to share. Manifest. I heard something that might help us. One of the soldiers has been contending with the same bandits who stole the vessel. I'll go and find him. Give me a moment, would you? And now I sit waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ha! When you told me she'd been sent assistant, I never would have guessed it would have been the savior of Alamigo herself. Something of a local celebrity, I take it. I'd love to hear more about that, but for now, let's concentrate on the matter at hand. Yes, quite. The bandits you've been chasing are behind a spate of recent events in Alamigo. What's more, it appears that shuttle fight is part of a larger network known as the Passage of the Unbound, which is spreading its mayhem far and wide. In particular, they've been carrying out raids on trade caravans heading here from Gridania. We've increased patrols along that route, but the bastard strikes so quickly they've usually made good their escape by the time aid arrives. On the rare occasions we caught them in the act, they use some kind of device or magic object to deflect our arrows and send us sprawling. That's the steel vessel! It was stolen from my village, you see. Sorry for all the trouble it caused. I'm now realizing as part of this, like, we're going to old expansion areas. That guy's just introverted. All of this, we're going into, like, different areas, right? Like, we're going to all previous, we're going in the areas previous zones for all of the, role quests here. It's now dawning on me that it's like, oh, this is kind of like what we did, like, because in Shadowbringers it was going through current areas for the expansion just the first. But in Endwalker it was like, oh, explicitly older areas to, like, bring them into the fold of the story of, like, what's happening with the final days. It's like a final epilogue for most of the areas. It's now dawning on me, oh, wait a minute, Endwalker now counts as an old expansion in this. Are we just going to go back to the same areas that we went to for the Endwalker job quest, or are we also going to possibly go to, like, Falner or like Labyrinthos or Garlemald? I'm gonna guess none of them are gonna take one of the vessels and go to Ultima Thule or anything, but like, there's a couple zones that it's reasonable for an average person to go to in Endwalker still. He took my artifact onto the moon. He's causing havoc with the Loperites. The one who took it, Shelterfied, said something about using its power to help the oppressed and destitute. What do you think he meant by that? Garlemald's already how much worse troubles can you cause in Garlemald? Sounds familiar. Reports say the thieves were shouting something along those lines during the other raids. They claim the merchants are overworking and underpaying their laborers and therefore deserve to be targeted. We can't let them interrupt the interstellar hippo races. I don't see how stealing a bunch of goods helps the workers, and there's not a shred of evidence that anyone is being exploited. Well, I'm sticking it to the man. I'm sticking it to the man. All of these major corporations, I'm sticking it to them. By stealing not so much product from their stores that it affects the bottom line of the business in any capacity. But it does mean that whoever the poor worker was on shift at the time does get punished for it. I'm sticking it to the man. If you ask me, they're just in it for the money. In any case, their reasons won't matter if Joe wants them behind bars. But for that, we'll have to catch them first. Most recent incident occurred near Porta Praetoria, one of the waypoints on the road to the palace. Do we have to continue calling things by their Gallian name? Do we have to do that? If you want to know more, you best hear it straight from the commander there. Anyway, I'll send word ahead and let him know you're coming. Assuming you are, that is. One of them somehow went to the first. So I was thinking, like, yeah, like, the first is, like, very explicit in terms of what can and can't happen there. This sounds like a promising lead. Soldiers here were good enough to explain the lie of the land to me, so you shouldn't have any trouble making the journey by myself. I'll see you there. Yeah, like, Hildebrand can have a reason to go there. Hildebrand is absurd enough that, you know what? Hildebrand being caught up in, like, Graha, oh, well, not Graha, Elidibus's magic. Ah, don't let you portal, open a portal to reflection. Yes, this should have come up earlier. I think I found the right person. It's rather difficult to tell who's who with the matching uniforms. But like, even Hildebrand didn't go to Ultima Thule. Though the Hippo Uber Eats from Flavner did go to Ultima Thule, so there is that. There was that. Uber Eats did go to the edge of existence. Now you want to talk about companies exploiting their workers. Here's your Uber Eats delivery. Edge of existence? Fuck, I was just there. Good, you're both here. My colleague at the Reach has told me everything. I can confirm that we've had several sightings of shelter fights in his gang in recent days. They've been taken to ambushing our patrols. Whereas most brigands would flee from armed and armored soldiers, they also take pleasure in goading us into attacking. There are no standards for absurdity. The treasure they carry makes them invulnerable. It can also be a devastating blast, but it's only effective at short range. Shelter fight wants to draw your soldiers into close quarters because they stand no chance. Well, that explains their uncommon boldness. Thank you. This information will go far in helping us contend with the bandits. That's why I need a gun, so I can shoot them from a distance. Sorry to interrupt. Assault workers? We're on the locks. Who might you be? Oh, simple peddlers, my good lady. I myself am a Gordanian stock. After learning my craft in the markets of Uldar, and I deliver all manner of finery to eager patrons throughout Eorzea. Are you secretly the person? This is our second villain Ellison of the day. So now seeing another Ellison, I immediately have to be like, But enough about that. I hope you'll forgive me. I couldn't help but overhear you mention a gang of highwaymen. We had similar tales from other traders passing through, and it seems some stretches of the road are more dangerous than others. But the bandits are most often seen at a specific location not far from here. If you like, we can take you there ourselves. Please, by all means. Totally not a trap. Wait, my neighbor's gonna take care of herself, but I can't allow any more civilians necessary into an area, but believed to be teaming with bandits. It seems not a choice but I'll ask you to go without me. Sorry, but those highwaymen did turn up. I wouldn't be much good in a fight. Well, you'd have to investigate. I'll see if there's any more information to be had here. That's settled. I shall leave my newfound friend in your capable hands. What? Oh, if you say so. I suppose we should be on our way then. We don't run into those highwaymen. You'll protect us, right? I knew he was evil. Once head your way now. You know what to do. Garrulous traitor. What's unacceptable? If you do this without my help, I'll find someone who can. Show some backbone for once. He is the evil man. I am right to not trust any Ellisons. I was right to be racist. Don't clip that out of context. So they can tell me anything about shelter fighting this gang. Be careful out there, won't you? Should you encounter highwaymen, I trust you'll exercise some degree of restraint. Can't interrogate the suspects if you've already reduced them to bloody pulp now, can we? Just put them on their asses and leave the rest to us. So good having my fellas know you have been sub any bandits around here. I was having caravans invested in some rubber escorts who wouldn't be such easy targets. So I'm back to my chocobo. I don't have to pick again. I probably should find a mount for each job that like suits the job. To be like, oh, this like machinist, I should get some form of like flying machine. I should unlock Air Force One. mount and then use that. Did you hear that? Those balls must be on my imagination. Let's not dally it too long, eh? I'm almost there, just on the other side of this gully. Actually, I'm still you wait here while you're going ahead. That is already close enough for my liking. Alright, let's go get ambushed. See, unfortunately, what these ambushers are not aware of, what they do not seem to understand, I always carry that motherfucking thing on me! Die! Correct, you never stood a chance. What just hit me? Please stop, I've got no more bones to break! See, they're not aware of this. They're not aware that I got that fang on me. Then you can't gather from tide nodes outside your home world? Nope. Nope. I don't know how you would exploit it because all worlds are on the same time system. But I assume it's just in case people found a way to exploit it. They're obviously multiple worlds to get the node multiple times. I guess, yeah, there would be enough time to world... I guess there would be enough time to world travel, yeah. I guess there would be enough time to world travel between things in one window, yeah. You're back? I mean, welcome back! Yes, that's it. You beat them? All of them? I'm very fortunate. Well, then I must contact the boss. I'm sure he'll want to know all about this. You're still talking to your friend and the commander. They'll be glad to hear you've come to no harm. Locke's music continues to be goated. Locke's music is awesome. I just wish the lighting here was the same. Also, Stormblood music for some reason is just particularly loud. You'll never guess what, boss? She trounced a lot of them. Ah, yes, understood. Not quite sure why, but he said they'll be here in a jiffy. One jiffy later. Is it true? You beat them all single-handedly? Single-gunnedly. Let's be good. I'm glad you aren't outside. Anyway, I'll take it from here. My, very impressive. Naturally convenient for those villains to appear exactly where we thought they would too. But above all, I'm glad no one was hurt. Well, no one important, that is. Wait to see everyone's safe. Must take a lot of courage to bring manifest here, knowing that danger could be lurking around every corner. Are you sure you're alright? If you're putting on a brave face for our benefit, there's no need, I assure you. No, we're fine. Couldn't be better. No theme of comedy playing at all. Well, then I sense enough excitement for one day. We're just on our way to Alamigan Quarter. Where's the sell, deals, the broker, that sort of thing. It has to be some time before any ne'er-do-wells have the gore to descend upon the, this neck of the, desert. And as for you, my friends, I'd advise you not to stray too far from the beaten path. We know it's good for you. Ta-ta! Manifest just immediately being like, so you know they're the evil guys, right? There's nothing left for us to do here, so let's head back to Port Praetoria. So, like, you know they're the evil ones, right? Aww. No epic drum beats to bang my head to. Well, that was all very strange. One moment they're helping us apprehend criminals, the next they're very soft pale their words elsewhere. Merchants certainly are a busy lot, aren't they? Not that I'm complaining, of course. Those suspects in custody, I'm sure the reasons we had to wring some valuable information from them. Torture's legal in this universe. I expect all that ringing will take a while, though. It's a really long time to waterboard someone. Looks like I've been given an opportunity for a little rest. Certainly earned it. Take me to your leader. See, the job's patiently waiting for the resistance to finish interrogating the captured highwaymen. Like I said, the resistance have been interrogating the captured highwaymen for long enough to get some answers from them. They look even more about where we can find Shuttle Fight. I'm sure the commander is as eager as I will put us up to his misdeeds. Let's go and see if she's unearthed any useful information. How many torture scenes exist in 14? Or at least like allusions to torture where it's like pretty much like, yeah, this is definitely likely what's happening. I think that Jacob Geller video that's like looking at all of the torture cutscenes in Call of Duty, all 46 of them. Does it need to be every questline? Is it like a requirement? Is it a requirement of every questline that we do? I just about to send someone for you. God, you can save me the bother. I have a favor to ask you both. I'm gonna let the criminal walk free and I want you to follow him. So our questioning has revealed that the bandits are indeed working on Shuttle Fight. We got one of them loose, he might lead us straight into their den. When the mission fails and you're discovered, you may find yourselves confronted with a number of outlaws. We're milking that the fact that this is ARR too. Not anymore. Not anymore. This is side content. This doesn't need to be ARR anymore. The main story can be ARR. But this is side content. I consider sending my own men, but I expect that by now the bandits know our faces. After mine of his little explain to Gully, I'm sure she alone can handle whatever trouble may come our way. I'll go with her. Really does sound like the shuttle fights. I need to be there when we find it. Very well, but when it comes to the fight, you stay behind Manifest, understood? All the suspects are brought over now, but remember what I said and just stay with our son until he leaves. This has got to be some form of like illegal, right? Although I guess people being released like from prison, like people being released on bail and then being tracked with like house arrest like alarms does also happen in real life, so. Don't look at me like that, I said I'm sorry, didn't I? That you did several times. As much as it galls me, there's no evidence to contradict your claim that you're acting in self-defense, nor is it tangible proof of any other wrongdoing. We have no choice but to let you go. You have someone to go, I presume? Suppose I can find workload and caravans in Algieri. Seems as good a place as any for making a quick turning over a new leaf. Why do these hunts look like first beasts? Now that you've said that, I'm never gonna be able to unsay it. But holy shit, you're so right. In that case, I'll have you escorted there. But you best keep your nose clean and we'll come down on you like a tons of bricks. I never nearly left my house. If you've had moon among his neighbor mates for long, you'll be right there behind him. But now we need to know his location of their den. Do not attempt to approach the suspects. I've sent word to head to Algieri. Once you have the information we need, report to the troop station there. Here's what we're waiting for. Let's go. So Trauma's extra strong and Alamegans apparently turns their houses into beasts. I mean, they were under Gallian occupation for 25 years, and before that, it's not like things were much better. It's not like things were amazing before the Empire took over Alamigo for Alamigo. For Alamigo! Say the line, Bart. Sloppy! Yay! There he is. So much fun working out like Geary. He's only just arrived and he's already leaving town. Now comes the tricky part. Giving eyes him and his eyes off us. Sit close. Too close. I'm a trained ninja? I'll be fine. I just gotta be, you know, a gunslinger for this instead. Ha! Free at last! Freedom! Freedom to commit all of the crimes that I want! You are gonna get spotted. We normally don't have, like, another alternate NPC with us while we do this type of quest. So she's just gonna show us where to go. Da 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 da. We found a lucky kill. Left, I think. Is he trying to get rid of us? Looks like I'm not being followed, he says out loud. Are those buildings abandoned? Could have sworn I heard something. It's so bizarre that we have someone who just goes and just hides in the right spot the whole time for this. Hang on. What happened to the others who got caught? Not my problem, I suppose. Time to head back. Oh, he's on the run now. Ta-da! Yay, we did it! Oh my god, they're back! Those are the merchants we met at Port of Pretoria! So they just let you go out of the kindness of their hearts, is that it? Not only that, but you came crawling straight back here, leading whoever they sent to track you right to our doorstep. I swear it, no one followed me! Soldiers took me as far as Algieri and then they went back the way they came. I made sure there were specks in the distance before I even set foot outside of town. So there's no choice but to take you at your word, although it's worth much. When those little charades at an end, let us change into something a little more drab. A little less drab. But not in my hair, I can feel. I went to just move my hair and now I feel a massive knot in my hair. Oh shit! Now we're dressed fancily. I'm back in my lunar envoy gear and my Rena Skeeter mask. Or possibly Akio Kingdom, because they're like a reskin and recolor. It's a fight. Why did you make us fight that woman without the blessing? She should have killed a lot of us without breaking a sweat. A mere oversight, that is all. Though it pains me to admit it, even the invulnerability granted by the artifact, the likes of us are ever at the mercy of the truly powerful. I never expected that Mumble Shah wretch to hire a warrior of such a caliber to retrieve the vessel. A pox on those interfering nincompoops! Nincompoops? Well, why would I go and say I'm a bad sort? Hey, maybe, but it's plain that our heart's in the right place. Truly are pathetic. Not only did you fail miserably, but now you're sympathizing with the enemy? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't rid myself of you permanently. All of the others are just like, we thought you were a revolutionary helping the poor and the downtrodden. You're just kind of being an asshole. No, please, we owe you everything, Shatterfight. Without you, we are nothing. I have a fun mask. They were all in on this from the beginning. Shadowfight pulling the strings. This is how he treats his friends. Imagine what he'd do to his enemies. You couldn't stay away, could you? Oh, shit. What? Imbecile, you let them right to us! Kakuja, eliminate these vermin! People here are probably surprised to see A, one of Imam and B, one that isn't pretending to be stupid. I'm gonna shoot you with my gun! Let me handle this, Minor Fist. But I want to shoot them with my gun. I want to shoot them with my gun. You're from Thrall, working here as a mercenary, yes? The one who hide, you stole the Sealog vessel from my village. We need its less stand chance against the beast of the forest. I can't return home without the vessel. Either you return home empty-handed or you won't be returning at all. I'd rather not harm my fellow Travali, so get out of here before I change my mind. Bought enough time by listening to your blathering. Don't let me catch you sniffing around our tails. Suddenly nighttime. Shut the fight, his underlings are out of sight. Thought I could make that Kakuja see sense. Physically, no mood to listen. Our best options report to the resistance members in Algeria and share what we've learned. Again, the idea that they're all like talking about being like major revolutionaries and we're gonna save the world and everything like that, and then half of them are just like shithouse idiots. It's kind of funny. That's how things turned out. We appreciate your corporation investigation. Information provided us clearly given us a lot to consider. From what I hear, you almost gave the blows to the Mumble Jar Cell Sword, or Cell Axe, I suppose. Glad it didn't come to violence, especially given the power these bandits have at their disposal. Even so, we thank you for braving such a dangerous mission. No thanks are needed. Just might have passed this investigation as resistance. I'm sure we can agree we'll need to work together to take down Shadowfinder's gang. Their performance supported by Tori just showed us how cunning they are. It would seem so, yes. I'm told that little Atsu was most convincing. I'll be sure to warn my comrades against any similar shenanigans. As for the two of you, you be careful out there. What if we were able to see anything in Alamiga? Wouldn't that be fun? Again, they clearly realized at some point, shit, we never made Alamiga a city. So now we just always have to guide people to either Alamigan Quarter or Porta Praetoria for any of the, like, the questing for it. A decision that it feels like they do regret. things considered, I'd say that went fairly well. Shadowfight used the same trick as last time he came to my village, namely posing as a simple trader when he's in fact a dastardly thief. Still, even my skilled ads could fake the fear in his men's eyes. Because the Shadowfight has complete control over them, and they are powerless to resist. No one doesn't seem afraid of him as Kakujo. He even let us go when he had no obligation to do so. I think that if we had a chance to talk, we might find some common grounds. I'd like to think that. But if not, then face me, not as a machine, but as the real you. Oh, the lighting. Yeah, the lighting's like shit in Dawntrail. Well, in Stormblood, the lighting is terrible. I knew you would. Never much of a fighter, but I'll make up for it in other ways. I feel like a judge a character for one. You didn't pick up that any informations weren't merchants and were the actual bad guy we were after. What do you mean judge a character? Most of my life I lived in a remote village deep in the forest. I had hardly any contact with the outside world, so the thought of talking to strangers was quite daunting at first. But over the course of my journey, I traveled through all kinds of places. There's one thing I've learned. It's this. Wherever you go, people are people. In the end, our cultures and the places where we go don't make that big of a difference. None of us perfect and we each have our faults. And even if it's harder to find in some than in others, I believe there's good in us all. That's why I hope we have another chance to speak with their thieves. And go. I was telling them to try not to beating to them. So try talking some sense into them. Talk their jutsu. Having said, well, all of that, I can't feel a shred of goodness in that shut-off there. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough, or perhaps violence is the only language he understands. So things might get a little rough before he's deciding to. Things might get a little rough before he's deciding to listen. Anyway, we can save him for last. I'm trying to think of a way to reach out to the other members of the gang. Just give me a little time, would you? I guess these people are little giant minor feels. I can only see vague shapes. The milk of Mamoja kindness. So that I was playing his second shape. Oh, right. Oh, good. Oh, something resembling a plan. First, we need to track down the members of Shadowfight's gang. Then we'll try convincing them to leave. Considering how terrified most of them were, I'm sure they're eager to free themselves of Shadowfight's outburst. With fewer followers, you'll pose less of a threat to the people of Alamiko. We'll stand a better chance of taking out the Steelhawk vessel. Of course, we know now Kakujo and some of the others members by sight, so it shouldn't take too long to track them down. In that case, let's start looking. Rest assured, I'm always a fan of you. Besides, if your role is to defend off bandits and like, mine should be to gather information and whatnot. Does that not sound fair to you? As happens, our resistance friend station here had some interesting news to share. Apparently, two men posing as merchants that we met before were spotted nearby, engaging in trading conversation with caravan owners. All to nefarious ends, no doubt. They were lost in a place called Alagana, so we should over there right away. One has a beard and the other has blue eyes. Assuming they haven't changed their disguises, they should be fairly easy to find. By the way, I couldn't say that before because I was in Auburn, but I fully thought sarsaparilla was a New Vegas thing. Sounds like sarsaparilla. No, sarsaparilla. Real drink. Real drink. It's the thing is like sarsaparilla is the name of an actual thing. Like, probably won't be able to read it even if I hold it up there. Because sarsaparilla is it's derived from sarsaparilla root. Sarsaparilla root is what they use to like make the flavor of sarsaparilla. If you've never tried sarsaparilla, the equivalent flavor it's root beer. It's within that same field of flavors as root beer, black licorice, aniseed, stuff like that. It's not exactly the same, but yeah. I thought sarsaparilla was a blowfly or something. Well, in New Vegas, you have sunset sarsaparilla. Because in pre-war Fallout, Vegas is one of the few places where Nuka-Cola didn't take over to be the #1 soft drink of existence. Because you do have Sunset Sarsaparilla. Salsapilla? That could be a non-English name for it. But I don't know enough Spanish to know to confirm. Yeah, I like root beer. I quite enjoy sarsaparilla. One of those odd things. I'm always confused. I'm always confused by it for stuff of just like black licorice. I don't like, but there are things that I can tell taste similar to black licorice that I do like, and I don't know why. Why is there a random Moogle palm on Teal? Moogles are everywhere. Eek. Eek. Found you. Ah, good work, Manifest. Well, good evening. What can I do for you? You start by dropping the affable merchandise. Nothing but a front for your real line of work. Safety certified! The frame one. It's the frame one. Is that what you really want? You seem so scared of him before. Look, we're not here to hurt you. We just want to retrieve the vessel. If you explain what's going on here, we might even be able to help you. Why don't you start by telling us your names? The names? He's doing the Brooke Avu thing again. He's doing the Brooke Avu thing. Just quivering there. Ah! Immediately. Oh, I'm fine. Come to think of it, no one said shut up I'd ask us that. It was always you there, or some undeserved insult instead. I'm Avenel, and this here is Pepin, both born and bred in Uldar. We were struggling to make ends meet, and Shell Certified, claiming to be a merchant, took us under his wing. Right, he said he was just like us, exploited and sick of bending over backwards for the rich and powerful. Then he showed us the artifact and told us it had power to change the world for the better. With its blessing, he could shrug off the charge of an Aurochs like it was a soft breeze, making you practically invincible. Imagine how impressed we were and exactly as instructed. First, he told us to pretend to be merchants so we could scout out vulnerable caravans. Next thing you know, we were joining him on raids. We never wanted to hurt anyone, but when we owed Shutterfight for giving us the power to strive for a better life. And when we saw what happened to anyone who spoke up against him, it still makes my blood run cold to think about. Shutterfight mentioned before that he's also from Uldar. Assuming he's telling the truth, that is. Seems to me his gangs mostly form people with a simple background, but what? Kakulja. He's a mercenary, right? Yes, hired by Shuttleflat. He's so skilled that I doubt he even needs the blessing. Normally keeps to himself, but he once told me about his homeland, an ocean away. Perhaps it's not unlike my own. Avenel, Pippin, if you still view us as enemies, we appreciate you telling us the truth. I really wanted to thank you. You've shown us more kindness than Shuttleflat ever has. There is one other thing though. But one more thing. Although you know about the crimes we've been party to, could you give us some time to straighten things out? Once it's all over, we'll turn ourselves in. I promise. I don't know that minigame though. Wait. Sorry, my brain is tired. My brain went. The fucking Christ. My brain was like immediately just jumped to a completely different thought and then decided talking about a random different train of thought. My brain was like my brain immediately jumped to like thinking of like the color-coded minigame in Killer 7 from earlier this week and how it wasn't a minigame. I'm tired in that sense where my brain is just like dropping a train of thought and just picking up something else of just like... For some reason, I just started thinking about Killer 7. And I was like, thinking of like the mini game of like the... We had like all these color-coded switches to open up a gate. I was about to be like, but wait a minute, the mini game didn't even make us do the mini game and just filled it in for itself. I'm like, wait a minute, why the fuck am I thinking about this? Why the fuck am I thinking about Killer 7? What the fuck? I'm tired. I'm very tired very early for some reason. I need to hold a baby mama shot into the armpits and toss them up and make it go, wee! My brain is tired. Of course, we're not the only ones looking to cut ties to Shuttle Fight. We'll try to persuade the others to leave the gang. Not only that, with us acting as your man on the inside, we can help you take back your treasure. What do you say? This plan just might work. Count us in. I'll just hold off for now. I'll give you the chance to put things right. You won't regret it. We'll return to the den and talk to the others. Taxon, be careful. 1 hour in Q-Pop Alliance Raid Day will be hell. Why are queue times so fucking bad now? Why are queue time? How have queue times gotten so fucking god awful in this game? Like, I'm at a point like I'm trying to like cap my weekly shit, right? Like I'm trying to actually gear in terms of tomestones, but I'm having so few pops for it that it's just like I've only gotten 285 mnemonics this week. Like. Can it be fixed by, should we do, if we want to run roulettes, do we want to especially for Alliance raids because they're always long, do we want to just go to Aether? I always hear that Aether's more populated and like people go to Aether for raiding, which ends up leading a lot of people to just stay on Aether for their roulettes. Will it be faster if we just go to Aether? Will it be quicker? To be honest, that went a lot better than I expected. Aether's in lockdown at the moment. Oh, so we can't even get there. Awesome. We need cross data center duty finder. It needs to happen. No, well, better than I expected. And although it was fairly obvious from the outset, they confirmed my suspicions about Kakulja traveling here to find work as a mercenary. Remember his reaction when we first encountered him? I have a feeling he and I are both from a similar part of Terral, and you're surprised to see someone like me here in Eosia. Whatever the reason, you let us go twice now. Maybe aiding and abetting a famous criminal, but I refuse to believe he's a bad person. It's worth talking to him, and for that we'll need to create an opportunity. The way he spoke about his homeland, Avenel and Pepper, means he probably misses it, which gives me an idea. Where I come from, we have a tradition of using incense burners. If Gakuljar's village is anything like mine, that fragrance will remind him of home. And just when he's feeling all homesick and vulnerable, we'll make our move. The incense itself is made from copal, a type of tree resin. You think you can collect some of that while I gather the other resin? Ingredients? I should come with this idea back in Algier and ask our resistance associated with my fine copal. Good news is that there should be something in place called Last Forest. Bad news, the smell attracts all sorts of horrible creatures, so try not to get eaten. I'll try to find someone that sells all the ingredients we need. As for the copal, well, I suppose we could just buy some. There's nothing quite like resin straight from the tree. When it comes to the burner itself, luckily I bought my own, so I'll just give Kakulja mine. I'll try to turn with the Sealig vessel to Chile Alal. I can treat myself to a brand new one. Can we get some daylight, please? You will abide by the game not showing you anything. Where's display settings? We're pretty high up. No. Oh, you gotta go that way. Gamma correction 30. Is this better? Thing is, it's always gonna come through darker on, like, just the way that game capture works. It's gonna come through darker on your screen than my screen. We might end up with a, I guess. Thing is, if I blow it, like, I can blow out the color correction. I can blow out, that's the wrong one. I can blow out the gamma correction to, like, all the way here, but that makes it look really washed out. That ends up being really washed out. Might end up with a full party for Arcadion. You know... You know, I don't. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to move to Aether permanently. I like the Abolos and I like Crystal for like community aspects. But I'm just thinking like if we want to do like on Alliance Raid Day or maybe like out of a night when I am trying to pop roulettes because it's so late in the day. Should I just pop over to Aether and see if it's faster? If we get, the thing is, if we get a full party for the Arcadion, you know what we could do? If we get a full party for the Arcadion or get close to it, we could eye level the entire tier. Trying to get Easter lunch on Sunday because otherwise not be able to get to Arcadion. Religious families. Religious families who actually celebrate Easter. With only DC with Belmont. The idea though of Easter being an actual holiday that people celebrate is still such a foreign concept to me. Because I grew up with me and all of the friends that I had, and like not one of our families ever actually celebrated Christmas. Celebrated Easter. The most you'd celebrate Easter is like kids get some chocolate eggs on Sunday. I'm like, even my dad, even my dad who was like fake religious, and by that I'm not denigrating any religion here. I'm denigrating what the fuck my dad was with that. My dad was like, I'm a Christian, but I don't believe in Christianity. I believe in my own form of Christianity. Because he was a very weird person. Apparently, Christianity dividing into several sects throughout human history wasn't enough. Apparently, my dad needed to adopt his own that only he had. Like, his was like, oh, you can't eat meat on Good Friday, and he would stick to that. But then wouldn't, like, do anything to celebrate Easter outside of that. It's like Coppola smell. This is what it smells like when trees cry. Oh my, this is quite the find. Once I mix this with the other ingredients, I'll have a batch of traditional incense ready for burning. Unfortunately, preparation takes a little while, so in the meantime, could you begin the search for Kakul Jar? According to locals, Mammal Jar has been seen near the river which runs through Rust Rock. All the dust swirling about this place, can't imagine you want to wash it all off somewhere. I find myself bathing more than usual here, so I can relate. Do you do bathing ritual dances? Do you do bathing ritual dances? Why does I fucking fake an illness? Wait, I'm now confused by time zones. How would your Easter lunch overlap with my stream? Because Arcadion's on my Sunday. Which I'm like, Australia's like one of the furthest ahead in the world. So for most people watching the stream, you start streaming at midnight on Sunday. Oh, for you it's midnight. I guess if the stream goes long enough, that would hit lunch. Like by the time you need to get ready and go for it. Or if you stayed up for it, you'd have to like stay awake the entire time or go to sleep and be fucked. You'd get to lunch sleepwalking, yeah. Yeah. I was about to say, it shouldn't overlap with lunch, but now thinking about it, yeah. You'd be awake the entire time right before the lunch, yeah. That's fair. Hi, Kakulja. What are you doing here? Oh, there you are. Yeah, I have a present for you. It's an incense burner. The metal case is an old one I happen to have with me, but I made the incense from fresh ingredients, including copper that Minifest collected. Why not try lighting it? I'm sure the aroma will bring back pleasant memories of home. And on the third day, she was too eepy. There's no need. I'd recognize that smell anywhere. But as much as I long to return home, I'd rather not be reminded of what I left behind. What I might never see again. As things stand, I chose to continue working as Shuttlefight's mercenary, no matter what crimes he commits. But why? The fare for a ship back to Dawntrail is enough to buy a mansion here in Eorzea. At least that's what Shuttlefight told me. Said if I serve him loyally, he'd cover the cost of my journey home. Hold on a moment. Surely that can't be right. People rich and poor travel from Eorzea to Tilial all the time. Well, since I'm familiar with local customs for negotiations and such, Shuttlefight offered to speak with the ship's owner in my stead. Compared to the journey from Dawntrail to Eorzea, traveling the opposite direction is far more perilous due to the weather conditions and so forth. Were not for Shuttlefight's skill at the bargaining table, the price would have been even higher. Well, so he said. I've been played for a fool, haven't I? An unscrupulous thieving snake in the grass! You won't get away with this. I guess the idea is like ships travel back and forth between continents here for just like trade so frequently. You're rarely on like a passenger ship when you're going between continents in this game. You're usually on some form of trade vessel. So I guess the idea is the trade vessel just get people to go on there and they don't charge that much for it because it's like, we're going in that direction anyway. Let's just have it, let's charge enough that people can actually pay for it. So we just get some extra hands on there and just be like, hey, help us out with doing some of the stuff on the ship that needs to be done. That's the cost of the free ticket. And also, we're going that way anyway, so we don't need to charge you a shitload. Because if you think about in-game currency-wise, which I don't know how reflective of, like, reality that would be, but, like, it's 300 gil to go to Kagane, which is not a lot. It's not a lot. I guess, yeah, there's nothing in universe that has ever suggested that it's expensive to go on the large ships that go between continents. And I think most of the time when we're on there, they are pretty explicitly trade vessels. On the ship we were on was specifically chartered with the Third Promise. We'll come out traveling on it. I mean, yeah, like, for her it could be different because she is royalty of Taral. So that may have been books for her. But also, there were just random passages on there. As we saw and as we've run into them multiple times. There also were just random people who were aboard the ship. Like Fontaine, sorry. Like Fontaine was just aboard the ship. Scrupulous thing is like in the grass, I'll get away with this. I have an idea. You should come with me to Lims Laminsa, where I can introduce you to the captain of the merchant ship. Yeah, merchant ships. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah. He's trying to give you passage home for a fair price. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, this would be why travel isn't that expensive. Because they're merchant ships. They're going that way anyway. They're probably not going to charge ridiculous amounts to get to and from. Because taking passengers is just extra side money, not the purpose of the voyage. To tell the truth, I was rather hoping you'd join us in our cause. But you've already been through enough. Getting you home safe and sound comes first. I don't know what to say. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have unfinished business here. Though I may have been deceived, there's no excuse for the harm and suffering I've caused. I alone must settle the score with Shuttlefight. Once and for all. Whenever you're ready, the offer still stands. It's a pity we couldn't join forces, but he's got to do things his own way, I suppose. In any case, let's head back to Aligiri. All these soldiers around. At least we don't have to worry about bandits, which is more than I can say for this place. I think this is definitely my favorite of these role quests for Dawntrail so far. One, little bit of heart in the story there with that little moment there. But two, I also feel like these villains are meant to be like the whole premise of what we're doing here, which is also like it works alongside, you see, like in the MSQ, the people who, like, you know, you see someone like Wook Lamar and her, and what she desires for like creating a better Talia lol and everything like that. And so you compare it to these people who are trying to be like upstarts, revolutionaries, down with the system. And there are a bunch of clowns and jokers who are just selfish dickheads. And so the thing that they're rebelling against the system is the fact that the system doesn't let them just do whatever the fuck they want, or asks them to like participate in society. I feel like this guy's getting that point across the best, because the whole thing is I attack trade caravans because of the way that I hate big corporations and the things that the way they mistreat their people and exploit them and everything like that. But instead of taking the fight to, you know, Amagina and Sons and actually taking on the headquarters, he's just attacking trade caravans. He's just attacking people and just stealing the goods and getting those people into shit. And we've been able to like dismantle a shitload of his forces by just talking to the people working under him, because he's treating the people that he works with like shit and is exploiting them by lying about how much it costs to like leave and everything like that. Like, he's the most perfectly hypocritical of them all so far. You know, Kakuchar isn't all like his first impression suggested. It was actually rather sweet and perhaps a touch naive. Still, we can't blame him being taken on by Shadow-fired lies. And Kakuchar wasn't the only one. I can't forgive myself for that treacherous viper. Thanks to him, we've been let him marry dance and still have nothing to show for it. If any luck, our newfound allies, Avenel and Pepin, will have good news for us before long. They have good news for us before long. Ally in the alley. Settlejah appears somewhat discombobulated. You'll never guess what. Someone I've never met before handed me a letter who said they were asked to deliver it by an entirely different person. There's no way to tell who the message is originally from. As I'm unaccustomed to, well, everything around here, I can't tell if the letter should be taken at face value, if there's some hidden meaning. Perhaps you could take a look? This letter has all bunch of parts of different magazines cut out to form a message of letters together. Manifest is to come to Alamigan Quarter and meet with a man in spectacles. She must arrive incognito. Instructions are clear enough, but even so, suspicious as month-old milk. On the other hand, it could be from Avenel and Pepin. Well, this smells like a trap. We don't have any better leads. We should do as much as the letter says, but proceed with the utmost caution. I'll meet you there. So, what do you think, Manifest? Could this be a trap? Oh yeah, it's probably a trap. So we shouldn't go through with it? That's not what I said. I said it's probably a trap. But fortunately, I got that thing strapped to my hip, and unfortunately for them, the thing's got a dick, so like, they're fucked. Now that you're here, it's time to get you into disguise. As for me, for the most elaborate costume in the world will do little to get me hidden in a place like this. I'll stick to the shadows and watch from a safe distance. I took liberty of picking your outfit for the occasion. Let's hope it fits, eh? The sash and traps are a bit tricky to get right, so if they go undone, your disguise falls apart, and your tits end up just being flashed over on the Alamigan Quarter. Just come back to me and I'll help you get dressed again. Everyone can still see my face. I'm not the most incognito, people can still see my face. This is Alamiga we're talking about. There's plenty of, like, head coverings that we could use. Like, quite a lot, actually. Spectacle Man! You must be Manifest, correct? Pleased to make your acquaintance. Our mutual friend Avenel sends his regards. Like him, I and several others are resolved to make a clean break and free ourselves a Chateau fight for good. You and the Mammal Girl have done us a great service by giving us a chance to put things right before reporting us to the Resistance. Now then, to the matter at hand. No doubt you're wondering why you must resort to such convoluted means to meet with you. Simply put, it is to avoid arousing suspicions of Chateau fight and those who are loyal to him. That's why I brought you here. There's someone we wish for you to meet. And now that I ask you to remain in disguise. Don't take off the ugly glam yet. We know you desperately want to. We know every fiber of your being wants to do it, but don't. Your praise appreciated. One moment, please. $4. Glad we have the chance to meet. But under better circumstances. My attempt to put a stop to Shuttle Fight's wrongdoing ended in failure. I tried to seize the artifact, but it was ready for me. Even so, it wasn't all for nothing. Thank you for joining me, in spite of the ever-watchful eye of the Resistance. The time has come to initiate my next phase of my master plan. Until recently, we have concentrated our efforts on liberating wares from hapless merchants. But this is all in service to something far greater. Our disruption of the flow of goods in Alamigo has plunged the markets, and as a consequence, the city itself into chaos! Exactly as I had foreseen! Is it? No longer will we be forced to crawl through the mud and lick the boots of the rich and privileged. We shall cast down the oppressors. They will suffer as we have. The Amiga shall inherit this land. Down with the old order! I have invested our funds into restoring and enhancing discarded magic weaponry. Now nothing can stop us from taking over Alamigo! That's enough, Shuttle Fight! Your treachery ends here! All this time I believed your lies, but no more! Give me the artifacts now. It belongs to Sito Jar and her people. Oh yeah, one-handed axe pose. What? But Kakujara is Shuttle Fight's right-hand man! Immediately everyone's like, silence! Look at this wretched soul. That Momoja girl has turned him against me, his one and only benefactor. Be warned, should any of you side with this traitor, no longer shall you bask in the artifact's blessing. Now seize him or face the consequences. There's a couple. There's a couple. Yes, that's more like it. Any further interference could place my entire plan in jeopardy. I must act without delay. With the artifact's blessing and its shockwaves at their disposal, I was given a beating and thrown into the dirt. Later on, my friend here and a few other sympathizers snuck out and treated my injuries. More importantly, my attempted mutiny will no doubt have Shelter 5 panicking, as he struggles to maintain his hold over the rest of the gang. The attack is imminent, with the palace his most likely target. As he relates to Sito Jar, the very least she has the right to know the whereabouts of the artifact. so many of the men are just like, I don't know. This sounds kind of fucking sketch though, eh? I don't know. I don't know if this guy's on the up and up. He seems to be a bit on the down and down, actually. So what happened? And then we were right to trust the sender letter after all. We need a cargo driver to score to settle a shuttle fight, but I had no idea trying to take back the vessel as well. We may not be working side by side, but I can among our allies. Speaking of which, we must inform the resistance of our shuttle fights planned right away. We stand a far better chance stopping him with their sport. If power is supposed to leave him, that may not be enough. I'll try to think of something. In the meantime, you should make it whatever preparations you can. Even the smallest advantage may be crucial. Oh, I see you've changed back to your usual garments. Not that the outfit I chose didn't suit you, but I think this is more your style. The mightiest shield. Zitoja steels herself for the final confrontation with Shuttlefly. Avenel and Pepper are on their way here. It's like 3 or 4 times in every quest line. There's other music you can use for preparing for a thing. Shuttle fight. He set his plans into motion. We would have come sooner, but after Kakuja openly opposed him, he became even more secretive than before. He refused to share his schemes with even his most loyal. Now he's used a caravan to smuggle a load of match-tech into the city. He's about to launch an assault on the royal palace. We managed to sneak away, but Shuttle fight and the others will make their movements any moment now. Understood. We'll head there straight away. No choice but to face them head on. Well, I wish I was there more I could do to help. I best leave the fighting to you. No, what am I saying? There must be a way I can help. The treasure is from my village. I should be the one to solve this. I'm sure you'll think of something on the way. Thought I'd find you here. Zitoja, you've already done so much for me and the others. Shuttle fight tricked into being his accomplices. It appears in your nature to help wherever you can. Nevertheless, your place is not on the battlefield. You must leave that to Manifest and myself. But what about your injuries? They're not so severe to begin with, and those in the gang sympathetic to me provide various balms to treat the worst of them. Glad to know there are a few good eggs among them. Now that we've decided who's going, we need a plan. From the way Shadow Fight uses the vessels, it's clear one thing he hasn't realized yet. As we say in my village, cracks form in even the mightiest shields. There's a limit to the blessing's power, we'll find it. Does the shield know what the fuck a kilometer is? Whatever you do, you better do it quickly. Try to find the others who soon reach the palace. Share everything we know with the resistance and ask them to come as quickly as possible. Be careful out there. Alright, time for combat time. Time for me to remember how to play Machinist at level 100, a thing I've definitely done in the past. And definitely don't get confused on how to play the Machinist at like level 70 or anything. As I said, my wounds are healed. Even if they weren't, I'd still be here. Well, it's taking a long way around since Caravan won't be able to traverse the stairs. We, on the other hand, have no such concerns. Let's take a shortcut and intercept them. And again, they may try to use Vessel's power to stop our advance. Let's keep our eyes peeled for danger. You're the best choice to lead the charge, so we'll await your signal. It's now or never. Sorry, this charging in the battle stuff's still new to me. I remember down, I'm not scared, but I'll try to stay out of the way. Besides, I can't afford to back down now, knowing what's at stake. Also, Shuttlefire, who he's dealing with! Go in, guns blazing, go in! Wah! Give me Ifrit's bloody inferno! Oh my god. Infiltrating the city was almost too easy! Now go, comrades! The smoldering ruins of the old order will be the foundation of our utopia! You just sound like another mad king trying to overtake the place. That's as far as you go. I thought I'd seen the last of you. Do you not see that this artifact can lift up the meek from under the boots of their oppressors? Not just one isolated tribe, but everyone who's ever known fear. You call me a villain, but it's you who would keep such a liberating power to yourself. So you're just a Second Amendment dumbass. That's his entire thing. We are all under the boots of the oppressors because the average person isn't allowed to own a fucking wall demolishing drill machine without a permit. Okay. You're no better than those we struggle against. And only when your ilk has been eradicated will the world know freedom. The hour has come for us to rise up and take what is rightfully ours. Rise up in madness and fury. My whole village might rely on the treasure's blessing, but we would never use it to steal from others. You lie, cheat, and steal nothing but misery. You don't want to cast down the oppressors. You want to be the oppressors. Silence! Enough of your sanctimonious prattle. Unbound shall defy its craven's creed. I will not be silenced! I will use this Netflix special of mine to tell the world how I refuse to be silenced. Perhaps I'm every bit as wicked as you claim, but what of it? Does your self-righteousness make you better than me? For you and all who judge me unworthy, my hatred will never die! I didn't realize that thing could do a fucking wheelie. The music that's playing now. We now have the comedy music playing. Cracks forming even the mightiest of shields. The comedy music is playing as we fight the 2RA guy. Must be some truth to it. Don't let up your attack. Even blessing one of us. If one of us should be more than enough. What the fuck is a kilometer? There we go. You're powerless to stop me. No, we're fine. We're fine there. It's okay. We got out of the way, we're fine. We're fine. Once I've dealt with you, Alamigo's as good as mine! Oh, Queen, go out. What the hell's? The barrier's fading! What if we hit it really hard? You shall promise. But promise won't save you for what comes next! I see you! Yeah, let's go! Oh, there's 3 of them! It's time! Flamethrower! Yeah! Flamethrower! Go, go, go! This is the limit of the artifact's power. Cuckoo! Jesus Christ, hell yeah. Let's go! Yeah, once you got a side open up, yeah, they just start actually dying, as it turns out. Get it around the back. Show hole! There we go. We did it. Meddling cuz, let's see what you make of this. It's time. Flamethrower. Oh, I'm just gonna. Flamethrower! Yeah! Look at the shine of the barrier. The artifact's power is absolute. Behold the power at my command. Oh shit. Shotgun time! Shotgun time! Hit him with a shotgun! The shockwave will make short work of you. What if we just stand outside of it? Bam! Shotgun! Shotgun! Imbecile, show some backbone! What are you waiting for? Destroy them! What's happening? You're like, keep them occupied. Flamethrower! Yeah! Yeah, flamethrower, let's go! I just want to go! Useless. Do I have to do everything by myself? Unfortunately so. Oh, Jesus. Go, Queen! Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, it's actually Red Choco. Oh my god, it's actually fucking Red Choctober. Holy shit. Actual Red Choctober. That's fucking amazing. Actually making you do Red Choctober in normal content. That is so fucking sick. I love that. How does anyone play machines? How do you keep track of this shit? How do you keep track of the amount of shit that machinists can do? And like not overcap everything? How do you do it? We had you like buzz ya, so we put it in your solo instance. At this rate, we won't last much longer. What are you talking about? My health's only full. I'm doing fun. Like you being Goggle Jar, you still try to tell you a lot, don't you? You can't lose to someone like Shuttle Fight. Queen! I can do this. I know I can. You'll learn the fate of those who betray me. Missiles! Get the missiles! Shoot the missiles! Get them all! Go dummy mode! Boom! Boom! Missile shot! Missile shot! Missile shot! Keep attacking! Now might have smashed the barrier! Oh, here we go. Drills! Queen! Jennifer, you stole the vessel and threaten others, even your own followers. It's time to pay! Overcap on everything because I'm bad at machinists. Let's go! What the fuck is a kilometer? Get away from me! Get away! No. What if no though? Not to top of that, the blessing. Oh, you Jesus Christ. The health is going down so fast. The health is going down so fucking fast. Bye! Machinist is fun. I don't know how people play it and keep track of everything. There's so many times that you have to like mentally operate with. It's the same with why I can't play Bard. There's just too many different things to like keep a track of that operate independently that you just gotta like keep a time on. Yeah! We got the vessel back! And it's still in one piece. Now we just know if someone attacks it really hard, it will eventually break though. Please, I beg of you, give me the artifact. All the trials I overcame to join the Unbound. Everything I did was for a chance at happiness. I just wanted to play on the playground. Wah! Without the blessing, I've nothing. My enemies will live on, unpunished. Enough! I've tried reasoning with you, but it seems there's only one language you understand. Buzzed! Yeah! I'm blasting off again! Yeah! He feels the most like a parody of what people say FF14 villains are, and I think it works really well. He feels the most like people say that 14 villains are just like, oh, we're secretly the good guys, we're just trying to save the day and you're just trying to stop us. And the moment that you beat them, it's immediately just like, oh, but my heartbreaking story, don't you like now care about like this because of my tragic life and everything like that? It feels like he's a parody of how people describe 14 villains, while also just being a dickhead. You're right. Never better. We surrender! And again, the whole thing of just like, he talks about like, oh, what he's trying to do, and then all the people that are like, we hate the oppressors for how they exploit and like abuse the people under them, and that's what he's been doing to the people under him the entire time. I say that Shadowfight's plans for world domination are well and truly over. Not only that, but the Steelhawk vessel is back where it belongs. Or at least it will be soon. Of course, I have you two to thank for everything. I quite literally couldn't have done it without you. He's still just dead on the wall over there. It's finally over. Sequel Cito Jar once more with gusto. Although resistance arrived more than a bit late, they've now taken shots to find his cronies into custody. Like we were on hand to confront the gang, or things could have ended very differently. I have to say, my first trip overseas is a lot more eventful than I'd have liked. I'm glad I had the chance to meet so many interesting people. Well, apart from all the criminals, that is. The treasure maps this weekend, not tomorrow's stream, but the day after, yes. I will have at least 8, I'll have my 8 ready. Hopefully we'll get at least a couple actual portals. Because we don't have guaranteed ones unlike all the previous ones. As much as I like to spend more time seeing the sights and whatnot, I suppose I get to spit the vessel back to Dawntrail. What about you, Cockroach? It's only one thing I can do. Turn myself in, just like Pepin and Avenel. Even I was dented in the shuttle fights too, and the fact remains I committed those crimes of my own free will, and I must pay the penalty. Perhaps I am one day granted freedom, to pay my way home with fairly earned coin. First thing I do upon returning is visit your village, and offer my apologies for using the artifacts to carry out evil deeds. After that, No, it is too soon to speak of such things. Wherever your journeys lead, you're always welcome in my village. Be sure to come visit one day. How about you, Manifest? If you hadn't passed until your lull, my grandpa would love to show his appreciation for all you've done. Maybe I'll see you there? Why do people draw Graha so pale? Like, yeah, he's white, but not pasty. Everyone draws most of the characters for this game a lot whiter than what they actually are. Most people end up drawing most characters a lot whiter than what they actually are. Like, I know people talk about Y'shtola and how Y'shtola's model has gotten paler over the expansions. I've not personally checked and verified how true that is. Come look at the palms. Oh, I thought the palms were your boobs. Oh god, most about some people are having light skin being better. Racist. We call them racists. But yeah, like, I know people talk about... Oh, these! Oh yeah! They're the cloud... They're the cloud mount. That's the cloud mount from fucking, the Moogle Society quest. You're right. That's exactly what that is. You can tell they're palms because they're luminescent. Yeah, I've not, like, personally verified is the newer models for Y'shtola paler skins than the old ones. I don't know. I've not personally confirmed that. Because I don't know whether it's a case of she actually does have paler skin now, or whether it's a case of her Heavensward outfit had her in a white dress, her Shadowbringer's outfit onwards has her in a black dress. Like, the new Y'shtola model is indeed paler. Okay, yeah, if it is paler, then yeah, then that is still, like, not good. Y'shtola is still not white now, though. She still isn't white in-game, though. Even if her skin is paler now than what it was before, which is still a problem and they shouldn't have done that. Don't whitewash your own characters. I'm not gonna hot take that. She's still not white in-game, though. People will still draw Y'shtola as if she is, like, super, super, super white now. Even in-game, she is not white. Even in-game, Y'shtola still isn't white now. She still clearly has color to her skin, even if it's fainter than what it was before. Thank God lighting after getting tanned in Heaven's what I get by Y'shtola. Like, I'm not here to say that Square Enix / the developers of their CB3 in general. I'm not here to claim that they aren't whitewashing their own characters. I'm not here to claim that's not what they're doing. I'm not arguing against that. I'm not gonna do that because they are. But I feel like some people use that as an excuse to just be like, well, all the characters, like, all the Scions are now super white, right? So we can draw them in artwork where they're as pale as me, right? No, like, even with the more pale Y'shtola model that's there now, she's still clearly, like, not this. You return, Manifest. But pray tell, what has become of my granddaughter? Well, I'm right here. We did it, grandfather. We took back the Steelhog vessel. My dear, what a relief to see you safe and well. Of course, I'm glad you're able to retrieve the treasure. But even that cannot be compared to the joy of seeing your smile once more. And to you, Manifest, I must express my sincerest gratitude. No doubts we have you to thank for Seatorjar's safe return. Not to mention that of the vessel as well. Pats boobs fondly. Absolutely. I would have been lost without your guidance and bravery in the face of danger. Thank you, truly. Anyway, we should be getting back to the village. No doubt the others will be clamoring to use the Steelhog vessel to go hunting. I'll be coming back to you at some point, so hopefully run into each other again soon. Until next time. Yeah. 3 out of 5. Sprinting off. 3 out of 5. Let's go. Which craft are we doing now? We can either go. It's written down here that we're doing, I believe, Leatherworker and Culinarian. We're doing Leatherworker and Culinarian. Which order do you do we care about doing those in? From memory, the culinarium was like a juice stand, and that sounds fun. So maybe save that for last, unless people want to go to sleep. Some shields are made to be broken. Well, that's just TBN. That's just TBN. How hungry are you right now, or thirsty? Despite the fact that I'm on my 3rd drink, I'm thirsty. Probably because certain events during today's stream have meant that my body is low on liquid, let's say. Without making everyone want to leave, let's say that. To be announced. Don't go piss, girl. I don't need to right now. I don't need to right now. So, do we want to start with leather work? Go dress like that other girl. Oh, fancy. Yo, ears coming out of the hat. Let's go. Thoughts? My one thing, but maybe that's like part of what you like about it. I love the shape of the outfit with the hat. The outfit feels very adorned because of the amount of gold on it compared to a relatively unadorned hat. If there was a hat that had a similar vibe that had more like gold on it or something like that, then it would... The shape of the outfit and like the little scarving here, the fact that you've got this scarf going down here, the fact that you've got the little like scarf going around the shoulder, that matches it. That helps like that helps the top match the vibes of the hat really well, I think. It's more so just level of fanciness is a little bit different, but I don't think that's like an outfit destroyer. I don't think that like is an outfit destroyer. I have that issue on some of my own outfits and I just live with it. I just live with it. You might be biased because you're viewing it from above. That is also true. Keep in mind I look at things from a Fenro height. I look at things from a Fenro height, so I am seeing a lot of brown. Sorry, I'm seeing a lot of I'm seeing a lot of the top of the hat and its coloring. Whereas if you're looking at it from the bottom, I'd see more of your face and I'd also see more of the red. And the more of the red underneath it would also mean that it blends in with the scarf a lot more. So if I stand here, yeah, if I stand here, then that issue goes away. If I stand here, that issue goes away because the adornments like are way less prevalent. And also the fact that you've got like I can see like the boots and the hands being a little more adorned makes like the whole thing come together a bit more. Everyone goes steady. Yeah, what? Yeah, I'll go here. I'll go here. That's the oh, that fixes it. Oh, that literally entirely fixes it. There's the the gold chain. The gold chain on one side of the hat that has the moon on it. And then the detailing that actually completely fit that. No, that's fine then. That's completely fine then, yeah. Literally the issue that I was talking about goes away when you can see underneath the hat because those things are on the bottom side of the hat. Never mind, it's fine. That works really well. Never mind, the one issue I had immediately disappeared. I might darken the boots a bit. I'm not feeling the off-white. What job's this for? Bard, yeah. Bard. See, like, it's like a personal bias for me. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. My personal thing, but this is also just look at the outfits that I wear in game. You can tell it's just because of me. I would say the shade of purple's too bright. I would have the shade of purple go down 1 or 2 notches, but I am biased towards darker shades. You look at all of my outfits, and the lightest shade that I have is often brown or just the whites that I have. But that is also just, again, a personal bias thing. That is also a personal bias thing. So, the tits are out, so therefore it's a 10 out of 10 gleam. I see cleavage, so therefore it's a 10 out of 10 gleam. You don't have to worry. I feel like this is one thing, like, now that Vieira's can do it, but Makote's have always been able to do this. I feel like Makote's and now Vieira's have such an advantage when it comes to hats. Because there are some hats I want to wear, but the lack of extra shaping on the hats because the ears don't come out makes the hats, like, not look as interesting. There are certain hats in the game that really need a bit more shape to them to look a bit more dynamic, that having ears poke out of them fixes. This hat, I think, is a great example of that. The ears coming out of top of this hat adds a lot to the shape of the silhouette of the hat. And even with this, there's a couple of, like, Limsa hats that very much do that, where having cat ears come out the side of it, like, gives it a lot more shape to it. Most of my, most of your tits have the of the something title. So if I go to titles, your tits are of the golden saw, your tits are of the golden anvil, your tits are of the golden hammer. Your tits are of the stalwart shield. Your tits are of the stalwart axe. Your tits are of the 14th chakra. Your tits are of the silver fuller. Damn, girl. Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of the holy body? Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of the true autumn? Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of the swirling abyss? I don't think that one works as well. Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of the eastern skies? Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of the blue? Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of the sunless sea? That's just saying that your tits are pasty because they've never been tanned. Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of stranger shadow? They're so big that you can, like, rest under them and be protected from the sun. Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of virtuous deeds? Has anyone ever told you that your tits are sagacious? Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of the twin star? Get it? Because there's twins. Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of the new dawn? Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of the countless alloys? You can sort alphabetically, you know. It's funnier this way. In hindsight, Ultima, the holy body is a banging track name. This bit went on so long, it's night now. Oh, hey, sup. Of the holy body! I'm pretty sure that's the exact same title that I use for my swimwear outfit, too. Of the sunless sea. There we go. Of eastern skies. This is just dies. Okay, there we are. Emelions. That is how you dress Emelions, correct. Of the irresistible law. There we go. There's a lot of colorings of similar outfits here. Countless treasures. Has anyone ever told you that your tits are of countless treasures? I missed that. I didn't even notice that title in like going through there. Oh, the Endwalker fish one? I've not caught up on my fish quests yet. I have not caught up on my fish quests yet. I should do that at some point. Thing is, the shades purple are very limited. You go too light if you're into pink, go too dark and if you're into blue. That is fair. I've definitely noticed that with dyeing things purple. Of countless catches. You have a lot of glams. I haven't gotten different titles yet for my different crafters and gatherers. I'm kind of like protesting of just being like, I'm not going to bother giving my crafters and gatherers unique titles until I can give them unique glams by having more glam plates available. This is what I call protesting. Jamaica! Hello. Is sitting down, are you sure? Pameka the Scrivener. Pameka's gaze is fixed upon you. We're only about half an hour behind. Despite all of me talking about Varunbe's boobs, despite me needing to go to the bathroom several times, despite me starting about 10 minutes late, we're only half an hour behind schedule. Schedule's like 1 hour for dungeon, 2 hour each role quest for combat, 1 hour each crafter role quest, 1 hour for Shaloni quests. So we're only half an hour behind schedule. Pameka has gaze. A very warm welcome to you, artisan from afar. Manifest whistle. You stand before epistles by Pameka, and I am Pameka herself. Charmed to learn by your interest in my shop, I would like to confirm one matter. Tell me, can you read? I live for literature. Oh, of course, writing on the other end. To Raleigh's script, I doubt it. I live for literature. I'm dating Ishtola and Graha. I don't have a choice in the matter. I mean, Manifest would read a lot before anyways, but dating those two, no choice in the matter anymore. I must become a book nerd. As do I. Just the other day I was so immersed in my reading that I accidentally walked off the pier and immersed myself into High Tide Harbor. But I digress. Okay, well, not that bad. We have to LL speak to Raleigh with aplomb. It is a comparatively young language, as our traditional tongues place emphasis on oral storytelling over the written word. We have a sizable population of citizens who do not read or write. My service caters primarily to this clientele, for writing hand when occasions demand, mostly for penning letters or official documents. However, I've just recently received the commission of something larger, a book of stories. These are tales which have never been committed to text, a documentation of oral storytelling. Most riveting prospect, is it not? Alas, I found myself ill prepared. While I possess paper required for simpler documents, I have no experience in binding tomes. Yet with the skill of an adept leatherworker at hand, I can accept this task with my head held high. What say you, traveler? Will you help me tie these tales together? Fear not, I'll cover you. Even though I'm not a paladin right now. Much obliged. Let us report to our client and officially accept his request. His name is Zimmer Waning, and he works at Sprouty of Tier, restaurant by the beach. I need a moment to close up shop, so would you go ahead and wait for me? If you get multiple pieces of crafting gear, you can have a different outfit for each without using glam plates. The issue is that crafter gear is the hardest shit to have multiple of, because it's hard to get a really good quality like set, and also if you want to pentameld all of those sets, absolutely not. This one set of crafter gear that I have already cost me like 20 mil. I already spent about 20 mil on the one set that I have. Oh, it's all okay. And then you'd be like, oh, make combat ones have like their own unique gear, and then you'll save the glam plates for the other stuff, and then it's just like tome gear is not even something you can have multiple. And the replacement tool is not amazing. I just like walking around. Seeing the bow on the back is really cool. Can add to the silhouette. Wait, I gotta what? Okay. Sorry, I didn't see what changed. What should we be changing? And darken the boots. Oh, this includes the straps. Oh, I thought the strap. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Oh, not. Did you go from Snow White to Ash Grey? Yeah. Because they're bandages, I'd go for Ash Grey. Because it's bandages, I'd go Ash Grey. Snow White feels unnaturally bright for bandages that you're wearing as part of like an adventurer outfit. These feel unnaturally bright for bandages. Making 11 crescent sets is a giant pain in how many materials you'll have to grind. Yeah. I'm not gonna do that for them to. I will wait. I'll wait for the gland plates. I'll wait for the gland plates. It'll be easier. Been in a Lions queue for 30 minutes. Jesus Christ. Queue times have gotten so fucking bad. Pameka, welcome. Good evening, someone waiting. I'm pleased to say that we have read out and take your commission. One of us here will be binding your books, and my intuition tells me that no one would be better suited to the endeavor. Excellent news! The more the merrier. Where are my manners? My name's Emma. I'm relatively new to Tuliolol, but I've been earning my keep as a waiter here since I arrived. Chevalier of Tia is a haven for travelers from every region. There's one thing I've learned in my short time here, is that everyone's got a story to tell. From myths and legends to folktales and anecdotes, our patrons share their endless supply of unique and fascinating tales. Inevitably, one regular or another will badger me into retelling an old favorite, so I try to memorize as many stories as are told. But memory has its limits, and I'm afraid the details from so many different narratives might eventually become jumbled or forgotten, which is why I thought to record them in a book for all to enjoy. Of course, my people pass down traditions via the spoken word, so I neither read nor write. Pameka may be an exception among Tanawalta in that respect. Zemaweni will tell his stories, and I'll transcribe his words. No different than the dictation of a letter, except perhaps a bit longer. I also thought I might study my letters while you're both hard at work. I'd like to be able to read the books we make after all. You should join us during transcription if you like. Hearing each story might serve as inspiration for its binding. They're fascinating stories all. I can't wait to see them as books. I feel like this quest line might be longer than the others if we're going to get a story for each craft. When would you like to begin? My schedule's relatively open right now, so I'm available whenever you please. Then I'll pay you still a visit once I finish my shift. Shouldn't be too long now. Yo, I didn't notice the fucking upside down bottles on, like, the taps. We got that tech going until you're lol. Let's go. I have not seen this shit. Yo, let's go. The bottles are already in place, so you just put it under there. You just put the bottle under, you flip the thing. Hell yeah. Oh, sauce dispensers, not alcohol. Oh, these are I guess taco. Are we sure it's sauce? Are we sure it's for sauce? Well, outside of one, the bottles look just distinctly alcoholic. Look at the size of the pipes. Look at the size of the pipes. That is a torrent of sauce. Why? Because I don't do booze. Well, it's just like the bottles, like it's just the shape of the label. The shape of the label is very like, oh, that looks like alcohol. But my thing is just like the size of the pipes. If you're putting that much sauce on your taco, people around you have every right to say, oh, do you like a little bit of taco with your sauce? 100%. 100%. These are not sauce. That's booze. There's also like, it's also just, that's a booze rack underneath. The wood with like the things there. That is a bottle holder. So is this, which this is just a cool fancy one. Have you ever had a wet enchilada? An enchilada that's just like literally just a pile of sauce on top of it. So as my shift is over, I'll pay you both a visit, make a store. Until then. They're definitely alcohol. They're definitely alcohol. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of booze as well, but this might be a place where the alcohol is served. Oh, that's the wrong spot. Might be a place where the booze is served like you just go a bit faster. Watch your making. I've never had a wet anything. Hashtag wet dry world. Hashtag wet dry world. What's up? Love transcription sessions here. Ready, plenty of parchment and ink, so you need to worry about that. Still a few more preparations being made for Zimmerway's arrival. Your own business may call you elsewhere in the meantime. Stop by again when you're ready to begin. Did I get pay for that? This is my Mako deliveries! Oh no, biryani. I saw the picture, I'm just like, is that meant to be paella? No, it's biryani. A mouth-watering dish of pombaraya seasoned with hearty spices and mixed with Atherian prawns. Y'all got heated rivalry. Hano opportunities. Pameka's crew is primed and ready. He's even got a certain element, so am I. Go to my research. We require numerous components. Boards, covers, wooden woven cords, the list goes on. Furthermore, a binding can be made of nearly anything. Wood, cloth, leather, the possibilities are endless. I'll leave the particulars to you in your artistic tastes. Once you have enough materials prepared, we ready to document Zimmerway's tales. What you make your deliveries. Alrighty, let's do some crafting. I have leatherworking. I have materials. Let us remember how to do this shit. We go bam. We go bam. We go bam. We go bam. That should be enough to go bam. We bam. We bam. That's the wrong bam. I did the wrong bam. Bam. There we go. I was going to make a macro for this, and then I had the realization trying to like do test things for macros that, oh, it's really hard to do this when the levels advance the way that they do. Because some of the earlier macros would be so good. Like, a macro that would succeed at the final one would be so good that it like might make the earlier ones fuck up. Or just have so many extra steps to them that I'd start with the next craft and the macro would still be technically running. And then fuck up the next one. They can be made of either wood, leather, or cloth. Surprise, they're made of all three. Do I even need to proc vend for this one? No, I don't. I think that'd be an issue because you never really change your stats. No, well, it's more so just like the amounts of different, like, to finish the final ones, you need to do significantly more steps. It's more so, like, because you can finish the earlier ones in, like, maybe, like, doing 5, like, well, I'm doing way more. I'm doing way more actions than needed. But you can do the earlier ones in quite a really short amount of steps, whereas the later ones will take way more. And I'm worried about doing the macro in a way where it's just, by the time I start the next craft, the macro is still technically running because of all the wait times. And also, if I just know what I'm doing, this is technically possible. If you know the order of steps to do and you can just like input them really quickly, it is technically faster to do this than macroing because of how long you have to wait for macros to actually like wait in between steps. Yes, more. There we go. My word. New and accomplished leatherworker, but your craftsmanship has surpassed every expectation. Finished products will be a sight to behold. Those tree dragon birds sure provide many materials. Tree dragon bird? Thunder cougar falcon bird? Ow. My toe just jolted. Now then, whenever you're ready, Samuelini, we may begin. I think I'll start with a famous tale that's been passed down across generations of Hanu Hanu. It is a tale of their benevolent god, and of the crop that would enrich their very way of life. And we did this as part of the story. Long, long ago, the Hanu Hanu resided in a land beyond the clouds. Though their heavenly home was frigid, their enemies were few, and they whiled away their days dancing in the pale warmth of the sun. This is literally just the Sea of Clouds. But one day, a great storm ravaged these clear blue skies. The wind and rains raged upon the land so fiercely, it sent a pair of Hanu tumbling down to the waters below. Yet what should appear but a giant bird as big as an island? It flew up and caught the Hanu upon its back. The kindly bird sailed upon the winds over the great blue ocean, until it finally came to a land kissed by dawn, the land we called Dawntrail. So, okay, so they are like descendants of the Vanu from the Sea of Clouds. Well, two of them did that. Something genetics. Maybe it was a bit more than two. The couple was grateful to sail on solid ground again, but their journey had exhausted them and their energies were spent. They searched high and low for something to fill their bellies, and it was there they found a great bird once again, feasting upon verdant reeds. The Hanu followed suit. One taste of the sweet reeds filled them with vigor, and their feathers began to glisten with every feather of the rainbow. It was then that the couple knew this great bird would be the god, Kishahi. I can't remember how I pronounced that last name. Kishahi. They tended the reeds in its honor, and then the brood would grow and prosper, becoming the Hanu we know today. Adam and Eve issues here are just genetics, but okay. What do you think, so far, Manifest? Have you any inspiration for a suitable cover? Joking that those Yucktail walking bird trees provide leather, wood, and cloth ingredients. Yucktail walking bird trees. I don't remember the enemies, I don't remember the enemies of the giant bird trees. Oh, no, I remember. No, I remember. Never mind. It took me a minute to remember the enemies he was talking about. Splendid. I suppose Emma will have a few more Hana stories still before we conclude it. We gotta construct our cover in the meantime. With your painstakingly prepared materials, you produce a cover befitting Zemmoini's first batch of tales. You carefully bind Major's tomes into the folds, and the tome is complete. It's a real book. I may not be able to read it yet, but just looking at it fills me with joy. Books are remarkable, thanks indeed. Stories told in speech alone will dispute with their tellers, but what is written is promised to survive. Well, that's my own romanticism showing through. More importantly, I greatly enjoyed your storytelling, Zemmoini. About the Hanu who once lived above the clouds. I think I've met them. Are people called the Vanu, you say? From your description, they do sound like they might share common roots with Dawntrail's Hanu. You enjoyed those tales, I know plenty more like them. For example, the one I heard the other day from Pelu Patron were fascinating. Theirs is a people with a talent for words. I've practiced ahead of time, I'm to do them any justice. Please do. We're happy to hear them whenever you feel ready. I'm now officially too EP to pay attention. One of the excuses is gonna have to be if you're normally having to make like a shirt. And so ends our first job. You're a pleasure to work with, Manifest. I have a feeling you'll continue to impress. We're a cover collaborator. Yeah. This little Pelu. My maker is prepared for a Pelu yarn. Yarn. Greetings, Manifest. You're ready to proceed with that next cover. I have an idea I'd like to share. Zemmoini said he had Pelu tales to tell us next, correct? In which case, I thought using materials sourced from Pelu's ancestral home of Ekopacha might give our cover an authentic touch. But any people should be home amongst them. Also, I thought. Should have told me that before I did the Hanu ones. Then it's settled. Trust you know just what local materials we need. What about the Hanu? We just made theirs out of whatever the fuck I had. Hey look, I've got all these things. Don't fuck up any of these. All of these only have the exact amount. Oh, okay, so okay, that's fine. I was worried just being like, ooh, it's not gonna be enough. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, hell yeah. Even better that time. I had a thought, I didn't say it during, I think it was cutscenes were happening, and then we're locking in today. As you can tell, the vibes of today are definitely that of being locked in. You can definitely tell. Seen the video of the birds eating animatronic Rapunzel's hair straight over her head? I have not. No, not familiar with that one. Oh, and there's the excellent one. I think like I don't dislike the role quests that we're getting. I'm quite enjoying the role quests that we have. The combat ones, not these ones. Well, not to say that means I hate these ones. I mean my opinion that I'm about to share. I'm talking about the combat ones. Intrigued by crows being able to recognize animatronics as not actually people. Crows are impressive. Trying to say my own thoughts. My thing that I'm realizing about I like the role quests that we have here. I'm obviously not expecting them to be like as amazing as previous expansions, just because, you know, they're not tied to MSQ and like making me cry because of like Ardbert's crew, or just like, you know, that's the wrong one. Or a big thing about, you know, the final days and like the severity of that. It's its own thing. It's trying to do its own story. It's trying to do its own, like, you know, Saturday morning cartoon villain kind of thing. I'm realizing the issue with it though, and the thing that elevates them from being as good as they could be for what they're trying to be. Now that we've done 3 out of 5 of them, I think I'm realizing the primary issue that I have of why I'm just enjoying the role quests and why they're not reaching the pinnacle that they could be for what they are. I don't think any of them are committing to the bit hard enough. I think the biggest issue is none of them are committing to the bit hard enough. The introduction with how over the top we are a bunch of villains who are doing villainy, and the way that some of the the head honcho of like each role quest that we do, and like the absurd shit that they say, I feel like we're not leaning enough into that for the quest line going through it. Like, they're meant to be Saturday morning cartoon villains where like they're meant to be absurd, not taken that seriously people. And again, the idea of like they see themselves as a bunch of revolutionaries and heroes, but are all secretly just selfish assholes who just hate that they're being asked to contribute to society. That works, and I think that's a concept that works fine, but they need to lean into it harder for it to like really sell it. Male one's been so far the best one because it is the silly one, yeah. Well, there like silly shit happens pretty frequently in that. Like you have the silly sound effects, you have like the exaggerated facial and body language moments. The stuff with the tank one had literally none of it. I don't know if there was there a single moment of silliness? Oh, you've got the Namazu shots, yeah. The Namazu's constantly nearly being hit and everything like that. Like the closest we got to the silliness in the tank quest was they're posed in compromising positions. And even that doesn't go full on with how, like, when they say that, they could have gone a lot further with that concept. The most that they had was, oh, they're passed out in the fountain. And that's it. And then with the, what was the last one that we did? The ranged, the range jobs. The range role quest. It was like, the guy is so over the top and so clearly an arsehole that his guys are leaving. And that's funny. And it's funny that he's being such an obvious arsehole that, like, his own people are abandoning him. And there's, you know, a little bit of heart there with the one guy realizing that, oh shit, I've been swindled, and, you know, I'm okay with having a little bit of heart as, like, a contrast and everything like that. But, like, they put the silly music on the boss fight, but nothing, like, mechanically silly is happening. It feels like they're trying to be like, no, don't you see how ridiculous this is, how wacky this story is, by just putting the silly music in the boss fight? But, like, the solo instance at the end still has, like, it's just like a normal fight. There's actually, like they fucking put Bosnia fucking mechanics in that shit. Or was that the tank one? That might have been, I can't remember which one it was actually that had the Bosnia. No, I think it was the FFXIV, I think it was the range one. Where they start putting fucking Bosnia mechanics. Retro October's fucking, like, double meteor things go around. Haha, you think he's gonna do a revolution with a couple of magitechs? Like, yeah, like, it's not... Like, I think about the solo instance with Godbert in Hildebrand. Of, like, that is mechanically silly as well, what you do there. But none of that really happens outside of, like, I'll hit the shields, and then, like, you have to attack a side, but, like... And then the most that you get for silliness in the cutscenes outside of, like, the guy being so obviously evil that people start leaving him is he gets hit big and gets sent flying and, like, smacks into a wall and gets chocobos above him. That it's like... it feels like they want them to be silly, wacky adventures of Saturday morning cartoon villains who are, like, trying to say they're revolutionaries but are so obviously not that's the joke. But outside of the melee one, they're not committing to the bit hard enough to sell it. And that's the main issue that they have. Like, again, the melee one had every quest, nearly, well, I don't remember if it was exactly every quest, but most quests in the melee one had one, if not multiple moments of like, zaniness to it. Pretty much every quest, I believe, had multiple moments of zany shit happening. We'll require local materials from Okapatra, Book of Pella Tales. Did you find anything? Pella cover components. There we go. Oh, we're gonna have to travel to Lucerium. Your elegant use of snow cotton has not gone unnoticed. With it, your cover is bound to radiate Pella's spirit. We did a joke. Oh, immediately in the story. Let's go. Today, I'd like to share a few stories about the Pelu. These days, we know them to be avid travelers and seekers of profit, but this was not always so. Long before this nation was founded, the Pelu were reclusive folk who rarely left the solitude of Okapacha. Now, in one solitary village, there lived a Pelu named Sibley. The poor lad was sickly and short of stature, even compared to his diminutive fellows. With such a frail constitution, Sibley could neither work in the fields nor tend to the alpacas. But the village loved him even so, and he loved them in turn. They nursed him back to health in his times of need and offered tasks that would not fatigue him. He only wished he could better serve them. Yet kindness cannot save all ills, and near the cold summer, crops withered upon the mountains of Okapacha. The Pelu began to starve. They ate what remained of their food. They all ate their frail livestock. Sibley knew that they had reached their limits and snuck quietly from the village. With one less mouth to feed, his people would have more to eat. Finally, he had found a way to help. His mind made up, the poor Pelu made for the sacred mounts that he might fade from this world in its silence. Oh my god, snow money. As he began to climb, a spirit appeared and forbade him to go any further. Sibley begged the spirit to let him pass and spoke about his village. The spirit was moved by the lad's fervent resolve, and bestowed upon him a handful of leaves. Return to your village, it said. Your people must drink of these leaves. Sibley obeyed and steeped leaves in hot water. When his people drank, their hunger miraculously faded. No Pelupelus succumbed to famine, and they all lived to see the coming year. So it was that the Pelupelu first encountered Matete. It looks the same as the last one. Another impeccable book. Thank you, both of you. What a peculiar story. Of course, there's no telling whether it actually happens. But Matete is rich in nutrients. I've heard it's effective in relieving hunger as well. To me, the moral seems to lie in the virtue of caring for one another. That even in times of great difficulty, keeping others in your heart can lead to unexpected solutions. Kill yourself for your village, and then you'll find ways where you don't have to kill yourself to save your village. Well, I better be off. I still have some reading and writing practice to do. But next time, I think I'll share some tales from our Moblin customers. We had dreams of a giant robot that played awesome music inside of it when you did battles. Well, you heard the man. Seems we're in for plenty of entertainment yet. Keep your tools sharp. We'll have another project in our hands before we know it. Esteem level increased. We're a beneficial binder. And quickly to the Crystarium. Look, I may be locking in and rushed for time, but that doesn't mean that I can't spend a little bit of time like not wasting several thousand scripts. I can spend a little time to not waste several thousand scripts. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I also realized as I was going through my inventory, I don't actually have all of the materials that I need for the ones that cost 30 each. I'm dumb. Oh. Well, I definitely have those, so retain me quickly. Retainer! Open every retainer and show them so if the game can track their inventories. Quick, track the inventories. Go. I'm surprised this is a thing that the game needs you to do. Like, I guess the search function runs off of, like, local memory. So to get the search function to work, you need to load up the local memory with inventories. So the game doesn't have to send you every single piece of information it possibly needs every time you boot up the game, and it only sends you what you need. I thought Wait, why do I have this one? What am I doing? Why did I buy them from the bottom first? What am I doing? Okay, I bought them from the bottom, but why did I do that? Why did I buy them from the bottom first? What am I doing? Okay. Okay, I bought them from the bottom apparently. Why did I do that? why did I do that? Why did I not buy them from the top? Okay. Whatever. You don't have to open the inventory to summon them in general. Ah. But there we go. Let me also move them so I don't accidentally like throw them away or some stupid shit. Let me put them over here so I don't accidentally like get rid of them if I'm cleaning out inventories. There we go. One day I will make all the Splendorous tools, and by that I mean once I'm bothered to actually do the. I'm spending all of this script is getting all of those parts. The harder part is not. That's not the hard part. The hard part is doing the gathering for the normal materials that you need for the rest of it. Old Ton Roads. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. Pameka has moblins on the mind. Oh, that neck's really bad. Ready for more work? I was just thinking about the wonderful job you did with the Pelupelu tomb. Not only did locally sourced materials enhance the binding's quality from without, it served as an immersive preview of the myths within, and I intend to have us continue this trend. With Bobble and Tails on the next gender, we'll want to use materials from the Cosmolica region. Of course, Hana also make a home in that region, so take care to differentiate between their cultures. Tradeswoman of your summon should have little difficulty, I'm sure. Let me know when you prepare the components. Oh, I'm surprised that this was actually an Old Town Road reference. When was this written again? I mean, this came out in 24, so... This came out in 2024, so it absolutely came out at a time where this could have absolutely been an Old Town Road reference. Everything going to mount tokens so that I can focus on the relic tools. Well, mount tokens are the orange ones, aren't they? So it's gonna take a bit to get those. Is there mount tokens that you can buy with perps? Because I didn't realize that. If that's the case. Okay, so we can still make that with just that. Perfect. Okay, 3 works. I don't have to adjust just yet. What I'm doing is still working. Yay. Yeah, it's meant to buy with orange ones, yeah. Well, it's just because I'm getting like all of my purples and stuff that I'm dumping into relics. My purples are what I'm dumping into relics. Though at the moment my my oranges are just going towards gear. For gatherers at least. I have some track in my mind of like what I need to purchase with what script currency, but I constantly forget what I need to do because I've not written any of it down. So every time I get scripts from my weekly custom deliveries, I'm just having to like go into the shop and just be like, wait, what do I need? And like searching item on everything because I don't remember what things I'm actually still looking for. Oh, there's purple gatherer script. That's going towards all of the folklore books. Yeah, there's also that, yeah. Yeah, orange gatherer script is going towards gearing, which I think I'm very close to finishing, or I have finished. There's purple gatherer script, which is going towards folklore stuff. I think I need a little more orange crafter script. Just for secondary tools for all of the crafters. I have like the best in slot crafted pentamelted gear for all the crafters for the actual armor that they're wearing. I am not bothered to buy or make the individual tools though. I'm just gonna get script stuff for that and hope for the best. So that's orange crafted script. And then purple crafter script is just for relic stuff. I think that's what I'm currently working on. I'm just doing all my custom deliveries gatherers. Go manually craft stuff. I need to gather materials and send my retainers out and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of things to do in this game, and it's just a matter of like prioritizing which ones to focus on at any given time. It's one of those things of like the dream is to get caught up on doing all the stuff from the old expansions, so you don't need to do anything in old expansions anymore. So a new expansion can come out and you only have to focus on what happens there. But getting caught up on everything from old expansions in of itself is such a monumental task. And then a new expansion comes out, so you just add another thing to like, oh, 8.0 came out and I was still working on my old expansion stuff. Well, I guess Dawntrail is now part of that pile. Variety of Earth and Sheer inspired components, tailor-made to bind a book of Moblin Tales. My manifest, you've undoubt yourself. Jinsen, what's an exquisite choice? Feel more eager than ever to start transcribing. I can't escape it no matter where we are. As promised today, I bring a number of tales from the Moblins. This unique culture is very, as it is peculiar. I think we're throwing things in my Wayne, but why don't you be seated? Pardon me. I'm going to say something earlier, but at the restaurant, we usually recite our stories while standing. Is that so? Perfectly fine, of course, just as long as you're comfortable. When I say the word Moblin, what do you paint in your mind's eye? A mask, a pack, and perhaps most notably, a pot? Once upon a time, a group of Moblins grew tired of wandering the countryside. They wanted a place to call home, so they settled down in the caves deep beneath the earth. They scavenged what they needed and packed their necessities into large clay pots. The new home was happy and their pots were plentiful. Too plentiful. Soon their caves grew cramped and narrow. They took up their picks and dug deeper, hoping to expand their domain. And expand they did! Theirs would become one of the largest underground cities of its time. Yet their prosperity would be short-lived. Moblins dug their tunnels so deep and so far, they unwittingly breached a gap between land and ocean. The muddy deluge devoured their city, and their own mast turned against them, filling with water and threatening to suffocate them. In a desperate bid to escape with their lives, the Moblins threw themselves into the pots and prayed they might see the coming dawn. The pots withstood the terrible tides. Once Moblins clawed their way to solid grounds, they swore never again to live beneath it. So it was that they built a new village in the jungle, fashioning their houses and workshops after the pots had saved both their lives and prized possessions. As for the city beneath the earth, the old location has long been forgotten. They say it slumbers still in some remote corner of Toral, the sunken city of Vapolis. Different color. Vapolis might be where one of the treasure dungeons is. The sunken city of Skull. Oh, I mean, incredible. I feel it fits the image of the story perfectly. Moved by their resilience, as was I. They managed to shape their environment to suit their needs, whereas I still struggle to adapt to life here in Talilal. Many old Torali stories tell of how peoples first came upon their current homes. Hanu's tale I shared previously was much the same. My family loves sharing those stories of... love sharing those sorts of tales. What about yours, Pameka? I was born and raised in Talilal, so I never given my ancestry much consideration. I never thought to ask. How many stories have I failed to hear? And about my own ancestors, no less. Seems I have my own digging to do. There are untold tales out there that I wish to know about them. And I'd love to hear them. Or even read them, perhaps. I've grown more confident in my letters these days, so I'm keen to practice with more stories. I hope you find what you're looking for. I'm noticing how much of a struggle it's going to be to do these 3 days. Even just sitting. Even just sitting. We're a talented tailbinder. Ah, and this is the quest of making the one item. The one thing. The one piece. Written in stone. Makes a determined expression suggests she has a plan. After hearing Zemawani's talk of ancestral tales, I can't help but wonder about my own family. May preserved from generations past. I nearly finished my work for today, so I'll close up shop and go speak with my parents. They should be able to point me in the right direction, even if it requires an excursion beyond the city limits. Should it come to that, your company would be much appreciated. I rarely leave the cities. Thank you. Playing me at Equalier Plaza once my family chose finish. This is a fun way to do world building. Yeah, where it's like, hey, let's have someone like describe stories of like how all the different cultures here existed and everything. Yeah. Like, were you wondering if some of them were just like, oh, they came from the same place that Eosia and traveled over here? Some of them are just like independent and everything like that. And it gives you like a whole bunch of little different things. And like, oh, why do the moblins like the goblins that we know over in Idleshire? They care about metal and everything they build is metal and everything like that. Why do the moblins care about pots so much? Oh, because pots were what saved their lives in this massive flood that hit them. So that it's like they appreciate pots because of what pots did for them. So that's why they have like so much of a ceramic focus compared to the others. He is cute, very cute. Apologies for the wait. We had the mob cross the road to get to the other pot. My parents are happy to share what they knew about my ancestors. They said our family came to Tuliala when the city was founded, so around my great-grandfather's time. We originally hailed from Shaktaral, though beyond that, neither my parents could say. Wonder if I find some clues or mementos buried in my family's storehouse. As luck would have it, I chanced upon a mysterious stone-tailed tablet inscribed with glyphs. Judging by its age, it may as well belong to my great-grandfather himself. We know he was employed as a palace attendant, but he never divulged more of his work than that. Perhaps the Yokoi would be able to read it. Given Yokoi's history of both stone and pictorial storytelling, certainly follow that this tablet has some connection to them. Why don't we pay the Yokoi a visit? Then? Perhaps someone will be kind enough to translate the tablet for us. Would you come into Waterloo's Echo Nest? So now I'm in a music group. Wait a minute, Warlord's Echo? Echo? Like the Echo visions that the ancient Yokoi had of the Golden City? So this is where the Yokoi live. Already I see glyphs carved into the same manner as my tablet. I believe we're on the right track. Let's have a look around and see if we can't find someone willing to help. I'll let you take the lead. Yeah, follow her out as communicating with the Yokoi than I do, after all. I mean, yeah, I just could have told them, hey, you know, I was the one who, like, saved your home from Valianamanda. Your ancestor's tablet. I can only spare a moment, but I'm glad to oblige. Relatively new, dated just 80 years past. The bearer of this stone is a retainer of the Dawn servants, and that may thus be accommodated as a guest. A residential permit, I'd say. In those days, the scars of war were still fresh. They were made of flesh. We're gonna travel as freely as today, so tell her it may have been a necessary precaution. I heard that some among the Yokoi prefer to use their native tongue, but I was sure that ones here would be happy to use Durali. So I'm in music. I'm in tired music vibe mode. Severe Yokoi. You say so severely a Yokoi. All this way for a tablet. Not very quaint. I'd hand it over. From Tuliala. Yes, well, let's see the obvious parts. Here we have the creation of a new alphabet by a traveling man. A learner of Turali cultures. Makes little sense to me, but that's what it says. Mameka, were one of your parents the one who, like, developed the Turali tongue in the first place? So big. So The Zescarios are the gracious. They say this is where Valiamanda was sealed. Tells these walls could tell of the Skyrim. But every building has its story to tell if you think about it. Take ancient ruins, for example. Scholars spent centuries piecing together the stories of ancient civilizations from beneath the rubble. Even without the written word, we still weave a tangible history. Still, we can't imagine a world without writing. Off the sides. Drowsy. Ooh. Read something, of course. Do you mind I'm in dire need of a nap? So am I. You know what, Drowsy Yokoi? You're a fucking real one. You're a fucking real one. That's a good point. That's enough of that. Looks like the original owner of this tablet shared your keen interest in our glyphs. We came here to hold council with our stonemasons. Or Yokoi learned to write, but they are the experts who etch our histories into stone. As far as what our guests learned from the stonemasons, I couldn't say. Too sleepy. Now to piece together the full story. My great-grandfather received permission to live among the Yokoi in his capacity as the Dawn Servant's retainer. He was traveling the continent of Toral in order to create a new tablet. New alphabet. And he expressed eager interest in the Yokoi's glyphs. Since the tablet is relatively new, perhaps we can still find a stonemason who spoke with my great-grandfather 80 years ago? Shall we go and see? Oh, hi. Hi. Me just jumping down the stairs. Oh, hey, there's a man there. Falling sleepy again. But yes, I have served as stonemason these 80 years. How can I help you? Yes, I remember. Not long after Tuyalal's founding, a man bearing this tablet came to stay with us. So my great-grandfather really did come here. To study Yokoi glyphs, yes? Do you remember why? He was developing a new alphabet, as I recall. On to transcribe the Turali we speak today. There it is. Back then, Gulujaja had only just succeeded in creating a united Tulialal. People from diverse nations amassed at the capital, and the ensuing linguistic understandings caused no little amounts of trouble. As your great-grandfather told it, when the common language of Turali was adopted, he proposed that a new alphabet be created to accompany it. And the Dawn Servant turned him down in favor of adapting foreign characters. Not only that, but the Dawn Servant then ordered him on a journey of Toral, upon which he was to study the continent's myriad cultures. After touring a number of communities, he stopped here to understand our words. What he wished to learn wasn't simply how to read our glyphs. He asked tirelessly about our intentions on shaping the stone, how we decide our designs, and each step in the process of sculpting. Then one day, your great-grandfather turned to us and said he finally understood the Dawn Servant's reasons for rejecting his proposal. Soon after, he returned to Tulialal, full of new confidence. I had no idea my great-grandfather touched direct dealings with Gulujaja. I believe I understand why they both concluded a new alphabet wasn't necessary. Is that so? Tell me, child, why do you think that is? Torali's language exists solely for the purposes of communication. It has no cultural connection to any one of Toral's peoples. But a new alphabet would have been a communal creation, a new piece of Torali culture that might have had the power to overwrite others. Borrowing a foreign Aeolian alphabet allows Torali to remain a borrowed language, a language of convenience. By refusing to establish Australia as a language created by and for all Australian people, the Dawn Servant sought to protect our cultural diversity. That's why I think you rejected the proposal. After my great-grandfather travelled the land and arrived here to see your glyphs, I must finally realise the full significance of his alphabet, and the beauty we might stand to lose because of it. This tablet must have meant a great deal to him. Seems you too now carry on your great-grandfather's discovery, and his story. You're right. My great-grandfather's story. A story of my people. I must pen this tale right away, Manifest. Mind I ask you to bind it for me? The hand wave shit that we got earlier of just like, oh, don't worry, the Tirali dialect is very similar to the Aeolian, like, dialect. And also even the characters are similar. Has now been turned in, like, that hand wave of Whack and Wicklamat talk to us has now been turned into a lore building reason of just, we want to make sure this language never overwrites what our culture is, and just leave it explicitly as it is about convenience. Looks the fastest one on Woodley for us. I'm curious to see what you create. When I wasn't allowed to do the same thing over time as people are born with it being a normal thing. In time, probably. Yeah. in time, probably. Yeah. More and more people who are born in Tulialal probably would have that happen, yes. Oh, this was to represent the significance of my great-grandfather's connection to Yokoi culture. So mining with local stone would be preferable. Find plenty of that right here. Take as much as you need. I never travel without pen and paper. This time I even brought my portable desk in case the search for stories proved fruitful. Where the fuck are you carrying that? You can prepare the binding while I write. I'd be much obliged. Oh no. I lost the stone. Happens with a lot of countries. Curse you, English. Send books of my time, but only bound by stone. We have plenty here, so help yourself to what you need. I'm somehow going to leatherwork this into position. That's Aussie accent is fun because what do you want to say? Wait. Aussie accent is fun because if you want to say oh no, you say Arna. Huh? I don't think anyone actually knows how Australians talk. I don't think anyone actually knows how Australians sound. That is not our fucking accent. People keep saying this. People keep saying this. That is not the Australian accent. Again, people don't know how Australians sound. On this binding. Oh, I remember the fuck. I got a Yokoi cover! It'll be a heavy book. It's stone. I somehow leatherworked your stone into a book. I have confidence that this is a summoner and or a scholar weapon. A written account of my own forebear's story. A precious book indeed. I also include text about the Yokoi. Though using prose to depict your people felt somehow inopposite. Thus I also include illustrations. Clumsy though my hair might be. Pictures of the stone monuments and pillars. Things my great-grandfather must have seen. I see. In your own way, you honor how we Yokoi tell our stories with images. That's a very kind gesture. The written word cannot express all things. This is my great-grandfather's lesson. You've been most gracious in your help, thank you. I return to Tuliala with a lighter, prouder heart. The Australian accent sounds like Your Disco Needs You by Kylie Minogue. Do you think I listen to Kylie Minogue? Wait, that's you. I didn't anticipate the events 80 years ago would one day contribute to a renewal cultural exchange. This must have been precisely what Gulu Jar Jar envisioned for Tuliala's future. You should. Do you think Australians listen to Kylie Minogue? I have a suspicion that Kylie Minogue is more famous overseas than she is in Australia. I mean, she's well known here, but like... I feel like Kylie Minogue is one of those artists that's more popular in countries that aren't Australia than actually Australia. Pink's more popular here than Kylie Minogue. My great-grandmother's story is now part of my own. I would say our trip was well worth it. I think Lord Zimmer Wayne in the book we made, since he expressed an interest in practicing his skills on new tales. Besides, I think the Australians might make for an easier reading experience. His petition has started the whole project after all. I do hope he enjoys it. And I owe you my deepest thanks, Manifest. Not only were you kind enough to accompany me to Warlord's Echo, but you gave me perhaps your most stunning cover yet. Now it's back to work for me. As the more his next point approaches, I wish you pleasant crafting. Based on our current time schedule, I think we'll get all the role quests done today. I don't think we're getting Shaloni stuff done today. Reach for the sky! But Maker is eagerly waiting her next commission. I don't think we'll get Shaloni done today, but I think we'll get all the role quest goals that we had today done. See, why don't we play this music instead of Machinations? Anytime Machinations plays, just play this track. Our journey to Warlord's Echo gave us countless insights into my own family history, the Dawn Servants' wish for this nation, and the myriad ways by which our diverse peoples tell their stories. I feel readier than ever to transcribe the more tales for Zimmer Wayne. Try to get tickets for one Italian stop with attention to it, and also the worst event of the 2020s. Well, you two look happier than a pair of Veronica in the sun. Was that what happened? Zimmer Wayne! Impeccable timing. I'm back from my journey of ancestral discovery and bring with me a freshly penned tome of family tales. Might I persuade you to read it? It'd be my honor. No better way to put my reading skills to use. I also like to make improvements upon my writing, but I suspect it'll be some time before I can pen anything like you. Speaking of, I'm a Jar customer came the other day and entertained us with some wonderful stories. Perhaps we can compile them into a book. He told me all about the dead baby cave. Of course, we'll begin our preparations straight away. To cover our Mumble Jar tome, we gotta include materials from Cactel. In the meantime, I'll clear my pens and ready our parchment. Don't worry, I have bananas in my inventory. I will make you a book cover made out of bananas. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Oh, hell yeah, I've got high quality materials for this one. Let's fucking go. I get a slight boost. Can we get it done in 3 yet? Yes. Just fucking barely. No? How did that... How? Huh? Why did that... I don't understand. What the fuck? What is going on? Why is that not working? What the fuck? Fuck this fucking bullshit fucking game. Game just doesn't fucking work. What the fuck? It's progress. Progress isn't affected by like quality. Not for that skill, not for the skill I'm using at least. So why is it doing different amounts each time? What the fuck? Game decides that it's not fucking work properly. Okay. What the hell? Pissed off now. Pissed off now. Games are saying fuck you and not working. I can easily fix that. I just gotta do a Master's Min before it, but like, what the fuck? Why is it now working? Chat, I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand what the game's doing. Chat, I don't understand. I don't understand why I can use the same skill 3 times in a row and it's doing different amounts. Like, depending on the crawl. I don't get it. I don't understand. Why is it now working? I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't understand. Why do I hear a Moogle? There's a Fall Guy near me. Bane's running around. I don't understand why... Is it groundwork? Preparatory touch? I think it's groundwork, that one. Yeah, groundwork. I don't understand why groundwork is doing different amounts on some of my crafts. I don't understand why sometimes it works and sometimes... Well, most of the time now it's working. I don't understand why it failed those other 2 times to do the full amount. I don't understand. I'm very confused. Because it's nothing to do with quality. Is it the way... Does groundwork interact like that? Does groundwork not get the full percentage of progress that it should if it doesn't have the full amounts of durability to consume for it? Is that what's going on? Is that what's going on? If groundwork can't use, like, if it doesn't get okay. I didn't realize that was a thing. Does it say that in its actions? Ah, I don't remember seeing that. Efficiency decreases by half when durability is below durability cost. Okay. Okay. I don't remember seeing that. I don't remember that being a thing. Okay. That explains it. That explains it. train perfection works though. Which one's that? I don't know what skill that is. I'll train finesse. No, that's the one. Wait, no, that's the oh. I don't think I is this even on my hotbar? Oh, it is. I don't remember this skill existing. I remember other ones above 90 existing, because I remember Refined Touch exists, and I'm still not sure, like, how... I still don't know the best way to use Basic, Standard, Advanced, and Refined Touch. I remember that existing. And I remember, like, the combo for Daring Touch on, Hasty Touch existing. And I remember Immaculate Mend existing. I remember all of those other skills above 100 existing. Like, above 90, like new for Dawntrail. I don't remember Train Perfection existing. I don't remember that. Reduces durability loss in the next action to 0, can only use once per synthesis. And it doesn't even cost any crafter points. I don't remember that. I don't think I've ever used that. I don't remember that being a thing. Whoops. For the next time, we'll need materials from Dawntrail, preferably from the Thinker Hotland. It's alright, after me fucking up. The game being bullshit. I am here. What detail you've achieved in your craftsmanship? Forgive me saying so, but your treatment of these Dawntrail materials is most impressive I've seen thus far. Bravo. This tale was sold to me by Mamu Shah of the Dawntrail clan. Give Grandma the full effect if you have less than 20, since it costs 0, yeah. So if I can use that instead of having to use like command. The Dawntrail have long been known for their skill as mounted warriors, but their mounts are not only meant for warfare. There's an age-old story passed down through generations and generations. He's abandoned the seat and now he's getting fully into it where he's using the body language as well. Yeah, so the Dawntrail are mounted warriors. I mean, we learned about the Dawntrail being mounted warriors with the quest that we did for the Weaverers getting sick. There once lived the Dawntrail youth, bound by the creed of his people, to seek a land blessed by sunlight. For this elusive paradise, they searched endlessly, fought endlessly. Compared to his warrior friends, however, the youth was ill-suited for battle. He needed his weaver entrusted not with weapons, but a cart to which to deliver parcels. Would that I could ride a winged mount, the youth thought. Upon it, he could breach the thick canopy of the forest and gaze upon the splendor of the sun. Oh, this is the start of this. Day after day, he wandered the forest, hoping to tame a flying beast of his own. Yet his veiled physique proved a burden. Again and again, he was thrown from the spirited creatures, until his comrades laughed to see his fruitless, dogged attempts. Still, the youth was determined, and after countless failures, he gained mastery of a beast known as Ramazashal. He became the first of his people to sit astride a winged creature. Right away, the youth went to his aging parents and taught them how he achieved his feat. Then, leaping upon the realm of Zashal, he took to the skies. Higher and higher he flew towards the canopy until finally he disappeared. He never returned home again, but instead he found the land of sunlight his people searched for. The techniques he left would be learned by all Dawntrail, and to this day it is not uncommon to see riders upon winged mounts, basking in the sunlight upon the winds. He just never came back home. What an alluring azure hue, like the depths of a cenote untouched by sunlight, or the deep blue sky that the Dawntrail youth yearned for. A complicated and beautiful color. What about the blue of their forest? That's actually a lot brighter. What sort of impression did you get from the story manifest? Wonder if he found what he was looking for. Wrote 89s advance and lost him to a 99? No. Given the volatile setting of wartime, he might have been struck down by an enemy and simply lost him on the trees. That's hardly the ending I'd like to imagine. We may never be able to return to the past and discover the truth for ourselves. But we can carry our feelings about them into a future they help create. Answers. Writing a book of tales does just that, I think. It entrusts our hopes and feelings to those who follow after. You are almost saying, in other words, we should look to those who walked before, so we can lead those who walk after. If no one carries on those hopes and feelings, they might be lost forever. Stories that I've told and you've penned, they each filled with the history and aspirations of their respective peoples. But my people have not a single written record. Our oral tradition is utterly unknown to those outside our community. Were we to vanish one day, we would leave not a trace of our existence behind. Our stories. Oh, cut to Minifus with the saddest look ever. Someone waiting. Pardon me. My shift starts soon, so I should be off. Thank you for the lovely book. And also thank you for the salmon jerky. I paid you for this book with salmon jerky. I'm binding authority! Maybe we won't have time for the... No, we can probably push it. A place in the sun. Concern is written plain on Maker's face. I thought that getting these on an hour each would be fine, but there's a lot more dialogue than I realized. Oh, Manifest. Samawani seemed troubled after our last session, didn't he? He hasn't said a word about his next commission. He may have given up on our bookmaking endeavor. At first, he seemed so excited about sharing the stories he heard at FFXIV. I wonder how his recitations there differ from our transcription sessions. Can you take a walk with me, Manifest? I should like to see Samawani's performance for myself. Very good. FFXIV with us. FFXIV. No. Why did I think that? Brain, get your shit together. No! Where do I teleport? Forward cabins. They don't appear on the map. FFXIV is not on the map, so it's like always confusing. You go to this place so frequently and it's not on the map and I make me go, Arr. I guess Bayside Baby would be closer to the top of it. Or just the entire thing in general, but still. Samawani! Make a manifest. If for a drink, perhaps? Well, that does sound splendid. Where should I have been to hear one of your famous recitations? I'm afraid your time is rather unfortunate. We should wait until our seats are filled before having a tale. So not for some time yet. Oh, that's a shame. And what about your next commission? As soon as we know what sort of tales you plan to tell, Manifest can begin to assemble the necessary materials for your new tome's binding. About that. If you have no further tales you wish to share, far be it from me to insist. Don't worry, I still have plenty to tell. Thing is, when I learned of your discoveries, I decided I wanted our next story to be something from my home. Our tales are completely unknown to outsiders. Should our oral tradition ever reach its end, our hopes and history would vanish with it. Which is why I'd preserve what I can with the written record. That sounds like a wonderful idea. And yet you still seem conflicted. My people neither read nor write. Would creating a written book of their stories truly be understanding and honoring their legacy? When you put it that way, how about we probably convey the stories of a people unassociated with the written word? Go to Alexandria, get a tape recorder, take a page from your great-grandfather's bookmaker. And take a page we shall. I only just finished illustrating a book about the Yokoi. You don't need to know the written alphabet to read a story from illustrations. But we needn't stop there. What if we incorporated other materials into the book as well? Bird feathers and flowers, things that harken to the setting and appeal to all senses. We'd need to devise a way to preserve the materials we chose, but once we do, our readers will be able to immerse themselves in the story without a reliance on the written word. A book that appeals to all the senses. I think that might work. Holo videos, exactly. Let's just get some tomestones. Let's record you doing TikToks, and that can be your history. I have very few things you can use for the cover. I can fetch more if you give me a moment. Do you have a moment? Do you have a moment again? Immediately? Let's all bring me back at my store. Once you have components for our cover, deliver them to me and we'll hear Zimmer Wayne's tale. So, okay. The plans that I got that I'm doing later today, I'm double checking for that. Okay. Home around 4. I'm not getting there that early. I told you earlier it's 5. I told you earlier it's 5. We'll be fine. Wait, no, I need to actually no. I need to actually talk to him to get the materials again, don't I? Wait, where do I... Are they back there? Did they all go back? Is he back there as well? Where do I get more materials if I need them? Because I'll need them. Normally they just... Did they teleport him over here? Oh my god, they actually did. Normally they keep the person next to you just in case. They actually moved them this time. I have plenty extra. That's very nice, because I'll need plenty extra. Alrighty, get crafting! Get crafty with it. I eventually got there. I eventually got there. The last one is a very noticeable step up in terms of like how much you gotta do for it. It is very noticeable how much extra shit you gotta get for the last one of these to work. Which makes sense. It does make sense that that's how it would be, but... Will that be enough? Oh, just. There we go. No, we're almost there. There we go. There we go. I did it. We're gonna do mining for a time that will always read his senses. Do you have something ready? Hell yeah, I do. I'm speechless, Manifest. This will make our finest cover yet, of that I have no doubt. Let us hear Zimmer Wayne's story. I can't hear the story. We got lore about all the others. Did we get lore for Zimmer Wayne's people? Well, the other ones gave us lore. That one just showed us him talking. Or is the idea that, like, when we show the book, it's gonna, like, we're gonna show how the book shows the story? Those look like words. Those look like words. What an amazing tome you've made. Careful script and illustration. Pieces of the natural world as they feature in my story. Meaning this will be an unforgettable experience for anyone. Can't wait to take this home and show my family. I'm sure they'll be proud to see our stories reflected in such art. Can I come and hear you read it? Spell you have to hear? And also the cover doesn't look like anything special. They built up this one to be like full of illustrations to like, you know, get his people's story across. That it was gonna have like a work of art cover. And then the cover of the book is normal. You can see that it's a bunch of writing inside. And you don't even hear him tell the story. You don't even hear him tell the story. Oh, is it gonna be when we go to the thing? Of course, that's my intention from the very start. I'm more confident than ever in my letters, so I plan to read aloud from this gorgeous tome, as opposed to reciting a memorization. But that's how evening regulars will be flooding into. Ah, there it is. Okay, I was about to say, if we just get to the end of this and we hear nothing, and we don't see a cool book, and it's like, what the fuck was the point of it all? Save a table for you. That'd be splendid, Samawini. We'll be right behind you. I was about to get really annoyed just being like, all this build up of all of the lore for the other people, the cool book for them, and then the final one just, you get nothing. Like, what? No way to see what's probably over tears. Customers think it's Samawini's story. Go on ahead, I'll catch up shortly. Let's go back. That's a bit. Bayside baby. What's up? Relax and enjoy the show. We're getting rained on here. Ah, if the wind picks up in the wrong direction, yes, we will. But we should be okay. Yo, big feast of food. Yo, people got drinks. People got coconut cocktails. Sorry, pineapple cocktails. Can you hear that? People are telling all sorts of tales around us. A haven for storytellers indeed. Many here are regulars, but everyone is welcoming of fresh faces. Just so long as you're hungry for new stories. Hey lad, tell us a story, would you? A new one if you've got it. Right away. I've got just the thing for you. And I think you'll all enjoy it. Tonight I'd like to share something personal with you all. Some of you may know that I come from a tradition of oral storytelling, and my people rely not upon the written word. However, should our voices no longer echo into future generations, I fear our very history runs the risk of extinction. Thus, I commissioned the Scrivener Parmaker and the Traveling Artisan Manifest with the creation of a book. This is the story of my people. May it warm your hearts like the sun upon the plains. 1,000 dawns ago, in the eastern reaches of Shaktaral, our ancestors lived upon a bountiful land. The soil was rich, and the wind carried with it seeds that flourished into healthy crops. But one summer, a great serpent of cloud coiled above our lands. Beneath its swollen body fell rain, so endless that it drowned our crops and threatened to starve our people. We must call for the sun, someone cried. So our people lifted their prayers to the sky, that they might summon the mighty light. But the serpent heard their voices with anger, lashing out with its tail and driving an even greater deluge down upon them. With their fields turned to rivers, our people departed in search of the sun. Day after day they walked and walked, bearing their hunger and thirst until they could no longer. It was then they came upon a solitary cactus. Chasers of the sun, take me with you. I too seek brighter lands. For your hunger and thirst I offer my fruit. In return, sow my seeds upon your path and partake of what they yield. Our people sowed the seeds, and from them grew more and more cacti, each bearing fruit that gifted them strength. For 1,000 nights they pressed onward, westward, planting the cacti and partaking of their fruit. Finally they reached a wide land of sunlight. The cacti grew strong and plentiful beneath the golden rays, and spoke to our people once more. You have our gratitude, children of man. This is the land we long dreamed of. Today we revel in this radiant paradise. Tomorrow we shall give up our voices and live to nourish your progeny forevermore. So it was that the cacti spoke the tongue of man no more. Yet our people would continue to care for them and honor them as irreplaceable companions. It was there, alongside the bright sun and thriving cacti, that our people founded a village and lived in peace and comfort for 1,000 tomorrows to come. In our native tongue, Tonawalta means sun chaser, but there is no one reason as to why our people are so named. The story you just heard is but one explanation, a tale passed down through generations in my village. But ask another Tonawalta, and you will hear another story. I am not here to insist that ours is the definitive tale, but rather to say in a small corner of this vast continent, there exist a people who believe it to be true. It is my hope that our stories are remembered by many, and our words carry forward into the future. Thank you. Aww. 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 That was super sweet. What you think? That's how we usually do our recitations. Whoever has a story to tell stands up there and regales the room. I go and make her on her way out. Assume she can't leave us all intended for long, but I assume she's waiting for you there. Thank you for everything, Manifest. I'm sure Maker's waiting for you back at the store. Aww. Oh, sup, sleepyhead. No, why am I so bad at teleporting around this place? I've become the first person to ever teleport to Volkswagen. Some Moani's storytelling prowess is already inspiring, isn't it? You set the scene without flaw. It really felt as though I was journeying along with those cat there. Words are so peculiar, aren't they? When spoken from the soul, they can convey meaning that extends far beyond their written worth. My experiences with you and Zemoweni have opened my eyes to the true duty of a scrivener. Going forward, I hope to capture what I hear with more sensitivity and deeper understanding. It's not a matter of simply writing down the words. It's about preserving the spirit which they are spoken, just like we did with our books. My abilities have their limits, however, so the tales I cannot bind alone. I hope I can count on you, Manifest. Yay! I did it! Woo! And celebratories were had. I'm a connoisseur of covers! Yay! These are their stories. Of countless crafts. Of countless crafts. Countless of you. Countless of you. Can we get the crafter ones done in like an hour, possibly an hour and a half? Let's find out. Blame it on the juice. Zeroja seeks an artisan well versed in creative concoctions. If you got Jack in the cup, go raise it up. Yes, Jack Daniels straight. That's my creative concoction I have for you. I should be Manifest, the artisan from Eosia. My name is Zeroja, and this is my shop. I know that you're meticulous when it comes to mixing a variety of concoctions, and to be frank, I am desperate for one of your expertise. I hear you love drinking. I hear you love drinking a lot. It's a dated reference. And I got another cheese sandwich toasted this one. No, they make your stomach upset. Juice is the drink of choice here until you're low. But as I'm sure you've heard from Ropley, business is bad. It wasn't always so. When I first opened my shop, profits were steady and customers are eager for the fresh, local juice I offered. I thought running this business would be easy. I don't have exceptional culinary talent, but anyone can squeeze a fruit, right? My sales are suffering. Some days I spend more on ingredients than I gain in coin. At this rate, I'll be forced to leave what you make. I know my menu's generic. With so much competition in the city, it's little wonder my erstwhile regulars have sought more compelling refreshments. Alas, I lack the skill to make anything but the most basic of juices. Which is why I need a talented artisan such as yourself to assist me in creating the drinks I know will save my business. Wonderful. Now, before I expound upon the particulars, there's one other I've recruited to my cause. His name is Helnarok, and he is a proficient gatherer. Once we decide upon the recipes, I plan to have him procure in bulk what ingredients we require. Why don't we join him by side Bevy and have one of our first legal meeting as a team? You go on ahead. I'll be along once I'm closed up shop. So are we going full boost juice with this? Are we just making like fancy juices? Instead of like a pineapple juice or an apple juice or an orange juice, here's like orange, lime, banana, and coconut juice with like a wet grass booster shot with like a calcium plus like dick kick shitter. Like how do we go for this? We're opening a smoothie stand. Protein in everything. Let's go. You want your protein juice? Oh, a little cart carrying through. I don't think I've seen this before. I don't think I've seen this person actually just walking through with all of their deliveries. That's adorable. All the fuck ups, everything being protein now, because people have got to work on their macros. People have got to work on their macros. They got to get them gains. Despite the amount of people who will do a lot of protein stuff that probably has like nothing to do with exercising. The thing is, like, there is some elements of a lot of like food that you can buy, and a lot of diets will have like absolutely no protein. I can definitely feel the difference in terms of like daily energy stuff. In terms of just like I don't have like I'm not eating like the protein dinners anymore because just I found cheaper ways to do that. But like most of my breakfast things are like, you know, it's like protein yogurt or protein pudding. And then like the bars that I take to work are like protein oat bars or protein peanut butter bars. Just because I know what I normally eat has so little of it. And I can definitely tell there's a difference in energy levels with having actual like stuff that has a bit more protein in it, because the stuff I normally eat wouldn't have a lot there. But then I see some people where it's like, here's my breakfast, it's loaded up with 40 grams of protein, and then I'm having my lunch and there's another 60 grams of protein in that, and then I've got like a snack there and that's giving me another 35 throughout the day, and then I'm going for dinner and then my dinner's loaded up with 80 grams of protein, and I'm just like, is there an upper limit to this where you don't need more? That I do have to wonder. And if you're wondering if I'm calling out anyone particular, yes, it's my brother. Because my brother is very much that. My brother is like, every meal that he has to have for the day has to be loaded with protein. And like, my brother works out nowhere near enough to justify the sheer amount of protein that he has in his diet. Like my brother will exercise and my brother will go to the gym, but he is like a 2 to 3 times a week person, not a 2 to 3 times a day person. But his protein that he takes in is a 2 to 3 times a day person for going to the gym. A lot of people don't get enough protein in normal meals. Very true. But then social media twists that into hell, and now every item in a grocery store costs 15% more because it has protein, even though there's like a dozen issues with it. Again, like, I can definitely tell there's a difference in my energy levels because I have a couple of things that are specifically focused on actually having protein, because what I would normally eat would have fucking basically nothing. There is that, and that is like a thing. But to the extent that it's pushed in everything is very much like a social media trend. Like, even, like, I was having, like, the protein, like, ready-to-eat meals where you just microwave it, and I was having those, and, like, I was mainly having those because I don't have the energy to, like, make dinner for myself every single fucking day, and also, they were quite tasty. But even those things, like, I was having those for dinners of, like, oh, these are loaded with protein. Even those were only, like, 20 to 30 grams of protein for dinner. Whereas I see, like, it being advertised as, like, here's, like, a microwave like meal that you buy at a supermarket loaded with 60 grams, and I'm like, Protein is protein that people need to eat some damn fibers. We have rising colon cancer rates, people. So that's like when I can tell that people like actually know what they're talking about. Because they'll talk about like focusing on like your diet macros and getting enough stuff there. And the people who seem to know what they're talking about there always say that, where it's like, also fiber. Also fiber. Movka, what business has Lowlander with Halnarok? Ah yes, the Juicy Mix project. As a professional stuff seeker, Halnarok has agreed to do the Finding a Tasty Fresh. What of it? Do you just keep wants to trade tongue flaps? Mere thought makes Halnarok sleepy dull. What a pointless busy task. Apologies for the wait. Now that the whole team's acquainted, I suppose I'll get straight to the point. To improve my shop's financial fortunes, I need help in grading some original juices. As to say, juices that promote the health and well-being. Oh no, we are actually doing health. Oh god, we are actually doing supplement juices. Oh, we are actually doing supplement juices. Oh no. I know I don't have fiber, so I started taking fiber supplements. Never been so regular. I have fiber supplements. It's doing fucking nothing to help me though. Lots of things just aren't good sources of protein. The amount added is barely any. The amount they have is barely more than the normal version. And then that's all the ones that are just, you need to eat 20 servings to get enough. All like protein chocolate bars that are nothing good in any metric. Waffle is an excellent source of vitamins. The diverse people of the city have unique dietary and nutritional needs. So using both culinary and alchemical techniques, I've been off a variety of refreshments bespoke to citizens in all shapes and sizes. By developing drinks both delicious and singularly nutritious, my customers are sure to remember why they love Zerolja Juice Craft. You're making a boost juice. Besides, people are still reeling from the recent tragedy, and though healthy beverages may not amount to much, they may help yet lift some spirits. Unique dialogue because I'm starting this so late, or are you talking about the storm that hit like everywhere at the beginning of the story? Manifest. I trust a professional culinarian like yourself will have no trouble drawing out irresistible flavors from healthy ingredients. Just as long as panel opens. Local juice from local fruits? Sign me up! Be nice to have some juice that isn't orange. We're gonna struggle to get this done today, and the fact that my stomach betrayed me is a big part of that. I look forward to tasting your work, Manifest. Should you have any questions about a local produce, don't hesitate to ask. As for you, Halnok, your job comes after we create a viable recipe and know exactly what ingredients we require. Afraid that means you'll have to wait. I'd like to participate in the recipe creation as well. Your opinion as a mobile would be invaluable, and you would of course be compensated in addition to your gatherer's fee. No, Halnok has no deep thoughts on Juicy Mix. Oh, alright then. In any case, let's head back to the shop, shall we? There's work to be done. Again, my planned schedule for the week. Oh, not for the week, for the day. My planned schedule for the day was 1 hour for dungeon, 2 hours each for combat rolls, 1 hour for each crafter rolls. I think just 1 hour for each crafter roll was very much pushing it. I don't think that's reasonable. I forgot why. Yeah, straw, we have little straws. I just want to read how deeply grateful I am for your assistance. Together, let's make the juice really I can be proud of. Robert, will save my shop. Uncertain times ahead. Weird that this one has unique dialogue for MSQ progression and not any of the others. Weird that they gave this one a little bit of a difference in terms of like people need juice to get them through troubled times. Hey, what you making me delivery unlocked? Let's go. Hey, they're giving me food for this, right? What if I eat some of this? I'm gonna eat this. Make my stats better. Make it easier. Mon chéri moya. Professor, you're is a blend of my fellow Mabuja. Still, it gets far more sunlight than our native land, so we find ourselves prone to dry, itchy scales. We shit torture some days. Lucky, the cherimoya fruit harvested on Akapacha may offer solution. Going to Peli merchants, regular consumption does wonders for dry skin. Only complications add appearance and in texture. Cherimoya very much resembles mumblejar scales. Hard to garner appetite for something that looks like a piece of your body. For any other fruit, I think we extract liquid from within. Only there's one, most cherimoya's flavor kept in its pulp. Its nutrients are as well. Perhaps you can find a way around this conundrum? See if you can't make a cherimoya juice both healing and appetizing in mumblejar. I'm afraid I don't keep cherimoya on hand. Sight alone is enough to make me queasy, but I've seen it for sale in Bayside Bevy. We'll be testing for flavor and efficacy both, so make a big batch if you can. 6 glasses or so. Thank you and good luck. I will do that. So that's what it looks like. What is the box for the coconut milk? Why does the box for coconut milk look like that? Cooking. Oh, I can technically do that for this. Yeah, these are the lower level ones. I can technically cheat even harder, can't I? I can technically cheat these ones even harder. Do I even need to do them in? Nope. Nope. No, I don't. Deliciously seared juice. What about the searing egg? That video fucking kills me so much. The fucking desearing egg video, Jesus Christ. It's so dumb, but I love it so much. Five, okay. I think for all the cooking ones, I got way too many materials for all of it, so I need to actually double check to make sure I'm not making too many. For in Toral, they have boxed milk. It's just like the design of the box is so intricate. Delicious, nutritious cherimoya juice that mumblejar can only stomach but delight in. I'm sure come up with something. Yes, I'm familiar with how to do deliveries. Bam, 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 bam. Hell yeah. This consistency, this aroma. Why, it's so sweet, I don't steal a sip right away. Yay. Deity. Yeah. I think we have enough to win our tasting. It all looks and smells marvelous anyway. Let's imagine the drink with marble jar in mind. I may be the first to try it. Skull, 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 skull. Oh shit, you did. Hell yeah. Upside down on the head. Exquisite. Think of the cherimoya's signature sweetness and aroma, yet utterly smooth in texture. No one ever guessed this juice came from a fruit so wholly unappetizing in appearance. I can safely say that no mumblejar could find qualms with this beverage. I myself would happily drink it daily. And with its nutritional benefits, peeling scales may become a thing of the past. Please mind if you simply must tell me how you made this. Alongside coconut and what are the other ingredients? So that's the trick. I see. I'll pen a proper recipe later so I won't forget. Fortunately, it sounds like one that even I can manage. Did I introduce you in a glass, Hunrock? I love to hear what moblins think of cherimoya's flavor. No. Hunrock don't care. Busy task is waiting, just keep. Hunrock has no time for taste sipping. Oh. Did I offend him? We're gonna find out that Juice killed his dad and his mom at the same time. Pay me no mind, Manifest. Sometimes I get caught up thinking, well, I just wonder how I might have done better. I'm not sure I'm pestering him about it. The juice you made is so lovely, In any case, I'd say your prototype passes muster. Our menu has its first new item. I'll have to peel a lot of cherimoya, but it will keep the happiness of my newly moisturized kin at the forefront of my mind. I'll consider what sort of juice I'd like to make next, so perhaps you can familiarize yourself with our local agriculture in the meantime. And if you ever find yourself in needing of a refreshing beverage, you know where to look. So Success. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Mumble Jar Moisturizer. Oh, I think I heard some people be called that up in Camp Brunswick. A drink for every mobby. Customers have spoken and Zero Jar can't wait to tell you about it. Manifest the mango cherimoya juice. Our customers can't get enough. What's more, the fashionable Mumble Jar have taken to calling it smooth scale juice. Oh god, we made a drink made of fucking collagen. Jesus Christ. Frankly, I've had so many orders, I've grown completely indifferent towards handling cherimoya. As far as I'm concerned, it's as very like any other. Now, I say we give our momentum and move on to concocting our next prototype. First one, I'd like to address the health concerns of moblins. Among those live until you're lull, many work as gatherers, traveling long distances while bearing big, heavy packs. A drink that alleviates fatigue may do wonders for them. What about fixing their back problems? We invented a health trend, woo! All the hottest Mumble Jar are drinking the smooth scale smoothies. The problem is, the moblin palate is somewhat unfathomable to other people. Their favored rot tea, for instance, smells like, well, not like something I'd prefer to drink. Or the simply pungent beverage may result in the immediate cessation of business for us, our juice craft. So I'd like to try our luck with fermented aloe. Its scent is strikingly yet fruity, and I expect it would satisfy the moblin's preference for strong flavors without alienating the rest of my clientele. All that remains is to add an ingredient fit for soothing sore muscles. How much I can leave to you, I hope? Excellent. And about Hanarok. I know I wasn't able to convince him last time, but his opinion as a moblin is absolutely necessary for this drink. Must make the juice so astringently aromatic that even he'll want to sip. I'm glad I can count on you. Let's have delicious fermented aloe juice waiting for Hanarok once he gets back from his gathering. Like, juice is super delicious. I love juice, don't get me wrong. I love juice. Juice be fucking expensive, though. Juice be expensive as shit, though. It costs so much. Like going to a juice stall to buy juice, like what the people here would do. It's so fucking expensive. Like at the simple juice store that's near my work now. Like you've got the boost juice where they'll do all of the health shit where like, you know, they'll load up their proteins and their grass and stuff like that. And they're like ridiculous. But even just like the normal local juice place where like what they do is just, here's a giant juice machine, we shove the fruit in there, it juices it, we put it in a bottle, here you go. Which like that is still nice because it's very fresh. The juice there is going to be very fresh because you know, they juice it right there. It's very good, don't get me wrong. But even that is like, oh, do you want a bottle of like pineapple juice? That'll be $7, thank you. And it's like, I don't want a bottle of juice, but juice be fucking expensive. Hard to justify buying. The main way to buy juice that isn't ridiculously expensive is to buy bottles that you bring home from the supermarket, and most of those are going to be reconstituted juices in some capacity where it's like, oh, here's a juice and it's like an extract and it's like dehydrated, and then we're gonna like put it in the process of just like re-adding water to it, so it's like a watery drink that has the taste of juice. The best quality juice that I can buy, and I don't think it tastes like reconstituted. It doesn't. If it is reconstituted juice, very impressive that it still tastes as good as it does. But there's one like I think it's called like East Coast juice, And the stuff that they have doesn't, like, that is like you get like a 2-liter bottle. And that doesn't taste like reconstituted juice. That tastes like actual proper juice. And that sells for like $6. I haven't bought it for a while, so it's probably closer to 7 or 8 at this stage. But that's 2 liters worth. But then the issue with buying that much juice is finishing it before it goes off, because juice is also really sugary, and I don't want to have that much sugar in my fucking diet. Like, how much I have to drink of it before it goes off to like make it worth buying it. But combined with trying to minimize how much sugar I'm putting into my body. I mean, it's sitting freshman for a moment. One particularly enticing to elicit our friend's help. Pungent, oddly fruity smells guaranteed to lure moblins from miles away. There we go. Oh, we gotta go back to Crystarium. Goodness gracious, that's an overpowering scent. This doesn't please our moblin customers. I shudder to imagine what will. We have to go back to the Crystarium. I don't want to waste like 2,000 scripts. That's very useful. Oh, you actually got a transparency on this one. This is a remarkable beverage. I bought your edition of tomato. Not only does it offer ample nutrition, but its flavors meet the fermented alloy upon the fine line of deliciousness and danger. I'd probably fucking hate it then. Fuck tomato juice. I fucking hate tomato juice. Holy fucking shit do I fucking hate tomato juice. It's so disgusting. I'm sure our local moblins will flock to this flavor, but will Halnarook? Oh, God. What an incredible aroma is Halnarook sniff catching? Oh, this? Just a blend of fermented alloy juice that my Nephis was kind enough to make. Been working so hard gathering our cherry and moya that I wanted to be sure our next drink was one that could alleviate your daily fatigue. Consider it a token of our appreciation. Appreciation for Halnarook? Boundless appreciation. Not just from us, but our customers too. Our friends may yet be limited, but if the 3 of us work together, we're sure to have the whole city singing praises of our juice, made possible only by your fastidious gathering. So, and I hope you'll do me the honor of sharing your opinion on this one. Actual gobby sounds, let's go! Actual gobby sounds, you don't hear those very often. Halnarook will taste juicy mix for the home. Take a juicy mix for the home road. Proper good mobbies never barefaced in public. That's fair. How wonderful! I can't wait to hear what he thinks. Juicekeep is concerned about mumble jar skin peels and now mobby panics. Is Juicekeep trying to become a juice doctor? A doctor? No. I once hoped to become a chirurgeon, however. Chirurgeons must be both expertly versed in medicinal properties of flora and highly proficient in healing magics. We at the Bunua clan are magically talented by nature, so my father was able to excel as a chirurgeon in the city. His diverse knowledge saved the lives of many. As his daughter, I once dreamed of following in his footsteps. So Juicekeep studied food health and body breaks. I do have some knowledge of nutrition and physiology, but it's of little consequence. I no longer have aspirations to become anything more than a mixture of juice. Anyway, I look forward to hearing what you think of that one. Alright, it could be an alchemist moment. Droopy Jewel for the tasty smell is already filling up Mobby Mask. And like the one hint that we have of what gobies actually look like under their helmet is that one barefaced fish in ocean fishing. Moblin Motivator! There's like one blobfish with like 2 dots for eyes that you can catch in ocean fishing called Bareface, and it's just like people think that this is what goblins look like under their mask. Halnarook the Help Hand. Zero Jar is eager to hear back from Halnarook. What is going on? I'm getting so many fucking friend requests on Discord now. Ones that I'm assuming are like hacked accounts or whatever, but I'm getting so many of them now. Like, I've gotten 3 during the stream alone. I'm glad to see you, Manifest. I wish I could share the consensus on our last strength, but Halnarook hasn't been back yet. Yeah, oddly enough, my shop has had an influx of other moblins carving to fermented allergies. I hardly know what to think. We've got manifest zero jump. Aloe raw juicy mix is delicious. Incredible flavor top. One sip of Howlrock sluggy feels melted away. Heavy pack is now airy light. Most days Howlrock experiments all achy packs and grumpy words. About to sip drinking tasty aloe raw, they are happy mobbies both. Now we tell every mobby to slurp zero jars juicy mix. So you're to thank for all those customers. Glad to hear your parents are among those who benefit from our drink. Stuff seeking is a solitary job. No one notices Howlrock's sweat work. No one smiles for Howlrock's spring finds. But mobby friends, fine fellows, grumpy parents, everyone jump skips for juicy mix. Howlrock wants to make more jump skipping. Wants to help make more juicy mix. Yay! Seems your concoction didn't know he's aching back, but he's aching soul as well. Well then, now the team is united, I say we move on to our next drink. A beverage for Hanu. I understand their diet consists mainly of reeds, which are beyond the purview of your average fruit stand. But if we can determine how reeds benefit their health, we might craft a comparable juice. You visited the Hanu in Cosmo, haven't you, Manifest? Did you learn anything about their diet while you were there? Reeds replenish their energies. I see. Then our fruit-rich and magical energies may just be what we need. What about sparkly shiny Zika bananas and Dawntrail? I don't know because the feather friend says bananas are a Hanu favorite. Oh, you mean Najul? That is a marvel suggestion. Dawntrail is forest rich in magical energy, so its fruit must be as well. And if your friend vouches for it, all the better. As long as we can show one glass of juice is as satisfying as a meal of reeds, our Hanu customers will want for nothing. Knowing your talents, Manifest, I'm sure you can make that happen. You always do. Banana juice time. Banana smoothie time. Let's go. Banana smoothies are so fucking goated. I'd say banana smoothies are goated with the sauce, but they're goated with the banana smoothie because it's better than the sauce. These also have branch berry fruits, which looking at these, is that a kiwi? Is that meant to be a kiwi fruit? It kind of looks like it could be a kiwi fruit. I assume branch berry fruit is meant to be a kiwi fruit looking on the inside. Unless it's a type of fruit that I don't recognize. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of kiwi. I am thinking kiwi adjacent, at the very least. Branch berry are the big dinosaur plants. Dinosaur? Oh, from the rock birds, like from the dragon tree birds. Oh, okay. Those birds have been said to be a lot of things in this stream. I wasn't thinking there would be yet another thing that they are. Glowy Seekin looks like a boss, yeah, enemy. Why didn't you pop in it? Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I have avoided fucking up. They're everything except for plants because they are actually plants. What the fuck was that camera glitch? Jesus. It's one of the more interesting camera glitches I've seen recently from my computer. Fucking hell. vodka juice. Perfect pigment for Hana whose enemy is flagging. How does the resulting drink end up green? I'm now thinking about this. How does this drink end up green? Is the inside of the branch bearer fruit that, like, impressively green? Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know what the inside of the Jataka banana looks like. Under the peel, the fruit is mild in color and flavor both. Okay, so they're not intensely colored. Okay, so the Jataka bananas aren't intensely colored on the inside, and the branch bearer fruit would just, like, add the green from it. Okay. They're not super blue on the inside. We'll need real Jataka bananas in this, but I leave the rest. I leave your discretion. We didn't go to Crystarium. We didn't go to Crystarium yet. Give me a second. Give me a second. It's important. It's important. It's impotent. It's very important we go here. Yeah, I think putting 1 hour per role quest for crafters was just way too unrealistic. Lines of dialogue that are required for that, just not. That's actually too much. So do I have any of these ones yet? Oh, bamboo. Of course I know the bamboo sticks. Did I buy it? I bought extra. I bought the extra dark chestnut lumber. I don't need this. I already have. This is the one I already have. So I bought. Okay, I bought 60. I don't need those. I can sell them on the market. Fortunately, these are tradable. Fortunately, these are tradable. 49. Okay, I'll buy 11 of those. I have to worry about the rest. I won't overcap. We're all good. Just remind me. I gotta sell those. I need those ones. I'm gonna be getting pretty close to having spent everything I need for purple crafters. So I'm down to the last set of materials that I need for that. Take a sabbatical and travel on the city walls, which follow my great-grandfather's footsteps. Broaden my cultural horizons and countless stories of forebears I've left behind. Of course, it'd be remiss of me to limit my journey to Dawntrail. Yes, he said, a Charlian is a real paradise of written knowledge, but I want to give the walk among its vast archives. Now I can do this. Goodness gracious, this juice is thick. What an aroma! Thank you, Manifest. Should all be what we need. Let's have one of our Hana customers sample it for us. I got your green juice. So this is the Jataka juice you spoke of. Full of energy, is it? And as for the taste... Skull, 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 skull. Ah! What a flavor! Rich and invigorating. I feel as though I've just gulped down a beak full of reeds. I hope you'll make a permanent addition to your menu. My friends will want a taste of this. Power juice is a success. Manifest has a deft handy arm. I also have a buff death charm. As a friend. When thought made together, our juicy mixes are unstoppable. Here, here. There's just something valuable for this one, Hanarok. And for my part, I've been delighted to put my old studies to use in a tangible way. Buffcar. Hanarok doesn't understand. Soja has good thing knowing, so why not follow Goldry and become a Kai Regin? Because I'm not good enough, that's why. Well, it's a private matter, I'd rather not speak of it, right? Let's focus on our next cheers. I got something tricky in mind. A real challenge. I know still doesn't stand, but we'll not press play. We're gonna give you a juice that's gonna turn you into a surgeon. Hanu Hanu Hydrator. Yeah, it turns out you drink this juice, you just become like a perfect surgeon. Very, very, very powerful juice. But we're really good at making juice. The missing drink. So Oja's next idea may be her juiciest yet. So far, all our new menu items are proving popular. My sales are recovering already. But considering the population until Yalal, our greatest challenge yet lies ahead of us. It's Pelu Pelu. I want to make a juice for them, but they're formidable beverage brewers themselves. I'm not sure I could offer to compete with their mate coffee and mezcal. Something that would help them come over from the triple hangover they'll have from all of those. You want shit that they drink in the morning so they can recover after the previous night. Mate in particular is renowned for its health benefits, which may explain why I've never heard of chronic ailments affecting them. Pelu Pelu drinks are also flavor strong, like Tasty Punch for mouth. Pelu Pelu have their own health and hydration well in hand, all better. But if some problem's being overlooked, I'd like to help discover a solution. The hangovers. The hangovers. So, I was hoping you two could join me on a trip to Akapacha. Hungok will sniff out Pelu Pelu problems. That way, Zero Jar can solve them with her juicy mix. Thank you. Go on ahead and start asking around. I'll be along after I close up shop. Hungok will see Manifest and watch him Pelu. I guess Hungok is similar to a pot swan here. He is similar to a pot swan in terms of just like helping out the person with like all of the things that they need. I promise I'll be right along. Watch him, hello. This is my juicy mix. It's water. Again, I finished my sarsaparilla and rainbow energy drink earlier. I only have water now. It makes me cry. It makes me get hit by an enemy, fall to the ground, look at the camera, and go. Buffco. Hanorok is relieved to see Manifest did not get Wanderlust. I get Wanderlust, not Wanderlust though. Pelu Pelu are renowned drink shakers and brew drippers, but are they of pure health? Hanorok and Manifest will trade tongue claps to locals to find out. Tell Zero Joe when she arrives. Clearly what they need is boner juice, because they're all so permanently drunk that everyone in town has got an incredibly intense case of whiskey dick. You want to learn about the drinks we brew? Say no more. I could talk endlessly about our coffee. Our coffee plants are native to an island off the southeastern coast of Dawntrail. When our predecessors had their first taste of the drink, they became infatuated with its scent, its taste, and the fact that it kept them unbelievably focused. They didn't hesitate to ship cutting stone for cultivation. Luckily, those plants took well to the soil here. And the coffee they yield tastes completely different. Isn't that something? Turns out, climate has a profound effect on the balance of acidity, richness, and bitterness of a bean. Makes me gonna try growing those plants in a variety of places, just see how the flavor changes. Ah, so a Pelu Pelu drink that's just like, instead of being grown here, in arid, cold-ass mountain, humid, quite temperate, to the Alal, go better. Mezcal, you say? It's a liquor distilled from the juice of agave leaves. They say a traveling merchant bought this distillation method to Akapacha after learning it in Chaktaraal. They say our livelihood has never been the same. Oh, hey, Hanrock here. Hanrock has learned that Pelu Pelu to drink mezcal like world ending is imminent. What has Manifest learned? Pelu Pelu Tipler. Nothing quite hits the spotlight, mezcal. Yeah. I gotta fucking try mezcal, so not tequila. I quite enjoy the taste of tequila. So the idea that you can get a similar vibe from a tequila that isn't like explicitly like one of like 5 species of blue agave or whatever tequila that you can have. You can have different other agaves or different like brewing methods. Makes me excited. Sure, I tell you about our famous beverages. Mate in particular is of great importance to our community. Only certain crops can grow at high altitude, so it's time our diet was deeply unbalanced. Once we start growing and drinking mate, health goes on away. There's all the nutrients we ever need. Never go a day without it myself. Have you tried saving multiple PS5 screen chops with the PlayStation Mobile app? Feels like stabbing a screwdriver into your thigh and rooting around. I am very lucky that all of the whole oh, online services have like ceased because Elon Musk is an arsehole about like getting your photos from your console onto there. I'm very lucky that none of that really affects me because I have my consoles permanently plugged into my computer because I'm a streamer. So if I have a screenshot on, even if I take a screenshot with the like controller into that, I just bring that up and then I just print screen and put it on my computer. So I don't have to worry about that shit. Because that stuff sounds like a nightmare. Sorry I'm late, Manifest. Have you and Hunter discovered anything? Yeah, coffee tastes very different. Some fascinating points. Well, brothers with popular beverages and not without the history, I see. Just give me answers instead of more questions. What a possible foreign juicer that Pelopelli don't already have? Or a Counterrock managed to glean. Let's go meet up with him. But they love getting completely and utterly smashed. Through the chain integration and everything's so nice and that fucker ruined it all. I have to wonder how many games, like, their marketing strategy revolved around partially people sharing stuff with their console with the button that's dedicated for it. And now all of that free marketing just doesn't happen. What's the matter with him? I drank too. It's gonna be a hangover cure. Wait, they already have coffee. They already have coffee. Isn't coffee meant to be something that sobers you up? Manifest Roja. Spellpello is all weary bushed. What can we do to Handland? Oh, my head. Someone soaked my balls in a vise. I think I recognize these symptoms. Oh, fine, miss. Spotamato will have me on my feet in no time. Could you wait here a moment? I'll be back with the beverage this gentleman actually needs. You forever go down in legend status book if you bring back more fucking mezcal. There's one proper way in this world to counter a hangover, and that is to keep drinking. Oh, I feel so much better. What was that cold, crisp refreshment you gave me? Surely you recognize the taste of water? If you're gonna drink that much, you need to hydrate properly. Might even be good for you, but it can't cure all ills. And for the ills it can't. Just you say, Doctor. Much obliged for the remedy. Alright, it's time to get a drink that has a fuckload of electrolytes and hydration in it. Zeroja, it is time to invent hydrolyte. I'm not a doctor. But Anurog thinks so. Zeroja's cure find and heal care for that drink drunk were perfect. Sharp skilled as a professional. Zeroja should be a doctor. Should be a chirurgeon. Zeroja is good enough. Perhaps when it comes to book knowledge. But a chirurgeon must also be proficient in the arcane arts, for which my aptitude is abysmal. I was born into a clan valued for their magics, but I possess close to none. Can you imagine how my family reacted when they discovered how utterly incapable I am? Oh no, our child is disabled. Well, we still love them and will take care of them. And hope find ways that they can still live a happy life. No? No? What is a Boonawa who can't use magic? I was a failure before I was even started. Defective. I guess this was the culture until very recently, threw dead babies in a pot into the bottom of the lake. Fair. Fair. Not true! Zeroja makes juicy mix that bring great happy feels to many people. Zeroja isn't useless or a failure or defective. I can't say such things. But they don't change the reality that I lost my dreams and my own deficiencies. I'm sorry, we're still talking of the past. I need some time to think to myself. Zeroja lost her dreams. Harold needs to think. Harold needs a tongue flap. Come manifest. One dance on music. Hawker. Hanno can tell he gave Zero Jar how he feels with these blunt words. But even without magic mind, Zero Jar still sweat works every day to give people healthy drinks. Hanno thinks Zero Jar is a juicy mix hero. Now it's our turn to make special juicy mix. One that ease calms the heart. One sip and Zero Jar will feel happy proud again. We're getting too cold. Luckily, Hanrock is just a thing for drink blending. Kukuri pods. Kukuri pods are usually gather pits with the beans inside, but today we make no chocolate. Today we squeeze the pods for juicy pulp. Chocolate juice. Kukuri pulp juice. Tasty and name, gluey in texture. Make a best good glass of Zero Jar and deliver it directly. Hanrock has plenty of Yokokuri pods, so mind if his poor mix is just truth tell. Hanrock, I must truth tell, I lost them. I could unbuy a god. It doesn't matter, I have this. But I could unbuy a god and I would have used less durability, but... Oh no! I lost it again. That pop node in. You're going too fast. You're going too fast. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Push. Push. Hurrah. Hurrah. Push. We're almost there. Make it to the end of the stream. Let's go. What's that sweet smell? Sweet thing you drink with a texture that's ever so faintly pulse, please. You made this to me. It's very kind. Maybe have a taste. Tangy, sweet, and a consistent, reassuring texture. A very soothing drink. Mofko, did Zero Jar try the juicy mix? It was lovely, thank you. What's in it, if I may ask? The juicy pulp of Kakuri pods. Really? I'm shocked I haven't heard of such a juice until you'll. You'd think something this tasty would warrant more popularity. Kakuru have been sold for much English shine, but Kakuru pods have heavy bulk, so stuff seekers often scoop take the beans and leave the rest. That makes sense. Kakuru pods' value lies in the beans it carries, after all. But Kakuru beans can't make this tasty fresh juice mix. The way Hanrock sees it, the whole pod is worthy good, just as is. Zero Jar might not be a Kamagara Kurajan, but she is already a Master Juice Keep. Her family should pride to see her accomplishments, magic or no. Magic. Think of your customers, how much happiness you've brought them. How much good happies you have brought to buy customer buys. You're right. You're both right. All this time I thought my dreams of becoming a healer had come to naught, and I blamed myself for it. But I watched my Mojara Moblins and Hanu Hanu drink my juice and it told me that it helped them in some small way. Being a Bunawa who can't use magic feels humiliating. I'm sure it still will for some time yet. But your faith in me makes me want to keep trying. Yeah. Thank you both for steering me true. I'm afraid my personal detour has cost us a little time. I was trying to tell you lull and revisit what clues we gleaned regarding the Pele Pele. You know what I'm having a thought process of? I'm having one of those stinky thoughts. I'm having one of those stinky thoughts about doing this quest line. And you know what my thinky, you know what my thinky thought is telling me? My thinky thoughts are telling me, I'm just gonna bust time this. My thinky thoughts are telling me that I think I might actually, for the first time since I've introduced the system, prefer the tradecraft role quests over the combat ones. Like overall, I think I do so far. Zero Jar Spirit Sea Merry Light, thanks to Harnock's Juicy Pop, yes. Back safe and sound. Thank you again for coming to me. That drunk fellow made me realize there are in fact some ailments for which the Pele Pele's current diet lacks a solution. Once I research the matter further, I'll be in touch. Spread on a Zero Jars Juice Craft, I can see my own path clearly now. I won't let you or my customers down. Again, if the combat one's committed to the bit more, I think I'd prefer them, but in their like half committal, half non-committal state, the role quests are at the very least like committing to their bit, where like there's a character arc, and through the process of doing that, you're solving it, and they're a little more involved with like previous ones of just being able to like, oh, we go to different places, like learn about them and everything like that. Zero Jar is ready to bring another juice to fruition. Perfect timing, Manifest. Got a plan for the Pele Pele prototype. Have a moment to spare? Recall that fellow watching Pele who was out of sorts after overindulging in mezcal. You see it all the time until you're lull. Pele Pele merchant sharing a bottle or two and then seeing those who can't help but drink their better sense away. Water is a foolproof companion to alcohol. Perhaps we might offer a juice that addresses the headaches and nausea come the following day. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! It's a hangover drink. It's a hangover juice. I knew it. I fucking called it. A remedy for sick feels sure to appeal to tipsy Pele Pele. What ingredients would we need for the crafty making? A fucking kebab. An entire fucking kebab. And then in the morning, a sausage roll. It's the proven Australian method. In addition to hydration, water provides certain vitamins and minerals may prove essential to relieving symptoms. The tunas found in Cheloni, for instance, are brewing with nutrients. Oh, we're making omega-3 tablets, actually. That's what we're doing. But you're from across the salt, aren't you? Forgive me. Sometimes I forget. When I say tunas, I mean the fruits of Napola tenders. I trust you saw a few of those little cacti scurrying about when you went to Cheloni. I'm glad we didn't lose you to Dawntrail. There are so many wonders to be had up there. I'd be surprised if my little juice stand slipped your mind entirely. But I digress. I heard from an native Dawntrail that Napolitana tunas provide just the sort of relief we're looking for. Apparently, some people up north eat tunas for breakfast after a long night of drinking. A natural cure to the after effects are of alcohol. Whereas in these fruits in our next juice, come after the Pele Pele just the cure they need. With a cure drink for achy brain cases, Pele Pele can drink drunk without worry. Well, outside of the other problems that it can cause the body, but at least this part will be, at least the immediate side effects they can like get rid of. Sausage rolls sound really good. Well, okay, when you think sausage rolls, do you think of like an entire sausage inside of like pastry? Or do you think of sausage rolls the way that like we'd have them here where it's like minced sausage meats? Like entire, like as a thing inside pastry. Because like meat pies are a thing that I know are relatively Australian. We're not the only country in the world that has meat pies. But main other place that have meat pies would be like the UK, and even then they're more like of a steak and liver pie. Whereas a meat pie in Australia is like very much mincemeat pie. I have no idea for sausage rolls. I have no idea of sausage rolls. Because like those two things go hand in hand in this country. Meat pie, sausage roll is like the combo. That's the classic. But I also have no idea if sausage rolls exist in other countries and to what extent their sausage rolls would be like. I have no idea. But also when we say sausage in Australia, we always mean, like, we majority of the time mean beef as well. Which is also a difference, I know, at least for America. Sausage, like, sausage in America is usually pork. Sausage rolls like the UK national dish. Are they as well? I'm gonna look up British sausage roll. I'm now curious. We're not making it to Shalotti, so I can now do this. Oh yeah, no, that would be similar to ours. Yeah. Their pastry looks way fluffier than what you would normally do here. Okay, you look it up on Wikipedia and it literally talks about like Commonwealth nations. Yeah, see, a big thing is like the pastries that we have them in Australia are nowhere near as puffy as any of the ones I can see here. Again, the one thing I would wonder is like sausage meat in Australia is. Closest thing the US has corn dogs. Oh yeah, look. Oh, do you want to know the secret? Corn dogs are better than sausage rolls. I have to say that carefully, otherwise I'll get arrested and thrown into prison in this country. So I have to be very careful not to say it too loud. But it's better. Yeah, see, pigs in a blanket we don't have here. We have cocktail sausages here, but oh, actually. Pluto pups. I'm now thinking about Pluto pups, Pluto dogs, whatever they call them. Pluto dogs. They might be really big cocktail. They might be really big cocktail frankfurts. Back to Google. Back to Google. Pluto pup. I think they're cocktail frankfurts now that I think about it. Because you can get battered salves, which I prefer, but Pluto pup. Yeah. Oh yeah, looking up Pluto Pop, it literally comes up with corn dog, yeah. Okay, yeah, so we do have corn dogs in Australia. They're called Pluto Pops here. Or possibly a Dagwood dog. There's a lot of names. There's so many fucking names for Pluto Pops in this country. Pluto Pops, Dagwood dogs, battered sav, but battered sav is specifically Savoy sausage. And they're usually not, and they're sometimes cornbread, but they're usually batter. With a good... Oh, I have every faith in your skill, Manifest. Blend us a batch of juice made from the tunas and the butter tenders. And then whatever you think might ease the achy brain case of a belly. In the meantime, we're hard at work selling the juices we made together. Let me know when you have a sample ready. It's alright, if we're doing all of this, like, what we're doing today for the stream, if we do this same thing tomorrow but add in 2 zones of Aether currents, that will work. Oh. Prickly pear juice. As any Peli will tell you, this creative tonic was made with tunas from Shalotti. No, not those tunas. Prickly pear juice. I want a Pluto Pop so fucking bad right now. We've now talked about it, and now I want one so fucking bad right now. I want one so fucking bad right now. It's been a long time since I've had one. I'm pretty sure you can buy frozen ones at the supermarkets. I might have to check. I'm pretty sure they sell frozen Pluto Pops at the supermarkets. So you know the Aussie version, the Aussie version of a Pluto pub, the one that like people think of as being the Aussie one, as the Aussie version, which I'm sure exists in other countries, but like the brand that we that you have of them here, at least I very much know that's a Australian brand. Chico rolls. It's the Chico roll. Chico roll is basically a fucking giant deep fried spring roll. Different coating to a normal spring roll, not like normal spring roll coating, definitely a different coating for that. But basically giant fucking spring roll, deep fried. They're amazing. They're amazing. I fucking love chicken rolls. There are some aspects when it comes to like being a typical Australian that I definitely fall in line with. Some of it I definitely do. I love Vegemite. I love chicken rolls. I love a chicken palm. I love a kebab. I love pies and sausage rolls. My main things when it comes to pies and sausage rolls is that like pies and sausage rolls for the most part fall under the same category as pizza, of even ones that aren't great are still gonna be likely good. They're a hard thing to fuck up where you're gonna have an actively bad one. But it's also one of those things where if you go to like small local bakeries, they will often have pies and sausage rolls that are of such an incredibly good quality. They are like so fucking tasty. Like the pastry is just right. The filling is so good. There's so many varieties of flavors. The local one that I go to, there's so many different types of pies that I can get. Their sausage roll has like a really good, nice level of like spices and herbs on top of it. It's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, like a decent quality sausage roll is still gonna be good if you get just like a generic one from like a supermarket or anything like that. They're still gonna be good, but it's just because the quality of the good ones is so like the gap is so big that I'm just like, if I have a pie or a sausage roll, I want to make sure it's a really fucking good one. I'm not as willing to settle for mediocre anymore. Whereas for pizzas, I am super willing to settle for a more mediocre pizza, because the gap between like the low end of pizzas that I can buy easily and the high end of pizzas that I've got to like go to specific places for is nowhere near as vast. So I'm much more happy to just be like, I'll buy a frozen I mean, to be fair, after nearly every single 14 stream, I heat up a frozen pepperoni pizza and eat it. These streams go for like fucking 8 to 12 hours long, and I don't eat during them. So most 14 streams, I'll have breakfast before the stream starts, go the entire fucking day without eating, and then my dinner is a fucking pepperoni pizza. And I buy those, and they're frozen, and you know what? They're still fucking good. And also like shockingly cheap. You can buy a pepperoni pizza for like $6 fucking. Not much shit you can buy frozen for a dinner. There's a New Haven style pizza. I saw something about that recently, where New Haven style pizza is meant to be halfway between Italian pizza, like Italian style pizza and New York style pizza. I saw something about that recently. The big thing that I saw about it was like the New Haven style pizza, like most of the bottom had like the Italian pizzas, how they've got like the charred sections that like bubble up and everything like that. The thing that I saw for the New Haven pizza that I was like, it was like a thing on Blue Sky or something, where it was like a lot of the bottom of the pizza as well has like the blackened sections, and those are really good on pizza. I love those sections. Yeah. Okay, so that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. The charred sections, I'm a sucker for. Char on most foods I'm a sucker for. I love the taste of charcoal. Like, I apparently love the taste of just charcoal and burnt shit. But I love the taste of char on most things, so that does sound really good. It's very funny, I saw my day. A lot of like Australian chain places for pizzas, or even just like casual places, thin pizzas are nowhere near that, aren't that common here. because normally we load up normally pizzas are quite thick here, because most pizza places in Australia also fucking load up the toppings with a shitload of toppings. So you need a really thick base to be able to hold the weight of all the toppings. That is much more typical for Australia. Like, generally, pizza toppings are layers of, here's the full layer of cheese, here's the layer of pepperoni, here's the layer of sausage mince, here's the layer of bacon. But like, a lot of pizzas here are fucking loaded up with so much toppings on them that you need a thick base to do that. But I am a fan of when you just have like cheese, sauce, and 1 or 2 toppings that are just all good quality, and it's just a good fucking slice of pizza because it's good quality bread. Because that's also usually the trade-off. The thick pizzas that have the thick bases are usually like the base, like the pizza bread's not there to add any flavor. It's just there to like be a food delivery system for the toppings, so the actual base doesn't really add much flavor. Like, you'll always see people you'll see people and they leave the crust behind because the crust is not like, doesn't have any toppings on it, so there's no flavor to the crust. But if you're getting a good quality pizza, it's like a good quality curry, or it's where the rice is an important part of the flavor, you know. And that's a good quality pizza too, where the bread is part of the flavor. Especially coal fire, get charred bubbles on it, absolutely. Extract the juice from the polar tender tunas. Would you prefer I call them prickly pears? And feel free to add vitamins and minerals as you see fit. It's like a nice freshly baked bread, absolutely. Again, bad pizza is still good pizza. It's a food delivery for a bunch of meats and sauce and cheese. It ain't gonna be bad. But yeah, like the average Australian pizza that you'd buy in so many places, the bread is not a consideration of taste. It is there to, it's a structural thing to hold all the toppings. It's why I'm such a big fan of the frozen pizzas that I have after stream. Because they are relatively thin pizzas where the bread is just nice, and it's just like cheese, like tomato sauce, cheese, pepperoni, and then herbs on it, and that's really nice too. For just being that. I mean, that might send a line that our Polo Polo customers will be thrilled. Now, Ropley has agreed to be our taster. Let me unfetch him. Ropley! Ropley actually shows up in one of these guys. Nice. Ropley! I've been helping out all of these people. I've been doing the thing you asked me to do. Oh! Oh, they're showing off the texture. They're showing off the texture. It had all the ripples on the top. It's translucent. It had, like, it's transparent. Well, lucent. It had all the ripples on the top. They're showing off. I juice blend bespoke to the Pele Pele palette. Don't mind if I do. We invented Hydrolite. It's made of cactus. Well, clip my wool and call me an alpaca. This is delicious. Intensely sweet yet satisfying to swallow. I'm so glad. It's meant to be a morning drink. Specifically after a night of revelry. Normally I'd go for an OJ for that, but you know, different tastes, different folks. A relief for the maladies of merriment? Now that's a sublime idea. I'd wager from folks from across the salt are no stranger to such illnesses. Definitely not. But Manifest has OJ to fix that. But, you know. I myself enjoy a good drink for both business and pleasure, but I always dread the blinding headaches and discomfort the next day. Same goes for plenty of Palo Palo. So beverage offers sucker to more enthusiastic about numbers a godsend indeed. Thank you. Your creation shows us a kindness that is me eager to test out its efficacy at once. I'm gonna go get shit-faced right now. See how it works. Who's juice so I have to mix to get an invitation? A fellow reveler, I take it. The time I extend you an invitation to citizen, next opportunity presents itself. I do appreciate you can have the answer there to just be like, is your Warrior of Light canonically a heavy drinker? All Warriors of Light canonically drink alcohol. All Warriors of Light canonically drink alcohol. That one cutscene in Endwalker proves it. And also the cutscene back in Heavenswood. you know, we got over our trauma of being poisoned that one time. There's a noticeable difference in like in a post-Endwalker world where our character actually accepts drink from other characters. Whereas until Endwalker or so, we always reject it because of what happened in Heavenswood, but yeah. But now we have dialogue options of just being like, does your Warrior of Light still like getting shit-faced? When your rent began drying up, I couldn't help but worry. But I am happy to say that Zoroark Juicecraft is flourishing here and watch it makey. Deeply sorry about the late payments, but as you can see, my financial situation has improved significantly thanks to Minifest's help in expanding my menu. Given our diverse selection of drinks, I was hoping we might hold a tasting party in the city sometime. A juice for everyone who watch you makey. My gesture of thanks to the community and contrition for all the times I failed to be timely with my rent. Be honest, you're a seeker of FFXIV creations, aren't you? You're right. I'm proud of our work. I like to see to taste the fruits of our labor. That's the spirit. I'll make the arrangements. Sippy party will need lots of juicy mix. And for lots of juicy mix, we need lots of pixie bits. Handle cool stuff stick until the pack is bursting. There's generally choices if you drink or just get juice / water / whatever. Yeah, and canonically, Minifest is a heavy fucking drinker. She's ephemera, she has to be. She's a character made by me, she has to be. She's a pirate, she has to be. A tasting party of our very own. I can hardly wait. Oh, there's so much to do. Believe the planning to me. I'll be in touch with the details very soon. Now, the next thing we have to do, we're not making any specific drinks, we're making cocktail umbrellas. That's our final step. That's our final thing. We must make cocktail umbrellas. Pelu Panacea Provider. I appreciate the use of alliteration for all of these esteemed titles. 3 cheers for sweet juice. Well, as drink trauma from the banquet. Well, it's the Heavenswood scene. It's the Heavenswood scene where the lady drugs you. Although I think, and actually, it might be like that fully dives it into full on, because I think the Warrior of Light says no. Do they say no to start with, and then she talks them into it, or does the Warrior of Light take the drink immediately in that cutscene? I can't remember. I think the Warrior of Light says no initially because they remember Nanamo, but then they say yes, and then it happens to them. And then from that moment onwards until, again, I think post-Endwalker, it's always rejecting drinks if other people give it to you. Zoojo is busy preparing for a tasting party. Like, I think it's like 3.2 specifically. It's been, or 3.1 or 3.2. I think it's 3.2. And it's been fucking years since I did that at this point. Minifest, I'm glad to see you. The date for the tasting has been decided, and I'm fluster running with busy tasks, as Helen Rockets might say. I never believe the venue. It's Shmoyum. That's such an illustrious establishment agreed to host us is beyond an honor. I can just see it now. Our customers, juice in hand, stroll on the beach and taking in the view. Let's make sure everyone has a wonderful time. I've done my best to make all the necessary preparations, but there's just one last thing. Your skillful blending inspired me to create a new beverage for the event, but it's not going as well as I hoped. The plan was to add Turali herbs and spices to effervescent water for a crisp and bubbly refreshment. Sounds nice, doesn't it? I call it Bunewa Soda, but something about it feels unfinished. More than anything, I'd like to have it ready in time for our tasting. Can I borrow your expertise once more, Minifest? We're making the final drink of our we must drink, invent a whole bunch of different drinks. What's the name of that fucking sparkling water that everyone in, like, LA drinks? What's the name of it? I was gonna make the joke and then I immediately remembered I can't remember the name of of LA's flavored sparkling water that everyone there drinks. And it's apparently terrible. LaCroix! That's the one! That's the one! The final thing we're doing is we're inventing LaCroix. Wonderful! In the meantime, I'll iron out the last few details of our event. You know a special Charlie spice blend for the soda. Feel free to take more from the counter right now. Well, that's so much for you, Minifest. But if we can make this tasting success, Zero Jar Juicecraft should be able to stand on its own. I do appreciate that the last mix is the one where she's come up with the actual mix. She's come up with the actual idea of like what it's going to be, not just asking us to use our expertise to make something. It's like, oh no, you created the mix. Charlie Spice Blend. She's come up with the actual mix. It's just use our experience to like affect the thing. 3 cheers for sweet juice. Bunewa soda. Invented by Mumblejar Juice Crafters, bubbly brewers, and traveler's treat. See, this is why I want to keep all these items in my inventory. This is a cool looking thing. I mean, it's just the serving barrel for the furniture item, but having that as like, and being like a Bunewa soda just in our inventory, that's a cool thing to like have. A memento of our time throughout the game. There, this, you. Well, careful, do enough. Oh yeah, careful this. There we go. Checking the cutscene, she brings you a drink as soon as she's down, you drink it, no hesitation. Okay, okay. I mean, I imagine the Nanamo part definitely has something to do with it. The fact that the Warrior of Light watched Nanamo get poisoned definitely has something to do with it. But watching Nanamo get poisoned and then being poisoned yourself, yeah. Yeah. Again, it does seem the game has made a deliberate attempt to show that the Warrior of Light has moved past that in some capacity at this point. There has been a notable lack of further emphasizing that the Warrior of Light doesn't like accepting other people's drinks just out of hand since then. Then in Amory cutscene, closely watching the butler pour the drinks, yeah. There we go. We got a keg of Bunewa soda. We're able to finish the Bunewa soda. Bunewa soda. That sparkle, that translucence. Oh, manifest, this is perfect. My special guests are bound to delight in it. Beep. Everything should be settled on my end. Hanrock will be arriving soon, so let's head down to the venue together. Oh, I'm getting nervous. The final drink that we have isn't a juice, but a water. They really do like showing off the beach line here outside Australia of Tier, which I don't blame them for because it is very pretty. It feels a little tourist trappy, but that's possibly also the point because it's meant to be the big attraction that everyone that all newcomers to Tulialal go to get their food on. Friends and neighbors, thank you for coming. I hereby announce the commencement of Zero Jar's Juicecraft Juice Tasting. Our beverages offer a wide range of flavors and health benefits, and they're all available free of charge. If you like what you taste, be sure to tell your friends about Zero Jar Juicecraft. But for now, relax, be merry, and drink to your heart's content. Yeah! Yeah, look at them all! Yeah, look at them all! Skull, 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 skull. This juice filled my beak with joy. I dare say any homesick Hano would benefit from such an energizing beverage. Next time my associates and I go drinking, perhaps we'll stop by Zero Jar Juicecraft for prickly pear juice. Something this sweet would make the perfect nightcap. It's meant to be for the morning. So this one I just drank was Cherimoya juice. Could have fooled me, but if it cures my itchy scales, I'll be a customer for life. Oh, my scales itch. Yeah. Puffco. Everyone is loving the juicy mix. Now Zero Jar will have all the jiggly shine she needs to pay her rent. So hey, Master, this is a significant moment for my little juice shop. I'd like to raise a glass to the both of you, if I might. a glass of Bunewa soda. Ooh, they're really showing off the texture on this one. Oh, they really want you to see the texture on this one. Look at them zoom in and show off all the shots. Look at the tech we have now. The translucence, the variety of colors going on, the bubbles going through it. Oh, oh. Look at the devs flexing for a second. Let's go. Hell yeah. Before you got back on the rock, I had manifest with a new concoction I call Bunewa soda. It's most impressive, actually. I gave her a general idea of what I wanted, and she came through for me just like always. It's energizing herbs and spices, paired with the effervescent water to create a drink both mild and refreshing. Perfect companion for busy people everywhere. We have invented LaCroix. You both are known to travel far and wide, so I want to make something that might rejuvenate you. And remind you of a friend who will always hope for your health and happiness. This drink's for us? Aww. Aww. After our inaugural toast, I plan to add Bunewa soda to the menu, as the drink that represents zero-jar juicecraft. I've spent so much time living in the shame and doubt, questioning whether or not I was capable of running even a simple juice shop. More than anything, I just want to make my family proud. But I've realized that bringing health and happiness to my customers is deeply important to me. I want to be proud of my own efforts, even if no one else is. I don't need magics to heal others. I am good enough. Just as I am. And I owe that realization to the both of you. Thank you, my friends. From the bottom of my heart. Aww. Of course. Yeah. Halnrook has no need for heart thanks. Halnrook is a professional. And Zero-Jar should speak out like one too. I was only offering my gratitude as both a friend and a professional. Besides, what's so professional about your behavior at first, hmm? No time for taste sipping, you said? No deep thoughts on juicy mix? Halnrook would never flap such tugs. Halnrook has always been suave, smooth, and help handy. Slander flaps, slander flaps. Look at the texture, look at it. Look at it. You fucking look at it. Look how good it is. You will fucking look at it. Please tell me I can get that as a furniture item. I'd love to put that in my house. Considering my house is a bar. The Juice Festival was a complete success. But a constant stream of customers eager to hear more about our offerings. The name Zero-Jar Juicecraft has a glow fame already. Soon all of Tiliala will know of Juice Health. I suspect the show will be happily serving juice and watch you Makey Mickey for many, many moons to come. Of course, we have yet to address the needs of all peoples in this nation. But I've learned so much by watching you that I'm ready to mix up new creations on my own. You're fired. Hope you'll let me have a sip. We had the feely part before, we can start joking now. I'll always be happy to see you. And happy I still if you're willing to sample my new creations. Of course, I need an ample supply of ingredients to keep up with the new demands. If only there were a professional I could rely upon to gather Tasty Fresh on my behalf. Of course. Halnrook will keep stuff seeking for Juicy Mix. Zero-Jar Juicecraft is a good shop. Halnrook will bring back not just Tasty Fresh, but busy deals and sip seekers too. As the real Jar's personal stuff-seeking professional. Halnrook, that's very sweet. I hope you've come to find work in here worthwhile. Of course Halnrook has. Juicy Mix is best life. Besides which, Halnrook is happy to handle in for Zero-Jar as a bosom friend. Bosom friends? What happened to being a professional? Well, in whatever capacity it is, your help will be invaluable, Halnrook. I look forward to hearing more of your deep thoughts. Halnrook will share all his deep thoughts with Juice Friend. Together we blend mix the world! Hell yeah. Yeah, these are better than the combat role quests this time around. These are better than the combat ones this time around. Yeah, we're a mixing master. We have mastered our mixology. That's all the crafting ones done. All the ones left are gatherings. Worth the squeeze. Of countless concoctions. Oh, that's a good title. Oh, of countless concoctions is a strong title. Oh, I need to have that on whatever of my outfits is the one that drinks the most. That's the outfit that I was wearing in Post Endwalker, but that already has the Wayfarer title thing on it. We're not busy stuff seeking. Hanarok likes to visit shop of Juicy Mix. Spreading happy feels customers whose worthy sweatwear. Mind of it, people have been talking about my new menu. I expect I have you to thank once again. I've been trying to come up with new drink recipes, but Hanarok keeps suggesting the most accurate ingredients. Still, I'm happy to have him as my sounding board. Together we shall strive for a happier, healthier till your love. Yay! And with that, we need to... Wait, the thing was over here. And with that, we need to immediately end the episode. There is no time for anything else. We ran 36 minutes over schedule, which is okay, because I planned to run at roughly an hour over schedule. Not enough time to get Shaloni done today. 1 hour for Gatherer Roll Quest was definitely pushing it. However, we got this done in about 8.5 hours, and I was dying for part of it. If we do the same amount tomorrow, we will have roughly 4 hours to get Shaloni and Heritage Found on. So surely that will be possible. Thank you all so much for watching, and until tomorrow, if you're watching this live on YouTube, fucking who knows, this is version 2, signing out.